Chapter 1. Osman Demir opened the barber's shop at 3 minutes to 8 o'clock on the morning of Monday, the 10th of September. His two younger cousins, Yusuf and Hassan, would be here for 9, or at least they had better be. They were lazy, and when he'd offered his uncle, out of the goodness of his Turkish heart, to give them jobs, he hadn't bargained for the trouble they had been. He went back to the door and wedged it open so that no one who might need a haircut could pass by and not realize he was ready for business. It was a good business. Turkish barbers were in fashion, and at least 2 others had opened in Kings Lake in the past 6 months. Eden Street wasn't the best of locations, he knew that, but if either Yusuf or Hassan showed enough promise, Osman had plans to open another shop in a better part of the town. He would move to it and leave one of the cousins to run this place. Sometimes a man needs a haircut or a shave before work on a Monday morning. Osman stood in the doorway and looked along the street to see if he could spot one. Maybe say good morning and tempt him inside with an offer of half price for the first customer of the week. He had his regulars, but you must grow a business to survive. He was worried about those 2 new shops. How many more would come, taking all the best locations before he was ready to make his move? Eden Street. It was paved and pedestrianized, a little artery connecting the Kingsgate shopping mall with the maze of back streets east of the town centre, the area known as Fair Hills. There were no hills, and no signs that it was any fairer than any other place Osman Demir had called home in his 38 years. Some streets in Fair Hills were better than others, his own being one of the best, where most people kept the little front gardens tidy behind the railings and grew geraniums in the window boxes. But some streets nearby were run-down terraces occupied by Asian families, students, and other assorted layabouts. None of these people ever needed his services, and he relied on the more business-minded citizens who worked in Kingsgate and passed on foot through Eden Street on their way to the train and bus stations. It was a tenuous sort of customer base, though. He went to spit in disgust at the thought, but didn't do so. The English disapprove of spitting. Instead, he swallowed, and then glared across the street into the doorway of the Chinese Chow Noodles Bar. The soldier was there again, sleeping it off, covered by a filthy quilt. The dog was there too, curled up, but with its eyes open, watching the passers-by. This is part of the problem, his problem. How can you attract the better clients when they see the homeless a few yards away? Who is going to ask for the full shave, scalp massage, and wax when from the chair they have a view of a dirty man begging for change? Only on Saturday Osman had confronted him again, telling him to go elsewhere, and his cousins had joined in, laughing, telling the soldier they'd move him soon if he didn't move himself. Osman had called them off, and the man had sworn and wandered away. But now he was back in one of his regular doorways. Demir nodded to a man in a suit whom he had shaved before, but the man went by. The homelessness is getting worse. He stared across at the pathetic little heap of humanity in the doorway and thought, soon this place will be no better than the back streets of Ankara. Through the gaps in the blinds, Wei Zhang could see that the beggar had returned. He would open the noodles bar at 10:30 and hoped the man would wake up and move away in the next 2.5 hours. Their doorway was longer and offered more shelter than most others. That's why it was an attraction to the homeless people. Rough sleepers, the council called them when the questionnaire came earlier in the year. Wei Zhang had not filled it in because he was wary of official documents, and as a consequence 2 young women had arrived. They said they were interested in the responses of all the local businesses. The council was writing a new development plan, and he could be a part of it, shaping the future of Eden Street and Kingsgate. He would want to be a part of that, wouldn't he? So Zhang had answered their questions like a man who understands the value of silence. They had asked if he would like them to come back with a translator. The council had someone who could speak Mandarin, but he understood English well enough when it was required, and he understood the English too. A bribe would not be necessary on this occasion. He stepped closer to the window blind. There was a dog as well, and the dog had heard him, or seen the movement. It was watching him back through the slits. This was bad. A dog in the doorway of a food establishment. Health and safety inspectors were a constant worry now. They opened cupboards and searched beneath ovens and fridges. Zhang held the dog's gaze and wondered which posed the greater risk, the inspectors or the police. He could call the police and complain about the man in the doorway, but if one came, he might enter the bar and ask the names of those who worked there. That would lead to a visit by immigration officials. The dog looked away. Someone had stopped in the street, a few feet from the sleeping man. Zhang heard a woman's voice, and the dog began to wag its tail. This seemed hopeful, but then, crouching a little, Zhang saw that it was only one of the women who wandered the pavements day and night, one whom he recognized as regular in Eden Street, another undesirable. The situation was getting worse. He knew his doorway had been used by women like this when it wasn't home to a beggar. He had found the disgusting evidence some mornings and had to clear it away. The woman was saying something to the man, asking questions, but the man didn't stir. Zhang could see the top of the head, the greasy, long hair. Then the woman crouched and held out her hand towards the dog as if she wanted to stroke its head. The dog flattened its ears, wagging its tail but growling at the same time, and the woman straightened up, said something more to the man that ended in a short laugh, and then she turned her back and walked away. Homeless or not, a man is still a man, with a man's needs. Sometimes you can get a fiver or a tenner out of them, and sometimes you can get it without having to work for it. Just a bit of the old chatting and flirting, and they'll hand over some of the cash they've always got in their pocket. If it's only done out of pity, so what? A burger or a coffee or a gin tastes just the same whether it's paid for by a beggar or a billionaire. Not that she'd ever had a billionaire. April knew his name, Michael, but she didn't think she'd seen him sleeping out before. She was sure he had a room in Dillman Lane, in one of the terraces that had been condemned years ago but never pulled down. Lots of street people aren't actually homeless if you count a room paid for by the night as a home. Maybe he'd fallen on hard times. She smiled at her own irony, stopped by the window of the key-cutting booth, and studied her appearance with a critical eye. Not her best, but she'd seen worse. Ought to face facts and lengthen the skirt just a little, though. Lorraine had kicked her out early because there was a landlord's inspection. Otherwise she would have been in bed at this God-forsaken hour. She had a brush in her bag, and she stood unself-consciously in the street as she sorted out her hair, estimating that it would go another couple of days before she had to wash it. With any luck, she would be back in Lorraine's flat tonight, and if she'd managed to earn, she could pay some of it over and get to spend time in the bathroom. Shampoo, conditioner, one of those face packs, maybe. Have a girls' night in if she could make 20 quid today. The dog whined, and April looked back along Eden Street. It had come out of the doorway and stood with its head and tail down, not happy. Hungry, probably. Michael needed to wake up and get his act together. He had another mouth to feed. Everyone who begs knows a dog can up the takings, but it's also a responsibility. He should be doing all right, what with him being ex-army as well as having the dog. It's the help for heroes thing. People are more aware now. All blokes, of course. She'd never seen a woman begging, claiming to be ex-forces, and April made a mental note. if and when her looks gave out, that might be worth a go. It's a bit humiliating, but a good beggar can make 50, even 100 quid a day on the right pitch. That's between 18 and 36 grand a year if you apply yourself. She'd always had a head for figures. You could even afford a holiday somewhere hot, as long as you had a permanent address, to get the passport, see? The dog was watching her, and she almost gave in and returned to give Michael a shove. She would have done if she didn't have somewhere to be. Rez was holding some gear for her, and she needed something to get the day going. She owed him already, so she'd need to pay in kind, but he was all right for an Eastern, clean and not unkind. Get that sorted, and then across the town to the Masons' Arms. That's where the workmen from the new multi-story car park site are drinking at lunch times, Gloria had told her. Said, "For God's sake, help me out, April. I can't manage the lot of them on my own, but don't tell anyone else." And she hadn't. Only Lorraine. The dog went back inside the doorway, and she thought, I can't be dealing with all this. She put the brush back into her bag, straightened up, and set off towards Kingsgate. The manager from the betting shop was in his own doorway, smoking and watching her. As she passed, she gave him a prospective sidelong look, but there was nothing doing. It was odds-on that she owed him money, but she couldn't be certain, and she wasn't going to hang around to find out. Sullivan watched the old tart go and thought to himself, just how desperate would you have to be? Not so old, really, but a tart, all right. One of the regulars on Eden Street. They had a bit of local colour. He drew on the cigarette and enjoyed a short bout of early morning coughing. There was a wheeze in his chest these days, which probably meant something. Probably meant it was already too late, so no point in worrying about it. He wouldn't be getting one of these vaporizers where you disappear in a cloud of strawberry-scented fog every time you exhale. Smoking for pussies, they were. He'd managed a betting shop here for more than 25 years. This was a proper old back street when he first came, with two-way traffic. There used to be a zebra crossing right in front of the doorway. He'd been here when they built the shopping centre and pedestrianised all this. Old Mr. Gaines had said that would be the end of the business and sold out to a local chain, but he'd been wrong. Sullivan had stayed on. You're an asset, the new owners said, and sure enough the punters kept coming. A few years back it had been sold again to a bigger national chain. Only a few players in the business now, but Sullivan survived. A new whiz kid had been put in as under-manager, meant to be his replacement, obviously. But it wasn't long before Sullivan caught him doing mates' rates for his cronies, and that was the end of him. Last year's takings had been up again, and they were leaving him alone now. He'd see these bastards out as well, and if it came to it, he could probably buy the business. He had enough stashed away. He threw down the stub and ground it under his shoe. Then, hands in pockets, he took a proprietorial look up and down the street. You wouldn't think there was a living to be made here, not in an area like this, but that's where you'd be wrong. People around here, from the backs of Eden Street and Fair Hills, don't have much, and that's why they gamble. If you've only got a tenner to your name until the end of the week, it makes a mad sort of sense to put a fiver on something. They literally don't have a lot to lose. Sullivan's eye fell on the man sleeping in the doorway opposite. Even he'd been in, likes the horses. He sits over there or somewhere along the street, holds up his bit of cardboard with his life story on it, lets people pet his dog as he tells them some tale about how he single-handedly took back the Falklands or something. They drop him a few quid, he gets to eat, goes down to the off-licence, couple of cans, and he's away. Anything left over, he sometimes wanders into the shop. You have to watch them in the winter, that's all, because they'll come and sit for hours just to get out of the cold and the rain. He took a longer look down towards the Fair Hills end and could see her at last. She was a few minutes late today, which was unusual. Her Labrador was pacing along at her left-hand side, and you'd never guess if it wasn't for the special harness thing they wear. When she was level with the noodles bar, the rough sleeper's dog got up and watched the other one go by, wagging its tail, but her dog never even seemed to notice it. Too much class. Then the Labrador started heading across the pavement towards the doorway of the shop next to his own, and when she was almost there, Sullivan said, "Morning, sweetheart." She smiled and seemed to look in his general direction, and the same two thoughts that he had every day when he saw her followed in quick succession. God, what a little beauty! God, what a tragedy she can't see that for herself.
"Good morning, Mr. Sullivan."
Posh voice as well. She wouldn't call him Bob like everyone else, and he'd given up suggesting it. He watched as she took out her keys and began running her thumb over their edges. Then he said, "No need for that. Your girl's beaten you to it today." She thanked him and pushed at the door, allowing the dog to go in a little ahead of her. Sullivan said, "Ah, well, another day," and she laughed a little and said, "Another $1. Just one of those silly routines people get into, of course. When the door closed behind her, he stared at it with an odd, unfamiliar sense of loss. The cigarette had left his mouth tasting like an ashtray. Miriam heard Ben get into his basket. Crouching, she found his bowl and checked with a finger that he had plenty of water. Then she stood up, washed her hands in the sink they used for preparation, and dried them on the roller towel. Patsy had gone out into the back to get ready for the morning's delivery, which should be in. She brushed a fingertip over her braille watch. About half an hour. Moving to her left, she went back into the front of the shop, found the old-fashioned till, and opened it. Using her thumb, she flicked across the edges of the notes, 10s and 20s, and found to her relief that the weekend float was all still there. Patsy had been with her for 5 months, and she could probably stop checking now. The previous girl had been young, bubbly, and outgoing, but unable to resist taking advantage. When challenged, she had cried and given back the £20, but 10 minutes after that she was out of the shop, never to return. You learn to hear the lies in their voices. Patsy was quiet and still inclined not to start conversations herself. When she came back into the shop, Miriam said in a serious voice, "On Saturday evening I had a call about the flowers for the wedding." There was a little silence before, "Oh, was there a problem? Was it a complaint?" "Yes." "I'm sorry. What was wrong? I'm sure we did It was about the bill. They said we'd undercharged." You can tell when people are looking at you, trying to read your blind eyes. It's almost unfair to take advantage of them. Patsy said, "Undercharged? I don't understand." "The bouquets and table displays were too good for what they paid. They were quite annoyed." And another thing is, if you're disabled, for some strange reason people imagine you don't have a normal sense of humour, if they think you have one at all. So they've insisted we take another £50. You did at least half the work, so I'll tell Paul to put 25 into your pay at the end of next week. The groom's sister is getting married in a few months, and we'll get that one now. Why can't I smell freesias? Have they gone over?" Patsy knew her well enough now not to make a fuss about the money. She said the freesias still looked all right, but that there weren't many left, and Miriam told her to put them into the recycling. What use are freesias that don't perfume a room? And what's happening in the street this morning? When she got to the window, Patsy said, "It's getting busy, 8:30. Several people have their umbrellas ready. It's going to rain later this morning. The homeless man, the one who was a soldier, he's back in the Chinese chow doorway. He hasn't woken up yet." Miriam said, "What about his dog?" "Yes, she's there as well. She looks like she's on guard." "Okay, we'll take some water, like last time, and some of Ben's food. I mean for the dog, not the man." Patsy laughed and then fell silent. You develop instincts that sometimes astonish the sighted, but it's just the brain compensating. making use of all that spare capacity. So Miriam said, "What's the matter?" "I don't know. Nothing, probably. A couple of PCSOs have just stopped there. I expect they're telling him to move on. Someone's complained." And then, after a pause, during which Miriam waited motionlessly and apparently without breathing, Patsy went on, "One of them is distracting the dog now, and the other one is in the doorway waking him up, bending over him. Now he's come out, the PCSO, and they're speaking to someone on their radio." If you've had sight, as Miriam once had, you can see these things. The mind has its own inner eye that is something more than imagination, the two officers talking and then calling on the radio. So when Patsy finally said it, it came as no surprise. "I think something's happened." Chapter 2. Detective Inspector Thomas Green was wondering whether he had made a mistake. Or, rather, he was watching himself wondering whether he'd made a mistake. At 45 years of age, he'd had time to make a few for real, and he didn't think accepting this job actually was another one. But the doubts are inevitable when you're sitting in a new room with new colleagues for the very first time. And the drive from Spalding hadn't been good. He'd need to allow another 10 or 15 minutes in the morning. They might need to rethink who was dropping off his eldest daughter at sixth form college. A silence had come after the initial greetings and introductions, and Green occupied himself with sorting out the paperwork he had with him. He had the personnel folders of each member of the squad, the list of unresolved cases, which they seemed to have inherited from other CID teams around the county, and he'd also taken the precaution of printing out some of the more important emails he'd received from DCI Freeman over the past few weeks. He was good with IT, but not foolish enough to have complete faith in it. He opened the file of emails and checked they were in date order, aware that one person in the room was watching him. This was Detective Constable John Murray, a big, taciturn man whom Green had met for the first time this morning. The detective inspector had read the files again over the weekend. Murray had a spotless record, and a few years ago had been shot while apprehending 2 Albanian kidnappers in the wilds of the Norfolk countryside. Being shot hadn't stopped Murray. The records showed that after the injury he had shoulder-charged his way through a locked door and knocked down both men, one of whom was also armed with a knife, before assistance arrived. Subsequently, Murray had been awarded the Chief Constable's Commendation for bravery. Green looked up at the man and received a nod. That was all. The young woman seated beside Murray was from the same team at Kingslake Central. Serena Butler's record was not so straightforward, involving a horizontal move a couple of years ago for personal reasons. She had been in line for promotion before that, and it wasn't clear to Green what had gone wrong. But since arriving in Lake, there had been nothing but positive comments from her senior officers, including Detective Sergeant David Smith, and Green noted that Butler had worked undercover in one investigation. That always requires a skill set a little out of the ordinary. At present, however, she seemed to be preoccupied with her iPhone. Their Detective Sergeant, Chris Waters, Green had met briefly almost a month ago, and they'd spoken a couple of times on the phone. Another protege of David Smith, Waters was a graduate who had joined the Kingslake Central Force on the Accelerated Development Scheme. By now he ought to have moved on to rarefied pastures new and be wearing a sharp suit, not sitting here on a Monday morning in an open-necked shirt and wearing trousers that were suspiciously close to a pair of jeans. What had happened? Had he been thrown off accelerated development because he wasn't making the grade? The fact that DCI Cara Freeman had personally recruited him, as she had every other officer in the room, suggested that might not be the case. Green looked up and about again, making a point of not staring, but that wasn't necessary because Waters was staring absent-mindedly out of the room's solitary window. Tall, thin, and fair-haired, the detective sergeant wouldn't be picked out by most villains who had an eye for a copper, but his clear-up rate was phenomenal. Every single case upon which he'd worked since arriving at Central had resulted in charges, and almost all of them in convictions. Of course, the files didn't tell you how much of that was down to Waters personally. The other 3 members of the new team Green had met for the first time this morning, though he had spoken to his other sergeant, Denise Sterling, on the phone last week. She had worked in Great Yarmouth for several years, and he knew that by East Anglian standards that wasn't an easy town to police. She's 36, divorced with 2 children, 10 and 8 years old. Looking to relocate thanks to this job. She'd said on the phone she was aiming to find better schools for her kids. Fair enough, Green thought, but a single parent taking on a demanding role in a squad that was sure to be subject to a lot of scrutiny and pressure? He looked at her, nodded, and got the same in return. Blue eyes, blonde hair pulled severely back into a ponytail, and a build that suggested she was more track than field. Well, he concluded, for now, she'll need to be as tough as she looks. Next to the sergeant was Clive Betts, 35, has worked in Norwich as a detective constable for several years. He lives in Dereham, so his daily drive is about the same as mine, thought Green. Where the members of your team live can matter, operationally, and they seemed to have a reasonable spread across the western half on the county. Betts was smartly dressed, wearing a suit like Green, and the detective inspector wondered whether, like himself, this was only because it was day 1 and better to be safe than sorry. Freeman hadn't laid down any ground rules about these matters. One could not help wondering how she had selected the people in the room, though. Betts's file gave a few clues. Several case reports mentioned his tenacity and his willingness to go the extra mile. That would count with Freeman. So would the fact that Betts was firearms trained to the highest level, and he was also a qualified high-speed pursuit driver. With specialist support so scarce now, it was handy to have your own Jason Bourne around. But Green couldn't stop his eye going back to the same place in Betts's folder that it had gone every time he looked at it, as if he still couldn't quite be sure he'd read it properly. Next of kin, Jack Betts. Relationship, civil partner. Now, obviously some ladies call themselves Jack, but all Green's instincts were telling him that wasn't the case here. Did Freeman have a diversity agenda, or had she had one imposed upon her? Because the last member of the team was a shy, silently pretty girl of mixed-race descent. Green wasn't sure whether she had Indian blood or something from further to the east. Her surname suggested the former, but her skin color was pale. Around the eyes she seemed to have a touch of the Orient, but had she applied makeup to create the effect? She was a girl easy to gaze at, and so Tom Green made a point of looking at his watch. Freeman was 10 minutes late now, not a good beginning, before he turned over the first page of the girl's file. Maya Kumar, 23, graduate with first-class honours in philosophy from the University of Sussex. Philosophy? Green put that to one side for a moment and checked something else. Before one can apply to the Criminal Investigation Department, 2 years in uniformed service must be completed, and she was only 23. He checked her date of birth and the dates on which she had interviewed for and been recruited by the police service. She'd done her first year in Suffolk. Her family, Green noted, lived near Bury St. Edmunds, and then had transferred to Norfolk. But the address in her file was still her home address. Was she planning to drive here every day? Green double-checked the dates and discovered that Freeman had brought the young woman into the murder squad less than 3 months after she had completed her uniform service, and for the life of him he could see nothing in her file to explain why. There were clever and experienced people in the room, and some of them might be wondering the same about the detective inspector. He was well aware of that, but Green knew why he was there. He'd met Freeman whilst giving evidence in a murder case last year at Lincoln Crown Court. Freeman hadn't been the senior investigating officer, but she advised on an aspect of the evidence chain which the defence were challenging. During the 3-week trial, she had watched him giving evidence under heavy fire, and then she'd engaged him in conversation in the nearby cafe they were using at lunchtimes. "You've done this before," she said. "Tell me about some of your other cases." And he did. And then, out of the blue, 4 months ago, she had called him on his personal mobile. He realized later that they had never exchanged numbers, and asked whether, if she was setting up a new squad in West Norfolk, he would consider being her second-in-command. Just like that. It's not how things are usually done. You see posts advertised internally. You go through the process. Those in charge don't ring you up at home and say, "Do you want to be in my gang?" But Freeman had. He'd spent the weekend talking it over with Jill, making sure he understood exactly what it was Freeman would want from him. On the Friday, he had also used a few of his own contacts to make some discreet inquiries about the DCI who wanted to disrupt his quiet, comfortable life running a team of detectives from Thorpe Wood in Peterborough. The results of those inquiries ranged from "ambitious doesn't quite cover it" to "Tom, never get involved with a younger woman," and from "she'll sell her own mother for an interview for detective superintendent" to "total fruit and nut case." Freeman was unconventional, and that's why she wanted him, because he was not. Green knew he was viewed as conventional, but in a very methodical and considered way. She was looking for a sheet anchor. Outside there were voices. No, just one voice, someone talking on a mobile phone. He recognized Freeman, and Green's eyes went to the door and watched along with everyone else's, like being at school, waiting for a new teacher. It felt important. Then she was inside, putting the phone into a briefcase, a slight figure who looked more school-girlish than anyone else in the room apart from Miss Kumar. Green noted the smart, business-like white blouse above an incongruous pair of blue denim jeans, as if the DCI herself had been in two minds about how to dress for the occasion. She sat down in the seat Green had left for her when he pushed the tables together. Then she looked around the room, meeting each pair of eyes, one by one. "I'm not normally late, so please don't misread our start this morning. Meetings and briefings begin on time, and we don't wait for anyone. I was on time until... well, there's been a development. I'll come to that shortly. First things first." Christopher Waters couldn't make it out. His new DI, Thomas Green, appeared to be making notes as Cara Freeman talked, but it was just scribbles on the notepad. Maybe he's a doodler. Some people are. And then the penny dropped. Green was writing in shorthand. Waters had seen this once before. A fellow student at the university had learned it and took lecture notes that way. The same person also had the best notes and was much in demand towards the end of each term when assessment papers were written. He wondered whether this was part of Green's job description too. If so, he must be the highest-paid secretary north of Newham. Freeman covered ground quickly, and having worked with her on the Graham Fletcher case, Waters had expected that. She talked about the rooms they had available as a new squad, this one for briefings, the two adjacent offices, and they had first call on interview 1. She ran through the structure of their basic 40-hour week, but there could be no one in the room who didn't understand that working for Freeman on murder cases would make a nonsense of that, more often than not. Dress code, informal in the office and on routine inquiries, but smart casual to very smart when dealing with the public in formal situations and when giving evidence in court. Communications. If it's one of the squad, respond promptly, every time, even if it's only a text saying you'll call back. Tom will be running the desk on our investigations. Dates, times, names, anything and everything factually significant needs to go into emails to Tom. He'll get it sorted into the databases. Waters could see this had all been agreed in advance. Green glanced around, but showed no surprise at what Freeman was saying. Waters was a little surprised, though. Detective inspectors don't run desks unless it's a major investigation, the sort that involves scores of CID staff. Usually an experienced sergeant will take on the job, as Wilson had with the investigation into the murder of Michelle Sims. This might be connected to the other thing that had been troubling him since he sat down here and realized they were only waiting for Freeman. According to what she had told him that day in Luton, they were 2 people short. She had said 1 DI, 2 detective sergeants, each running 3 detective constables. There were only 4 DCs in the room, and then he found himself smiling at the thought. Freeman said, "Moving on. Command structures. As far as this squad is concerned, I report to Commander Harry Alexander. Some of you will know he's head of the Regional Serious Crimes Unit. It gets complicated after that, because I'm also looking after Kingslake Central CID in the absence of Alison Reeve, and so my other boss is Detective Chief Superintendent Allen." She looked at the 3 of them, Waters, Serena Butler, and John Murray, but nobody blinked. Freeman smiled briefly anyway and said, "I spoke to Alison on Friday, and she's doing well. She sends her love." Waters hadn't seen Alison Reeve since she left the building several weeks ago, and he reproached himself for that. He knew that Smith had been to visit her. In a telephone conversation, Smith had told him she was in good spirits, but showing signs of the treatment she was undergoing. Tired, losing some weight that she could ill afford, losing some of her hair. For a woman, that must be traumatic, he thought. He didn't want to embarrass her. Maybe if he rang first. "You will be wondering where the rest of us are. The fact is, we're already breaking records. This squad is the first in the history of the police service to suffer redundancies before the unfortunate employees were even appointed. We're 2 DCs short on the original plan. There was no point in me making a do-or-die charge over this, and I'm sure someone here has already worked out what this squad will cost per annum, even in its reduced state." Waters hadn't but took up the challenge as he listened to Freeman. "So, the way we'll deal with it is by proving what an effective unit we are. That's going to be the best justification for winning back those 2 detective constables. It does, of course, have certain implications on a day-to-day basis. We're all used to operating in pairs, and you'll continue to do so whenever it's practical. But there will be times when you're on your own, and there will be times when you're working with someone different, me or the detective inspector or the other sergeant on the team. We need maximum flexibility, and there isn't going to be time or space for team rivalries. We are a single specialist unit. Is everyone okay with what I've just said?" Again, the look around the room, catching every eye, and she wanted an acknowledgment this time. Serena, who had worked with Freeman more than anyone else present, said, "Ma'am," followed by Green and Denise Sterling. After a pause, Maya Kumar said the same, and Waters caught the accent, received pronunciation, upper class. Freeman was looking at Waters now. He nodded clearly, and Clive Betts followed suit. Murray was left. The detective chief inspector smiled encouragingly enough, but she wouldn't let it go, and Waters sensed danger. Murray hadn't agreed to join the new squad as easily or as positively as Waters had first hoped. There had been a couple of phone calls outside work and a meeting in the pub nearest to Murray's home. It couldn't be loyalty to D.I. Terek. Murray wasn't one to air his opinions of others, but Waters knew him well by now, and Murray had no time for jobsworths. Perhaps Murray thought that leaving their old office was too much of a break with the years he had worked there under Smith. Perhaps even that Waters was betraying the old team instead of standing and fighting. In the end, though it was never openly stated, Waters guessed it was Murray's devotion to Maggie and their 3-year-old son that was standing in the way. Murray didn't need longer hours and new challenges in his career. He had other priorities. The silence had gone on too long, and Waters felt the pressure to intervene, knowing that if he did so, someone would end up looking foolish. And then Murray gave a single brief nod to Cara Freeman, and it was done. Detective Inspector Green opened one of several folders in front of him on the table and took out prepared packs of information, one for each of the team, their names already printed at the top. The first page was a list of their contact details, and as they studied the packs, Freeman asked them to put each other's mobile numbers and work email addresses into their phones and devices before leaving the room. The bulk of the information, however, consisted of a set of summarized case files, and Freeman explained. "We might be a new squad, but we're not baggage-free. There are open cases, murders, which we might find ourselves reviewing if love and peace break out in the county. They're not to be called cold cases, apparently, even though some of them might look like something sad that's been found at the bottom of someone's freezer when it needed defrosting. Browse through, and you might find one or two that you remember. I'm expecting everyone to get themselves up to speed on these cases as soon as possible. It's gripping bedtime reading." Waters flicked through, not reading, but examining the layout and presentation. It was uniform for every case, which meant this had not been photocopied from existing files or downloaded from various local databases. Someone had spent a lot of time summarizing and reordering the material into one consistent format. Freeman had administrative support downstairs, but this had been done by an ordered and experienced mind. His money was on Tom Green, and he glanced up at the man again. A dark grey suit, not new, a white shirt and a plain blue tie, and conservative black leather shoes. Again, not new, but clean and probably polished by hand. The detective inspector was getting ready the next set of handouts. He must have been at this for days before this meeting. Reading upside down, Waters could see they were about to be given the Home Office Homicide Index and Review for 2018. "Know the odds," Smith used to say. "Always begin with the numbers." No wonder Freeman tried so hard to get him through that door. "And finally," she said, "we're back in the moment. 15 minutes before the start of this meeting, as I was about to leave the main office down below, D.I. Terek directed my attention to the work screen for the day. At around 8:30 this morning, a couple of PCSOs reported finding a body in a shop doorway. In Kingsgate?" She looked at the Kings Lake detectives, and all three nodded. "It looks like it's a rough sleeper, which is tragic, but hardly unknown. D.I. Terek had already sent a couple of people to check this out, but he wanted me to be aware. Probably nothing to do with us, but just to be on the safe side, nobody leaves this room until we know for sure." Freeman had a straight face most of the time. This, combined with a very odd sense of humour, was likely to lead to some awkward moments. But Waters remembered the "no pineapple on my pizza" joke and risked a smile. Freeman shrugged and said, "So, I'll do the first run. Who drinks what?" Chapter 3. On a wet weekday morning, the traffic and parking in Kings Lake are abysmal. The rain makes maybe 5% more of the people take their car, and that's enough to trigger critical mass and gridlock. The 10-minute drive had taken Waters 25. On the way, he had pointed out features of local interest to his two passengers. Local interest in terms of future policing activity, because Freeman had suggested this was an opportunity for Denise Sterling and Maya Kumar to get to know a part of their new patch. But there was more to it than that, naturally. In his meetings with Freeman, since he'd agreed to join the squad, Waters thought he had begun to understand how she operated. For example, if she'd done the obvious thing and sent out the Kings Lake detectives, the existing bonds between them would have been reinforced. In the face of change, Waters, Murray, and Serena Butler would have talked over the meeting and the new faces and become a still tighter unit. This way, she'd split them and would use the time in the office to work on Murray. She would not have missed his reluctance to engage earlier, and Serena would get to know D.I. Green and Clive Betts. And more. Freeman would have realized that the really important relationship at this stage of the squad's development was the one between her two sergeants. Good sergeants create loyalty and a willingness among the infantry to go the extra mile for the team. If two sergeants don't get on, that same loyalty becomes a negative quality, a cause of division and dissent. Smith and Wilson? Freeman was clearly saying to the two of them this morning, off you go and learn to play nicely. Finally, this was their first body and potentially the squad's first case. Sending both sergeants meant no one could feel left out or left behind. He pulled into the taxi rank close to the Blue Note Club on the Market Square and switched off the engine. The wipers stopped, and light, steady rain began to trickle down the windscreen. Denise Sterling said, "If you parked in a taxi rank in Yarmouth, the rest of your squad would be investigating your own murder by lunchtime." Waters opened the glove compartment, took out one of his official cards, and pushed it into the clip on the inside of the windscreen. He said, "It's the same in Lake, but this place is mainly used when the club is open, and I know a couple of the drivers who use this spot anyway. We should be okay as long as they see the card. Ready?" He pushed down his door handle and looked at Sterling. She said, "We're going to get wet." He couldn't resist the thought, it's easy to see why you're a detective, but he said nothing. Then the girl they had forgotten about in the back seat said, "Is it far from here?" Waters said, "No, there's a lane behind the jazz club. That takes us into King's Gate, which is undercover. Then we turn right into Eden Street, which isn't, but it's only a couple of minutes' walk." Detective Sergeant Sterling was checking her phone. No signal. Waters decided it was best to get as much of the bad news out of the way as early as possible. You'll get used to that, especially up on the coast. A few more seconds passed. Waters turned to look at Maya Kumar, offering a half-smile, but her face was blank, inscrutable. Definitely something Far Eastern there. Pushing the door open a little way, Waters made a final attempt at conversation. "The club is pretty good. Do you listen to jazz at all?" Denise Sterling seemed fixated by the water running down the windscreen. Without taking her eyes from it, she said, "Not intentionally." "Oh, right. Country and western." Waters climbed out of the car, and the two women followed. He locked it and pulled up the hood on his waterproof jacket. Sterling looked thoroughly annoyed at the weather in King's Lake. Miss Kumar had a shoulder bag, and from it she produced one of those stubby-looking compact umbrellas which open out to be almost as large as the real thing. When she'd done so, she held it up over herself and her detective sergeant, who congratulated her on making an excellent start in her new post. When they turned onto Eden Street, the scene that met their eyes wasn't quite what Waters had been expecting. The location was easy enough to find. Halfway down on the right-hand side, a small knot of people was standing in the center of the pedestrianized area between the two rows of shops and businesses, all looking more or less in the same direction, towards one particular place. And Waters knew it as they got closer, a Chinese noodles restaurant. He'd visited it once not long after moving into Lake. Then he could see Detective Sergeant Wilson and Detective Constable O'Leary on the edge of the group nearest to the restaurant, and with them 2 officers in the PCSO uniform. Waters edged his way past 3 or 4 people until he was next to Wilson and able to see what was happening. The body was in the doorway of the noodles place, or rather there was a heap of bedding which was concealing it, and between the unfortunate rough sleeper and the group of people was a dog, hackles raised, tail up, and teeth bared. Wilson gave a sideways glance up at Waters and said, "Oh, good, the cavalry's arrived." Denise Sterling had pushed her way through behind Waters. She looked at the dog and said, "This is a first. I assume it's the bloke's hound." Wilson gave her a long stare before he turned to Waters. "Who's this?" Waters said, "D.S. Sterling, joined DCI Freeman's squad this morning." Wilson said, "Lovely," and looked away, back at the dog, which had stopped growling but wasn't making any other concessions. "And you are? Sorry, I didn't get your name." Sterling had taken a step closer to Wilson, deliberately putting herself in front of his face. Wilson stared back at her, their eyes almost on a level, and then said, "That's because I didn't give it." Sterling wasn't budging an inch. She said, "I expect it's just the pressure of the situation. Your manners are normally better than this, aren't they?" Wilson had to make a quick calculation. Whatever occurred next would be reported back to the rest of the office by O'Leary, and a draw was the best he could hope for now. "Not particularly," he said in answer to her question, "but I am more interested in dealing with this bloody dog than a meet and greet. John Wilson." Then Sterling held out a hand and shook Wilson's firmly, still eye to eye with its owner. Waters said, "What happened? Turek told the DCI you'd checked the body." "I did, or I was. One of the PCSOs had hold of the animal. When it saw what I was doing, it went balmy, got away from him, and went for me. If I hadn't got out sharpish, I'd be on my way to A&E. The effing thing needs a dose of lead." Waters took another look at the dog. It was sitting on its haunches now, positioned between the crowd and the corpse, and seemed as if it was prepared to sit there all day. It wasn't a huge dog, some sort of cross-breed black Labrador, he thought, but it was big enough and annoyed enough to do plenty of damage, and the crowd was growing as more passers-by stopped to see what was going on. Sure enough, he could see some with their mobiles out, taking pictures or videos. He said to no one in particular, "We need to sort out the audience first," and then spoke to the PCSOs. Finding a body is about as good as it gets for a police community support officer, and they were enjoying their moment. One of them was in conversation with a couple of onlookers. Waters asked for a private word and thanked them for their help. After that, he couldn't have got more cooperation if he'd offered them £100. Within a minute, they had the people pushed back another 20 yards, and anyone moving along Eden Street was directed into a narrow corridor on the opposite side from the Chinese Chow restaurant. Most of the crowd got the message and began to wander away. Waters went back to Wilson and Sterling. O'Leary had undertaken Mission Impossible and was trying to engage Miss Kumar in light conversation. "What can you tell us, John?" Wilson said, "I was only in there a few seconds before Lassie tried to rip my throat out. It's a bloke, been on the streets a while. He stinks, or he did. He's middle-aged, lying on his front. I didn't get the chance to double-check for a pulse in the neck, but he's stone cold. Been dead for hours." Denise Sterling, Waters suspected, was keeping out of it because this was his patch. Police officers become surprisingly territorial, and you transgress at your peril. But she was paying close attention. In age and experience, she had at least 10 years on him, and she would, therefore, have a clear plan of action mapped out, but she was waiting to see what her new colleague would do first. Waters said it could be natural causes. He wouldn't be the first to die on the street, but Turek involved Freeman. What else did you tell him? Wilson said, "You didn't let me finish. When I was reaching to check for a pulse, I could see blood underneath him, all soaked into the bedding. There's a lot of blood. Unless he's a haemophiliac who cut himself shaving, it wasn't natural causes. That's my guess, for what it's worth. You're the experts. There was plenty of ill feeling at King's Lake, thanks to the setting up of the new squad. Freeman had warned him about it. Detectives don't take kindly to having their best cases handed over to elite squads. They don't like elite squads at all, unless they happen to be members of one. Right, what else has already been done? Wilson said, O'Leary put in a call for the dog handler. Simon, anything? Wilson made a phone gesture that meant have you had a response, and O'Leary, probably keen to have a reason to leave the detective constable alone, came across to them, taking out his mobile. No, boss. They said it could be a couple of hours. Wilson grinned and raised his eyebrows at Waters. 2 hours. They'd have local TV cameras here in that time, filming the standoff in Eden Street, then the video on Facebook and YouTube. Detective Chief Superintendent Allen would be over the moon. What a perfect start to the week.
Excuse me, sir.
Waters turned to see one of the PCSOs.
It's about the dog, sir. These ladies think they might be able to help.
Behind the officer stood 2 women. One was in her late 30s, plump and plain, but with an open, friendly face. The other was her physical opposite, around Waters's age, slender, a little above average height, with long, glossy black hair and eyes of a startling, intense, pale colour that he realized almost immediately could not see him. In her right hand she held the harness of a guide dog for the blind. The dog was a golden Labrador, and because its owner had stopped walking, the dog sat obediently on its haunches. When Waters spoke, he saw the face turn fractionally to the right as her ears told her where he was, and a small frown appeared. He said, "Thank you. It's good of you to offer, but the dog is quite distressed. He's likely to do some harm if anyone gets too close. We've sent for some professional help, so if you wouldn't mind stepping back." The older of the 2 women said, "Her name's Lola. She knows us. We could probably get her away without any fuss, and she knows Ben." The dog looked up at the mention of his name, and then at Waters, who said, "May I ask, do you know the man in the doorway? It's never too soon to begin the investigation." The same woman said, "Michael, we can't believe it. He's dead, isn't he?" The blind girl had located him precisely now, but the frown was still there. She had a face that was simply beautiful, but he felt guilty for looking at her. He glanced at Sterling, said, "We have a name," and then the blind girl spoke for the first time.
"This professional help, who exactly is that? What will they do?"
Waters said, "The police dog handler. He'll know how to remove the dog, Lola, safely."
"Remove her to where?"
The older woman was from the town. Waters had recognized the blend of old Norfolk and estuary English, and Smith had once given him a 5-minute lecture on the threat posed to the language by everything linguistically associated with Essex. But the blind girl's speech was as distinctive as her looks. He would not have been surprised by a foreign accent, but she was native and very well spoken. He looked behind the 2 women at the shops and businesses, and wondered where on earth they had appeared from. Plainly they knew the homeless man. He said, "I'm not entirely sure, to be honest. To a rescue centre, I expect." The blind girl said, "Where she would not be rescued, because she'll have been taken in by the police as a dangerous dog. She'll be destroyed within 72 hours. Behind, Waters heard Wilson say, "This is all we need, the Animal Liberation Front." The girl heard it too, but she continued to look up exactly at Waters, if a blind person can be said to look at all. He thought, when I got up this morning, first day as detective sergeant in a new murder squad, could I have imagined it would begin like this? He said, "I'm sorry, but what is your name?"
"Miriam Josephs.
I own the florist's shop you can see behind me."
"Thank you. I'm Detective Sergeant Waters from Kings Lake Central Police Station. Your friend is right.
Michael has died, and we need to get into that doorway as soon as possible, but I don't think we can risk any injury to the public. Thank you for your offer of help." Waters looked at Denise Sterling, who had her arms folded while she watched and waited, but not, apparently, in a judgmental way. When he caught her eye, she shrugged. The girl said, "I don't think Ben qualifies as a member of the public, does he? Lola knows Ben, and both of us. We often take her water and food. Ben can go first and see how she reacts." Behind them, O'Leary sniggered and said, "Lola and Ben," to Wilson. The girl went on, "So I'll unclip the harness and tell him to say hello to Lola." She was reaching down, but still waiting for Waters to say something. With leadership comes responsibility, but he couldn't recall a module in the management training manual that even came close to this situation. Wilson guessed that he was considering it, weighing it up, and said, "No bloody way we're being a part of this, Waters. A video of a dogfight'll go viral. I'm calling Terek and telling him this is your squad's business from now on." Miriam Josephs had unclipped the harness now, and she was crouching, her two hands holding her dog by the shoulders. Long, slim fingers, each nail a pale, pearlescent blue. He wondered who did that for her, and how she chose a colour. Then he said, "All right. Ben, say hello to Lola." She let go, and her dog immediately wagged its tail and went towards the other one. They stood nose to nose, both tails in action, and then the rough sleeper's dog half-reared, ready to play. The older woman said to Miriam, "They're fine. Do you want me to put the harness back on?" Waters realized he hadn't taken a breath for at least a minute. As he watched, Ben was put back into his harness, and the two women stood with the two dogs as if they'd just met in the park. Miriam said, "Let's see if she'll follow us back into the shop. She can go into Ben's cage until the nice policeman wants to interview her." Somehow she'd remembered where Waters was. Her sightless gaze was only millimetres away from meeting his own. She had full lips, and her nose had the slightly arched bridge of her race. If he hadn't heard her name, he would have guessed she was Jewish from her profile. And now she was smiling because she had saved the dog and got her own way, perhaps. He said, "Yes, keep her in close custody, please," and she laughed as she turned away, the other woman just momentarily touching her arm to guide her towards the shop. He watched them go, the two dogs side by side, the girl very upright, her long hair now shining with the rain, and thought what an extraordinary Monday morning this was. When he turned back, Waters saw that Detective Sergeant Denise Sterling was already crouched in the restaurant's doorway. Chapter 4. No one had been nominated as the crime scene manager, but Waters's experience with Michelle Sims had him thinking that way even before he realized it. He stood at the entrance and watched Denise Sterling, remembering that at least one of the PCSOs had also been inside. He would need his name and details. Wilson had been on his mobile to Terek as he had promised, but Waters didn't know the outcome of that, and he didn't particularly care. The two other Kings Lake detectives stood together several meters away, keeping their distance literally and metaphorically. Sterling had gone in past the bedding, and now she was down on all fours and peering from the end where the man's head lay. She went closer until her face was only inches from the top of the skull. This was not a squeamish sort of woman. In contrast, Maya Kumar stood behind and to Waters's left, staring and not disguising her feelings. Waters said, "Is this your first?" It might be, if she'd only been on the force and in uniform for a couple of years. She nodded, and he thought, why would Freeman bring someone into a murder squad who had never encountered a dead body? It made no sense to him. But he thought about Wayne Fletcher, his own first corpse, and Smith making sure he had looked at the photographs before he went to the mortuary. Well, don't worry. I'm not saying you get used to it, but you get used to dealing with it. We're going to need a list of the people who work along the street who might have seen something, like the women in the florist's shop. You can make a start on that. We need names and contact details. And ask about CCTV. She went without another word, but not to the nearest premises. Waters watched her heading to the Fair Hills end of Eden Street, so she could begin with the first shop on the right. Maybe she had a very logical mind. Denise Sterling was waiting for him, sitting back on her heels now. He returned to the doorway, and she said, "Prince Charming was right. There's a lot of blood underneath the body. It's congealed with that sort of skin on it. He bled out several hours ago, I'd say. Can you see the face? Any injuries on it?" "Not as far as I can tell. Nothing on top of the skull, either. You'd have to guess he's been stabbed." They were not using each other's names yet, and Waters wondered how long that would take. For now it didn't matter. A new thought came to him, and he said, "He might have cut his wrists. He wouldn't be the first to decide he'd had enough of this." He lifted a hand to the street, which was dismal with the light but steady rain. Maya Kumar had taken the umbrella with her. Sterling considered it with raised eyebrows before saying, "Could be, but I doubt it, not with the dog." "What difference does the dog make?" "Something that depended on him? It was looked after, all right." Waters moved a couple of steps closer, so he was getting some shelter from the awning above the entrance. There was the smell of stale food here, of stale beer and of clothes unwashed for weeks or months. Sterling didn't seem bothered. She was on her knees inside the porch, as if she was about to say a prayer for the departed. He said, "Maybe, but people with children still slit their wrists or step in front of trains." "True." Waters looked at the new watch on his left wrist. He'd stuck to his recent resolution not to rely on his mobile for every time check. It was an expensive indulgence, a Hamilton Field auto, and he hadn't yet got over the fear of losing it. 10:14. Freeman must be leaving them alone intentionally. Sterling said, "The sooner we get a proper look at him, the better. We need a medic to pronounce him first. What about your pathologist?" Waters shook his head. "He's never available at short notice. I'll get the DI to call a GP from the nearest practice. There's a list in the office. This rain isn't helping, but there's no sign of blood anywhere else. He didn't stagger in injured and die. We'd better declare this a crime scene until we're told differently, just in case." Sterling got up and stepped past the body to stand alongside Waters. She looked over at Wilson and O'Leary and said, "What about Tweedledum and Tweedledee? They'll be off to get a coffee soon." This was always going to be awkward from the day it was announced that the new squad would be based in Kings Lake Central, but Waters hadn't anticipated this degree of awkwardness this quickly. His answer to Sterling was to walk across to them now. "John, you were right about the blood, so we're treating it as suspicious. I've sent DC Kumar along the street to get a list of contacts. Could you and Simon check out the public CCTV and make a note of the cameras we need access to?" Wilson had his hands in his raincoat pockets. He took his time before, "You want us to walk about in the rain looking for cameras?" "Yes, they're all waterproof these days. They should still be working." Wilson almost certainly heard the echo of the past in those words, and another voice saying something very similar. O'Leary said, "We'll get bloody soaked." Wilson said, "I've called D.I. Turek, and he's gone to have a word. I'm not sure we're on this case, see? We might be needed elsewhere, Detective Sergeant." Wilson was making it plain. They were of equal rank, the three of them, and no one had authority at this moment in Eden Street, and Wilson would enjoy nothing more than arguing the point in front of Denise Sterling. Waters said, "Fair enough. I'll pass on your thoughts to DCI Freeman when I speak to her. If you do spot any cameras on your way out, the info needs to go straight to D.I. Green. Denise and I will take over this one from here." "What do you need?" Green had said, and Waters had given him a list. Within 20 minutes things began to arrive. Not bad for a man who had only walked through the doors of Central for the first time a couple of hours ago. The GP had been in his car on the way to his surgery. He was young and not someone Waters recognized, but he was brisk and efficient. The paperwork was done in a matter of minutes and handed over to Waters. "We're guessing he might have been stabbed, or that we'll find his wrists slashed," Waters said, more in hope than expectation. The doctor said, while he ignored yet another call on his mobile, "I couldn't speculate on that, but certainly there has been significant blood loss. Your pathologist will tell you more, but it's my feeling that he died some hours ago. As I've said, I haven't made any attempt to turn over the body, but rigor has begun in the neck and jaw. Do you need me for anything else?" Waters thanked him and watched him go, only to see the first marked car driving slowly along the paved area from the Fairhills end of the street. He put up a hand, and they continued towards him. He had asked Green for everything needed to secure the area and screen it from the public gaze, and within 5 minutes the 3 uniformed officers had done exactly that. From the outside, thought Waters, this probably looks highly organized. He saw Maya working her way down the opposite side of Eden Street now, just about to enter the florist's shop. It was called Flower Power. Lola, the dog, was presumably safely in Ben's cage, fed and watered, waiting for, what did the girl say, the nice detective to come and interview her. Waters looked along the street and calculated that there were between 30 and 40 businesses here, and every single one would need a visit and probably a statement recorded. It seemed that Michael was well known, which meant many potential witnesses. "D.S. Waters?" Denise Sterling stood near the screen that had been erected, and she was waving to him. When he reached her, she pointed inside the doorway. There was a man on the other side of the door trying to open it, an Asian man in an ill-fitting suit. Waters raised both hands and his voice enough to get the man's attention. In all the activity, they had forgotten there might already be people inside the building. The man was looking at him now, peering from behind a faded blind. Waters signalled with a circular motion that he needed to go around to another entrance. The man replied with gestures of his own, a finger pointing at the door. It was Sterling who understood first. She said, "He's saying he has to open. On the door, that notice. He wants to open for 10:30. Without really thinking, Waters said, "Oh, well, at least we won't have far to go for lunch." Laughter in these situations is merely a coping mechanism, of course, and Sterling sounded as if she was well practised in it, but she kept it within professional bounds. Waters made the turnaround signal to the man again, and he disappeared from the door, but still with apparent reluctance. Sterling said, "Want me to go and find him? There has to be a back way. It's down on the right side of the street, if I remember, an alleyway. How's your Mandarin?" She was already on her way as she said, "In about the same shape as my Satsuma," and laughed again. "Be very, very grateful for small mercies," the wise teacher used to say. It looked as if his new opposite number was all right. Waters took out his notebook and wrote down who had been into the doorway and how many times. Something had caught his attention, something that meant he needed to go and look for himself. Denise Sterling hadn't spotted it, which suggested that the doctor had shifted the bedding covering the body and revealed the edge of a piece of cardboard. There was writing on it, the left side beginnings of handwritten words. He pulled on the gloves and was close enough to reach it now, but before he did so, Waters took a picture with his phone. After a while, the precautions become second nature. He pulled it out carefully, half expecting it to be blood-stained, but there was no trace. It was the side of a cardboard box that had once contained a well-known brand of tinned peas. On the blank side, in square, awkward capitals, 3 or 4 inches high, had been written, "Homeless ex-forces, please help, RN 922-45588, Royal Anglian, trying to raise money for a hot meal or possibly accommodation, B&B or hostel. Thanks for your kindness. God bless. Waters had a cousin in the Royal Anglians. It was an infantry regiment, and he knew the 1st and 3rd Battalions had deployed in Afghanistan between 2009 and 2012. He looked again at the huddled remains in the doorway, and couldn't help wondering whether this man had been there, fighting in the deserts of that distant country. Had he travelled halfway across the world, survived a war, and then come back again to die here on the streets of King's Lake? How does this happen to a man who was a soldier and who has served his country? Removing the piece of cardboard from here was further compromising what might be a crime scene, but this is as much a judgment call as anything else in an investigation. Freeman might decide on a full SOCO presence and DNA work, but the location could hardly be more public. It was already contaminated. Waters stepped carefully past the body and out into the rain, and then hurried into the neighbouring entrance, a dingy travel agent's shop which seemed to specialize in trips to the Philippines. It wasn't open and didn't look as if it had been for quite a while. A few drops had fallen onto the piece of cardboard. He crouched, propped it up against the door, angled it, and then took 2 more images on his mobile so the information it contained could not be lost. If the service number was genuine, and he had no reason to doubt it was, they had an unusually quick and effective means of identifying the body. Just a phone call, he thought initially, and then realized that the military might well insist on seeing some identification of their own before releasing details of past personnel. Even so, it was a local regiment, and this ought to be straightforward. He studied the writing again. Everything was spelled correctly. Smith would be pleased, and he would think it interesting, too, that the man who wrote it was literate enough to spell accommodation with the requisite double consonants, B and B. Did the homeless ever stay somewhere that provided them with a breakfast before they returned to life on the streets? Any more coffee, sir, before you head back to the pavements? It hardly seemed likely. Waters turned in the doorway and saw Maya leave the florist's and turn to her right before going into a betting shop. She'd been a long time in Flower Power. The 2 women should be useful witnesses, even though one of them was unable to see. He thought about the blind girl again, how she had behaved confidently, assertively even, and the way she had almost been able to look at him, at where he was standing in her darkness. How does she manage with flowers? Some are scented, some are not. He knew that much. Can she tell them apart by touch? He shrugged the questions away, turned again into the doorway, and picked up the piece of cardboard. He needed to find a way of keeping it dry. Then he held it at arm's length and studied it again. People say God bless, but it's a meaningless habit, an empty phrase for most of us. And where was God's blessing last night, my friend? And then, from behind him in Eden Street, a familiar voice said, "If I'm not much mistaken, that looks like a clue." Chapter 5. Freeman had brought John Murray with her. They both had umbrellas, and Waters was beginning to feel left out. Mental note to self, buy one to leave in the boot of the car. Murray's was man-sized, and there was just about enough room for Waters to stand under it with him and not get wet. The 3 of them looked at the piece of cardboard again, and Freeman said, "I like this. I think all victims should be made to carry ID with them." Then she read it through again, aloud, slowly, beginning to process it, as Waters already had. He looked at Murray and found the usual impassive face. Freeman would have noticed which of the former Smith team appeared to be least engaged in this new project, and that's why she had brought him out of the office and spent time alone with him as they drove here. This way also meant that Serena would be bonding with Green and Clive Betts. Freeman wasn't allowing old loyalties to get in the way of new responsibilities. Murray looked along the street and said, "Any CCTV yet?" Waters said, "I've only been in this spot, and I can't see anything focused on this doorway. I asked Wilson to have a look around. I'm assuming he did." The two men exchanged an understanding glance, but Freeman had got ahead of them again. She said, as she examined the back of the piece of cardboard, "He is now. We met them as we came through the shopping centre, loitering with intent near to a Costa." Murray nodded, and Waters caught the suggestion of a wry smile on his face. Freeman went on, "Is he always such a ray of sunshine?" Waters said, "D.S. John Wilson, ma'am?" "Yes." "I'd say that he is, yes, ma'am." She looked mildly surprised. "Really? How long has he been at Kingslake Central?" Only Murray could answer that. Freeman gazed up at his 6 feet and several inches, a direct and disconcerting stare that made you want to answer quickly to bring it to an end. "At least 10 years, ma'am. He was there when I arrived." She didn't pursue it then, but Waters already knew that Freeman never asked a question without a reason. She handed the cardboard back to Waters. "Right, where's Denise?" Waters explained and said he expected her back soon. Freeman turned her attention to the doorway and frowned. "I don't like this, though, a body in a very public space. Chris, bring me up to speed. Tell me everything you've got so far." When he had done so, Freeman shook her head. When you have a new boss, you have to learn what all these signals mean. Had he made mistakes, handled it badly? She said then, "So we could have most of the half-a-day-old murder squad out on the streets with what might be a suicide. If it is, we could hand this back to D.I. Turek, return to the office, and get on with some proper team-building exercises. I like the one where you form a circle around someone and they have to lean back and let themselves fall and you catch them before they hit the ground." Waters caught Murray's eye again and saw the look of alarm. Freeman said to Waters, "What do you think? He slit his wrists?" "I couldn't say, ma'am. There's a lot of blood. Enough for that, I suppose. I'm no expert." "And the GP didn't examine him that far?" "No, ma'am." She handed the umbrella to him, and he held it over her while she reached into the pocket of her smart red waterproof jacket. Waters read, "Sea salt coverack," discreetly embroidered on one sleeve. She took out a pair of plastic disposable gloves and pulled them on with a resigned but businesslike expression. She realized they were both watching her and said, "A woman's work is never done." When they had lifted the quilt, all were wearing gloves by then, they found that the body was prone with the arms at its sides. It was a simple enough matter to lift each stiffened arm a little and see that the wrists were undamaged. Freeman asked Waters to take pictures of what they had done, and then she stared down at the corpse, her mouth working as she considered her next move. Murray offered to turn the body on its back, and Freeman said, "No thanks, John. We have to assume now that he has injuries somewhere on the front. If he does, those are probably not self-inflicted, are they?" She looked up at Murray, waiting to show that she wanted his opinion. Murray leaned over the body. Waters knew he was trying to see whether the throat had been cut. It hadn't. Waters already knew, and Murray answered, "I doubt it, ma'am. It's my guess there are stab wounds to the chest or abdomen." "That's my feeling, too, in which case we'll now do things by the book. Better late than never. I'm going to ask D.I. Green for a photographer, Socko, and the pathologist. I'll make that call now." They stepped out of the doorway and back into the rain. Periodically a knot of people gathered on the other side of the street, and then the uniformed men would move them on again. Waters said, "If he needs any help, ma'am, that's a lot to sort out on your first morning." Freeman already had her mobile in her hand. She said, "Thanks, but no. I was planning to explain to the squad this morning how we'll be working cases. I didn't expect we'd actually have a live one, or a dead one. Anyway, Tom Green will run the desk. It's what he does. He'll be the linchpin in our investigations, and that's why I stressed to everyone that all info gets back to him quickly. Today, not tomorrow, not as an afterthought next Monday morning. Hello, Tom? We've got our first one. This is what I need. Freeman stepped a few feet away under her own umbrella. Murray looked as if he might have something to say, but before the words formed into sounds, Denise Sterling reappeared. She stood next to them, and they all exchanged good mornings again, as if they'd just met on the street and there wasn't a body in a doorway a few feet the other side of the screen. Then Sterling said, "I met Mr. Zhang. God knows if I'll spell it right. Mr. Zhang's first question was, 'You move body soon?' That was also his second and third question. In fact, it was Mr. Zhang's only question. You'd think he'd have said what's happened or something, wouldn't you?" Waters said, "Did he tell you anything useful?" "Difficult to be sure. His English isn't great. It got noticeably worse when I asked who else works there and might have seen something." Murray said, "He'll have some illegal workers. Most of the ethnic places in Lake do." Sterling said, "That's what I thought. Anyway, as far as I could tell, Mr. Zhang has seen the man in the doorway before. I couldn't make out how long he's been around, but according to Mr. Zhang, it's not the first night he spent in that doorway. He mentioned the dog more than once. 'You take dog.' That wasn't a question, more like an order." Murray raised his umbrella, looked about and said, "What dog?" Waters told the story, and Murray just looked dubious. This was one of his finest qualities. At the end he said, "A blind girl and a dog called Ben came out and rescued half a dozen of Lake Central's finest from another dog called Lola." Waters said, "Yes, John, you had to be there." Then Freeman was back with them, saying she'd heard some of what Denise had said, and asking whether this Mr. Zhang was ready to sign a statement. The detective sergeant caught Waters's eye as she answered their boss, "No, ma'am, it was just an initial chat. We were concerned he might try to open the door." Freeman said, "But the owner knows the victim? Sorry, but he is a victim of something, isn't he? The owner recognized him?" Exchanges with DCI Cara Freeman could take on a staccato quality. It was something like facing one of those machines that serve tennis balls, but with each delivery some unseen hand has notched up the speed until one catches you full in the face. Waters realized that of the officers present here, only he had any inkling of where this could lead when it occurred in the midst of an investigation. Denise Sterling said, "He certainly recognized him. I can't say whether he knew him, ma'am." "But you have just been in conversation with him." "Yes, ma'am." "Well, we need to know whether this Mr. Zhang knew the deceased or whether he just gazed at him through his window. Go back and get enough for a statement. If it helps, explain to Mr. Noodles that he won't be opening his restaurant any more this week until we've had his full cooperation. If he needs a translator, we can find one, okay?" "Ma'am." Freeman turned to Waters and Murray. "Statements. Let's hit this street while memories are fresh. Less than 24 hours ago, this bloke was wandering up and down, making a nuisance of himself. This morning he's dead. Worse, he's dead on our patch. Every eye in Central is going to be watching and waiting for us to cock it up. Nobody likes a smart-ass, and that's what they think we are right now." Over Freeman's shoulder, Waters could see Maya Kumar on her way back. He fought down the impulse to wave her away until Freeman was done here. "So, start with the places nearest to the doorway where he ended up, those with a direct view. Let's find out his history on this street for the past few weeks at least. When did he first show up? What do people think they know about him? In particular, what was he doing yesterday, and who was he seen talking to? Take notes, make sure they can see you are, and that they understand they'll be signing something before long. Anything good, let me know straight away." Maya joined the group, and Freeman gave her a warm smile. Waters winced, but nothing else was said, just a warm, friendly smile. Freeman hadn't quite finished. She said, "I'll stay here and line up the support services when they arrive, so you know where to find me. While I'm doing that, I'll get the number for this regiment. It is a real one, isn't it?" Waters confirmed that the Royal Anglians were indeed not a figment of the dead man's imagination. "Good. Maybe we'll get to meet some men in uniform. Last CCTV could be critical. Wilson's mobile number. Chris, can you text it to me on my work mobile?" He said that he would if she'd confirm her number for him. Without blinking or hesitation, Freeman said, "It's on the sheet D.I. Green gave out this morning." Waters was quicker with people now, and saw instantly that he had wandered into quicksand. "Keep very still and be prepared to fling yourself backwards if sinking." He half-closed his eyes and said nothing. Freeman said, "The sheet with all our contact details that everyone was supposed to add into their devices before leaving the room. Did anyone actually do that?" An awkward moment followed by a short, embarrassing silence, and then Murray put up one forefinger on one giant fist, and Freeman said, "Good. John, text me Wilson's number, please. Maya, team up with Denise. Off we go, people." The four of them stood in front of the two businesses, immediately opposite the doorway where the screen had been erected. Waters glanced back and saw that Freeman was already on her mobile phone, either talking to John Wilson or tracking down the phone number for the regiment. The uniformed men from the patrol car nodded but didn't speak as the detectives passed them. They were soaked by now, but continuing to do a thoroughly good job at keeping the public moving by at a steady pace. It's funny, thought Waters, they probably don't know who Cara Freeman is yet, but they've picked up how this is being handled. There was to be no standing around, no chatting, not even any hands in pockets. Denise Sterling said, "We could toss a coin." The left-hand premises was the betting shop, and on the right was the florist. Inside the bookies, a man in a white shirt and an unfashionably wide and garish tie was watching them, his thin white face between posters advertising special deals on today's sporting events, a race meeting in Newmarket, and the odds-on who would become the next manager of a football club that Waters had at least heard of. He said, "We'll take Flower Power. I still don't think John believes the story about the dog." Sterling said, "Fair enough. Just to say, I don't like bookies." "Why not?" Waters was aware of Freeman. She wasn't near enough to hear this conversation, and hopefully it would look as if they were talking strategy before beginning the interviews. "My ex was a gambler. He started off small, but ended up losing our house. It's why we split up." After a suitable pause, Murray said, "It wasn't this bookie, was it?" Murray wasn't familiar with everyone's backstory yet. She said, "No, but they're all the same. Leeches, parasites on the poor and vulnerable." Murray took a look at everyone before he said, "Well, that's a point of view. I don't mind the odd flutter, and I once won a $5 off DC." Waters thought, yes, it was always a $5, but I never actually saw any money change hands. They'd better get moving, though. Freeman had caught him out on the phone numbers, and he didn't need to feel that uncomfortable again today. He said, "Well, we'll begin with the florist and work our way north on this side of the street. You head down the other side." Sterling nodded and set off for the door of the bookmaker's shop, and Maya Kumar followed like her shadow in the rain. It was dripping off Murray's umbrella and onto Waters's shoulder. He had the choice of either standing a little too close to Murray and remaining dry, or standing well away with his hood up. He said, "Ready?" and Murray nodded. At some point, Murray would deliver a verdict on all this, but it would be in his own time. Chapter 6. The ceiling was lower, and the shop stretched further back than one might have expected, creating a narrow space filled with lights, mirrors, and colours, every colour under the sun, Waters supposed, though many of the blooms might be out of season and grown under some sort of artificial light these days. He didn't know for sure, because he knew next to nothing about flowers. The older woman had heard the electronic buzz as they'd opened the door, and she was on her way from a rear section of the premises, wiping her hands on a towel. When she saw them, she recognized Waters, but still looked surprised. "Again?" she said. "We've only just said goodbye to another one of you lot. We gave her all our details." Waters said, "I'm sorry for the duplication, but it's a developing situation, as you can imagine. We'd like to speak to everyone who might have seen—" And then he hesitated, aware of the other girl, though she was nowhere to be seen. "Who can tell us anything about the man who has met with an accident over the way? You told us his name was Michael. We'd be very grateful for any other information. It's Patsy, isn't it?" Smith had taught him the value of remembering and using people's names. The woman finished drying her hands, and then folded the towel neatly into 4. She nodded and said, "Come on through." They followed her into the rear of the shop, which was a preparation area with 3 tables, a bench along one wall, and 2 sinks. There were rolls of different wrapping papers and foils attached to dispensers above the bench. Scissors and shears were held up on the wall by magnetic strips. It was as neat and well organized as a surgeon's theatre before an operation. The blind girl sat at the table furthest from them. She was removing the lower leaves from the stems of red roses, and as they arrived she was beginning a new one. Waters saw her fingers finding the cut end and then tracing their way along the stem, pressing thorns sideways to detach them, and removing leaves until 12 inches of bare stem remained. The entire business took just a matter of seconds. He wondered whether she'd realized other people had entered the room, and then she said, "Any other information about Michael? That's what you just said, isn't it?" "Yes, Miss Josephs," with a nod to Murray, who had taken out his notebook and pencil. "Miriam, any information? That could take a while. You're Detective Sergeant Waters, aren't you?" He said that he was, and then she asked the name of the other gentleman who was there with him. Murray was a big man, but he moved as silently as any cat. How did she know there were 2 more people in the room, and that both were men? Waters glanced at Patsy, not concealing the frown, but she only shrugged her own lack of surprise. He said, "My apologies. This is Detective Constable John Murray from Kingslake Central Police. He's going to make a note of anything that helps us with our investigation. We'll be asking some of the people we interview to sign statements." Thinking, how does she do that sort of thing? Has she ever seen her own signature? How does she know what she signs? Do we have to produce statements in Braille? Miriam Josephs said, "Are you going to interview us separately? Does that make any difference?" It was a good question. Waters said, "I don't think that will be necessary at this stage. Are you happy to answer questions? If it's difficult, awkward because of your disability, does being interviewed by strange men you cannot see make you feel uncomfortable?" He realized this was the first conversation he'd ever had with a blind person. She said, "I'm going to assume we don't need our solicitors. We're not suspects yet, I think. If you keep your questions very simple and short, I'll probably be able to cope." Not one of his thoughts had been put into words, but she had heard them anyway. Murray was no help. He simply sent back a look that said, "You're the senior officer, it's up to you." Miriam felt the pause too, and said, "I can begin if you want to know what I know about Michael. It isn't much." Waters said that would be helpful, and then she told them the man had first appeared on Eden Street, as far as she could tell, about 3.5 months ago, towards the end of May. She knew this because it was not long after Patsy had started work at the shop, and Patsy had nodded her agreement. He didn't have the dog then. Lola arrived one morning a couple of weeks later. She could remember that day because Ben had behaved differently as she passed the doorway. It had been a Saturday, the Saturday of the wedding at St. Bardolph's Church, when all the men had worn matching red carnations. She said, "So I stopped, and we talked about the dogs, as people do. That was the first time I had any conversation with Michael. After that, we had a word once or twice a week." Murray spoke for the first time. "Was there ever anyone else with him?" Then the girl did that disconcerting thing. She glanced in Patsy's direction, as if she could see her, as she said, "Oh, my goodness, you're even taller than Detective Sergeant Waters." Patsy grinned as the two men looked at each other, as if to check that the blind girl was right. Waters said, "Yes, he is. How tall am I, if you don't mind me asking?" Miriam made a mock-serious face, suggesting she needed to think about that one. Then she said, 6'1" or 6'2", I'd say. Your friend must be another 2 or 3 inches over that. Waters always admitted to 6'1", but it depended which shoes he was wearing on the day. Murray, he knew, was 6'5". He said to her, "How do you do that?" She put down the stem she'd been holding, placing it with those she had prepared previously. Her little finger found the base of the bunch and edged them together, so they were all in a line. "No trigonometry is involved. I could be naughty now and tell you all sorts of stories, but the truth is, my brother Daniel is 6 feet tall. If you sound taller than him, you probably are, and if there are 2 people talking next to each other, it's easy to hear the difference." She was enjoying herself, and enjoying the attention, Waters thought, but not in a selfish way. He couldn't imagine her being selfish, and he noticed the odd colour of her eyes again, paler still in this dimmer artificial light than they had seemed outside, the colour of hazel. Murray said not unkindly, "So then, how tall was Michael?" Miriam cocked her head to one side a fraction. "A big man who doesn't say much and who likes to get on with the job," which Waters thought was a fair description of John Murray from anyone. "Most days he stayed sitting down, but sometimes we talked for longer, and then he stood up, 5'9", perhaps, about my own height." Murray said, "What else can you tell us about him?" "That he was probably overweight. He struggled and puffed to get up, like an old man, but he wasn't that old. I'd guess he was in his 40s. I think he'd been on the streets for a while because his clothes smelled very stale. If you have no space, you can't store spare clothes, so you keep wearing the same ones. Sometimes he smelled of drink, I mean alcohol, of course, more beer than spirits, but he was always quite coherent. I never remember him sounding drunk, and I don't think he used drugs." Waters watched as Murray wrote this down. It seemed as valid as information given by a sighted person. Miriam had paused, and Waters guessed she was digging deeper into impressions that she never thought would be required by anyone else. "I think he used to be a soldier. I can't sense that," and she smiled in Waters's direction, "but I remember someone telling me what was written on a piece of paper he used when he was begging." "That was me," Patsy said. "First week he showed up. He had this bit of board saying about his time in the army. Sometimes he wore a camouflage T-shirt, part of his act sort of thing." Murray said, "An act? You didn't think he was an ex-soldier?" Patsy said, "No, not saying that, but maybe he wasn't. He used it to get sympathy and cash. Same with the dog. They just have an angle, don't they?" "But he was all right with the dog," Miriam said firmly. "She was looked after as well as he could on the street. You can tell that as soon as you touch them. She was a happy dog. She is a happy dog," turning towards the back of the room. "But soon she's going to notice he's gone for good." The dog Lola sat in a large metal mesh cage up against the wall behind Miriam, and her own dog sat nearby, his usual space occupied, but showing no resentment. Both tails began to wag when they sensed they were the subject of attention. Waters wondered what would happen to Michael's dog. Guide dogs are trained to have their owners at the centre of their world, and another one in the household wouldn't work, would it? Miriam said, "That's about it. I can't tell you what he looked like because I never read his face. We didn't have that kind of relationship, but I suppose I don't need to. You can see for yourselves. Have you taken him away?" "No," said Murray, but he thought that would be happening in an hour or 2. He looked at Waters, who knew he was still staring at the girl, listening to her speak and wondering about her life in absolute darkness, had had a strange effect on him. Waters said, "How would you have read his face?" She held up her small hands and flexed the slender fingers. She wore no rings. "With these?" He imagined that, the trust needed on both sides. We rarely touch faces, even of those we say we love. How would his own face feel to someone who had never seen it? It was John Murray who moved things forward again, asking whether they'd seen anyone different with Michael recently, whether he had been around every day over the past week, whether anything out of the ordinary had happened on Eden Street that might in some way be linked to the death of a rough sleeper. And inevitably, when had they last seen him alive? After which Murray apologized, in an unembarrassed way, and Miriam told him not to worry, Patsy could answer that one. Tom Green had done an excellent job on his first morning, and things were moving along nicely. The photographer had arrived, done her work and gone, with a promise to have everything available online by the end of the day. Not the man they usually use, Green had said. He's in America getting divorced, but this lady has worked crime scenes before. Freeman had asked Green whether there were any particular advantages to getting divorced in America, and he said he didn't know. The scenes of crime officer was the same one who had worked on the Michelle Sims murder. Freeman hadn't met her then, but she recalled that the crime scene evidence had been very well presented and crucial in building that case, and so this was a contact she wanted to make secure. The two of them chatted for 5 minutes, agreeing what was feasible given the circumstances in which the body had been found, and then Sally Lonsdale had got on with it quickly and without fuss. She was still here, finishing her notes, and now there was another doctor with the body in the doorway. Freeman stood close by as he prepared to examine the dead man. Green had informed her that this was not Robinson, Lake Central's regular pathologist. He was teaching at the University of East Anglia, but Dr. Westwood had worked with Robinson, and he was qualified to do what needed to be done here this morning. Westwood had a beard and a ponytail, which Freeman thought quite novel for a doctor, but she was entirely reassured when, after an initial viewing of the body, he told her there had been a considerable exsanguination some hours ago. Any moment now, Westwood and one of the uniformed officers would turn the body onto its back. Then she'd know exactly what she was dealing with. Finding a phone number for the Royal Anglian Regiment had been easy. Everything after that had not. She'd been passed around from extension to extension until a Major Fogarty admitted that he might be the person she was looking for regarding the records of discharged personnel. She had imagined he was simply an administrative officer, a sort of office manager in a fancy uniform, but when she gave the service number and Christian name, something changed. After a few seconds and the sound of keyboard clicks, she had the sense that Major Fogarty knew the man concerned. She had not said he might be dead, only that the man might be part of a line of inquiry. When Fogarty said, "May I ask what this is about?" Freeman had politely declined to say. Fogarty had then made his own strategic withdrawal, saying he was unable to give further information over the phone for security reasons. He was sure she would understand. She had said, "Yes, of course. I could be anyone, couldn't I? You're at Bury St. Edmunds, aren't you? When can we meet? This afternoon would be good. Take the name of my superior officer so we can deal with the authorization beforehand." She had given him Detective Chief Superintendent Allen's name and number and ended the call. Major is a fairly senior rank, isn't it? It's easy to make the wrong assumptions, but the dead man didn't look as if he'd been much more than a squaddy. What were the odds that they knew each other? Maybe they didn't. Through the opening in the screen, Freeman could see that her two teams were still inside the bookmaker's shop and the florist. It was best to be thorough in these first approaches, build some rapport with the local community. Someone here would know something useful to the investigation, and it was a matter of unearthing it, preferably with their full cooperation. Denise and Chris seemed as if they might get on, and that was crucial to the success of the new squad. Murray had kept his distance from her conversationally as they drove to the scene, giving her brief but precise directions. But that was all right. She'd prefer to have a doer rather than a talker, and Murray's record shows he's utterly reliable when it comes to getting things done. Fancy him being the only one to get all those contacts into his phone this morning. It looked as if the doctor still had a note to finish, so examining the front of the body was going to take another minute or two. Freeman took a deep breath and allowed herself a metaphorical step back. She had staked everything on this new venture, every unit of credit and credibility she had earned over the past 7 years. She had called in favors and got important people to make unofficial calls supporting her plan for a new murder squad. She had made promises she would not normally have made, and the result was that she had a year, 1 year, to make it work. Assistant Chief Constable Devine had said it nicely enough. "Naturally, we'll get together and review how things are working out. I was thinking in about a year's time." Freeman knew the squad's budget was also for only 1 year in the first instance. It didn't take a genius to see that if the squad had not impressed the right people in that time, it would be absorbed, assimilated into someone else's empire. No one else understood the situation, not even Green, and she wouldn't tell them. She was putting them under enough pressure as it was. "Ma'am?" The uniformed officer behind the screen indicated that the doctor wanted her attention. She stepped inside and found that the 2 men had already turned over the corpse. The doctor's gloved hands were ready, hovering over the torso. He was waiting for a nod to continue. Freeman looked down. The front of the coat was sodden with congealed dark-brown blood. It had also seeped up beneath the neck and onto the side of the cheek that had been pressed against the floor of the restaurant's doorway, so that the face was bi-coloured ox-blood, red and grey wood ash, like the work of some avant-garde artist trying to say something different. The man had a short, untidy growth of beard, lank, thin hair, and the lifeless eyes were half open. Freeman thought, "Bodies don't bother me, but death does. Untimely death does. It doesn't matter whose it is. You don't get to end another's life unless it's in the service of your country, and even then. Which is just a little bit ironic, isn't it, mate?" She took one picture on her mobile, nodded, and the doctor began to undo the buttons of the coat, one by one. "Okay, I think we're all here. This is not where I was expecting to hold our first case briefing. Somewhere a bit drier would have been good. But the rain had almost ceased for now. It was a fine grey drizzle, really just low cloud over King's Lake, late on a September Monday morning. Waters had dropped the hood of his jacket, and Murray had put away his umbrella. Freeman continued. "So I'll go first with what we have behind the screen. Dr. Westwood has found 2 significant puncture wounds on the front of the chest in this area," pointing with her right forefinger, moving it just an inch or 2 as she indicated 1 and 2. "That's high up," thought Waters, "and just to the left of the centre of the chest. Dr. Westwood thinks it likely these wounds were the cause of death, or rather, they led to the bleeding which caused death. If the blade was long enough to reach the heart, and if it did so, then this man, I suppose we can call him Michael, then Michael would have bled out in a matter of a very few minutes. A knife wound to the heart. Waters became aware of his own breathing. When he glanced around, he found that Murray was already watching, waiting for him to make the connection. It was a couple of weeks short of 9 months since they had found Smith with a similar injury last Christmas Eve, at a few minutes after midnight. Freeman said, Explaining how I want us to work as a team was supposed to be happening in our office back at Lake, not out here on the street in the rain. Somebody has to be in charge, and it's me, but that doesn't mean I do all the thinking. I could, obviously, but I'm not going to. So, any observations on what I've told you about the injuries? Waters could see that Denise Sterling had something to say. When she looked in his direction, he raised his eyebrows, inviting her to go first. "Ma'am, it's not easy to stab somebody in the heart, not intentionally." "Good, why not?" "The ribs, ma'am. They're close together, and they're strong and flexible. It's what the rib cage does, protects what's inside." "Fair enough. So?" Freeman's eyes went around the rest of the group as they stood in a semicircle a few yards away from the screen that concealed the body. She was small, not much more than 5.5 feet tall, and lightly built, but you rarely had the time to notice this when you were working with her. Waters said, "If that's your intention, to stab in the heart, you have to know where it is, and you have to choose the right blade. Something strong but narrow enough to pass between the ribs, something very sharp and several inches long. And the two key words in what Chris just said are, is everyone okay with first names? When it's just us. I mean, me using them. Obviously, you don't get to use mine unless we're having an unusually intimate moment. And don't get your hopes up." She looked about, and no one was objecting. "So, two key words?" By this time, Waters was trying to remember exactly what he'd said, and then Maya Kumar spoke voluntarily for the first time that day. "Intention and choose." Freeman hardly acknowledged this. She went quickly on with, "And those two words go together here like ham and egg. We know life on the streets anywhere is risky. Nasty things happen a lot more often than nice ones, and violence isn't uncommon. It's usually mindless, spontaneous, and messy." She didn't need to say the rest of it. After a moment, "So, knives are the weapon of choice for drug dealers. Is this what we're looking at? Did he owe someone? He doesn't look like he was making any money. Is he a user? In my experience, no one is ever allowed to get away with a drug debt, not even a homeless bloke. The rest have to be encouraged, don't they?" Waters said, "The woman in the florist's shop said she didn't think he was using. She thought he was a drinker sometimes, but no drugs." Sterling asked then, "Was that the blind girl or the other one?" "The blind girl, Miriam Josephs." The questions were unspoken but obvious. How would she know if he was an addict when she had never seen him? At the far end of Eden Street, another vehicle was crawling slowly towards them. An ambulance, here to remove the body. Feral pigeons clattered into the air ahead of it, and the man from the Noodles restaurant came out of the alleyway, stared gloomily at them all, and looked at his watch. Freeman said, "Well, toxicology will resolve that one. You lot spent over half an hour in the bookies and the flower shop. At that rate, this street will take you until—" And then she stopped, made a quick count, did a rough calculation, and said, "Until about 11 o'clock tonight. You can either speed up, or we call in some more bodies from Central." Denise Sterling explained that the businesses further away should take less time, and also that the man in the betting shop had told them something useful. On Saturday afternoon, after the last race at Kempton, it must have been, he'd seen the two boys from the Turkish barbers having a row in the street with the man whose body had been found. Freeman said, "Boys?" "Mr. Sullivan, he's the bookie, said he thinks they're in their late teens or early 20s, ma'am. There was some shouting and swearing going on for a few minutes." "CCTV?" "No, ma'am. He doesn't have any pointing at the street." Waters saw Freeman's gaze travelling along the shops until she found the barber's place. It was 40 yards further north, but still had a view of the doorway where Michael had died. Would she take this herself? Presumably she would automatically be the senior investigating officer in all their cases, something he hadn't yet considered. That had implications. Then Freeman said to Denise, Good. As far as I'm concerned, they've skipped witness and gone straight to person of interest. Make that your next port of call. Chris, you and John take the place next door, just in case you're needed. I'll be here. I'll have to sign something before this body is removed. John Wilson has found several CCTVs already and isn't finished yet. We need to go wide on CCTV, so keep asking about that everywhere you go. Michael, whoever he is, didn't inflict those injuries on himself. This is our first case. Chapter 7. Waters had looked at his watch and found he'd already completed almost 2 hours of unpaid overtime in his new job, and it was still only the first day. He hadn't been surprised by the fact, only by the realization that the lights in the shops were coming on and that there was a steady stream of people leaving the town centre and making for the bus and railway stations. The afternoon had gone, and he hadn't noticed. The two teams of detectives completed the final interviews a few minutes before 6 o'clock in the evening. Lunch had been sandwiches eaten on the run, and takeaway teas and coffees from the same Kingsgate delicatessen where they now stood together as Waters made another call to D.I. Thomas Green. He was told to wait on the line while Freeman was consulted, and Waters wondered what she would do. She could call them back into the office for an update before anyone went home, or she could accept the report he had just given to Green. If she wanted to underline the commitment needed for the new squad, she might take the former route, but Waters doubted whether it was necessary. He hadn't seen a team of detectives work harder than they had this afternoon. When Green came back onto the line, he said, "You're all done for the day. No need to report in, but there's a briefing at 8:30 tomorrow. Anything else as useful as the two Turkish boys?" "No," Waters said. "Nothing as potentially significant, but plenty of material that needed sifting through." And he realized, too, in that moment, that Freeman had kept Green fully informed, just as she had instructed them all to do. Waters asked about the post-mortem and was told it was to be on Wednesday morning, but Freeman had conducted a search of the man's pockets before the body went into controlled storage. They had found his military ID card. Green said, "It's damaged and blood-stained, but we've got his full name from it. Corporal Michael Wortley, Royal Anglian Regiment. I've arranged a meeting in Bury for 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, but I don't know who's going yet. Anything else you need?" Green's manner was level and calm, and it wasn't like talking to a new line manager. Thinking about the files and paperwork in the morning meeting, Waters began to see why Green had caught Freeman's attention wherever and whenever it was they had met. If he was what he appeared to be, the DCI could take a more active role in investigations than most senior officers. Waters said, "No, but I'm calling into the office tonight. I'll be there in half an hour, sir." The "sir" was experimental. Green didn't react at all, other than to say he'd be gone by then himself, as he needed to make an early start to prepare for the 8:30 briefing. The conversation was coming to an uncertain end, and then Green closed it down with, "Anyway, a good first day. Pass on my appreciation to the rest." It was 6:45 when Waters climbed the stairs to the second floor and went towards the new offices. The lights were on, and he expected to find more people there than he did. Serena Butler was sitting at one of the workstations, but she was alone. Waters wondered idly whether Mike Dunn had risked paying her a visit today. She said, "Hello, boss. Had a nice day shopping? It's been hell in here, I can tell you." Waters had learned to ignore Serena's opening remarks long ago. He looked around the room and hardly recognized it. 3 new tables had arrived, and these had been lined up against the longest wall, the one opposite the doorway. Papers and files were already grouped together on them in neatly arranged piles. The mobile, intelligent whiteboard looked familiar, and Serena confirmed that Freeman had borrowed it from the main CID office downstairs until their own arrived. This, she added happily, hadn't gone down well at all. There were 3 new monitors and 3 new keyboards to match, all already connected to the central database, where, Serena told him, that they had their secure space for material that could not be accessed by other teams without going through Detective Inspector Green. Waters didn't try to hide his surprise, and Serena said, "Remember that DC could be a little bit fussy when it came to detail? Well, this is a whole new ball game. He had me locating blueprints, actual architect's blueprints for the Kingsgate shopping centre this afternoon. It took me 2 hours on the phone. In the end, I found them in bloody Cardiff. They're making scale copies and sending them by special dispatch overnight." Waters had walked across to the tables and was examining the files. Most were empty, but they were already labelled. Proper printed adhesive labels, initial witness statements, autopsy results, Michael Wortley, 12:09:19, attending officers' statements, CCTV, Kingsgate and surrounding area. He said, "Why the blueprints?" "CCTV. When Wilson started phoning in with where they'd found the next lot of cameras, the DI said that as someone who didn't know the area, he'd be completely lost without a map showing them. And so, he said, would a jury. So he wants every camera marked and numbered on the proper blueprint so we can demonstrate the level of coverage. Day 1, and Green is thinking about the jury. Or was it Freeman telling the DI what to do? This was meticulous, all right, and Green was obviously highly experienced. But is it a little bit previous, as Smith might have wondered? We've not had a single official briefing on the case yet, not formally interviewed a single individual who might be a person of interest, not properly, here in the station. We don't know for certain how the man died until the autopsy is done. All we have is his name and his rank and serial number. Someone added in for good measure. Waters said, "You're here late. What are you working on?" "I'm not. Off duty an hour and a half ago. I did a bit of a list of the homeless organizations in Lake in case we need to follow him up that way. There's more than you think. I reckon we've got 1 support organization for every 2 homeless people. I'm only still here because I'm playing squash at 8. Sold your flat yet?" "I doubt it. It's been on the market for 2 days. Serena stood up and stretched, dropping her mobile into her bag. Then she began the usual search for her car keys. While that was taking place, she said, "You're putting it on at the wrong time of year. My sister works for an estate agent. She says the market's tanked. It's oversupplied." "You never mentioned that before. Where does she work?" "Birmingham." "Oh, that's really useful. When I'm reviewing the situation in Norfolk, I'll bear in mind what your sister says about the market in the West Midlands." Waters went across to one of the old-fashioned whiteboards on a stand. In block capitals, someone had written Michael Wortley's name in the centre and a date, today's date. Below that, the name of the street and the exact time one of those PCSOs had made the initial call. Serena said, "Speaking as someone who actually got out of the building today, what do you reckon?" The 2 of them had worked together for almost 3 years, and Serena didn't need to explain what she meant. She wanted his thoughts about this new case directly and honestly, without any politics or personalities being involved. Waters didn't hurry his answer. "Let's see what the autopsy confirms, but if it is 1 or 2 stab wounds to the heart, that's a pretty clinical way to murder a rough sleeper. We discussed this at the scene. You can't do it with just any knife. Either our Mr. Wortley was in the wrong place at the wrong time, or there was an element of intention." "Really, you think it was premeditated? A homeless guy?" She had her jacket on, ready to go, but Serena couldn't leave an idea like that nagging away at her until the morning. That's one reason why she's a good detective, he thought. She isn't just lucky. He said, consciously avoiding a direct answer, "So then you come to motive. Violence among street people isn't rare, we know that. It's usually a few punches or a headbutt, or you get kicked if you go down. I expect some of them carry a blade of some sort for self-protection, but stabbing a man in the heart with no other visible injuries, Nothing we picked up today suggests Michael Wortley was a threatening individual. In fact, we've got some evidence he was a victim of threats. So where's the motive for murder? Serena had walked across the room and now stood next to him, in front of the whiteboard. Waters said, "The DCI thinks it could be drug-related." She frowned and bit the inside of her cheek, something she did unconsciously when she was thinking hard. Then she said, "A homeless bloke. He'd never have enough dosh to make it worth their while. If he did, he wouldn't be homeless." "We don't know that he was homeless. John was saying that not everyone out on the streets and begging has nowhere to live. He says some of them have rooms and pay rent. Begging is their job." She said, "Doesn't sound too bad. Cash in hand, no income tax, no national insurance. But I'm not buying it. If it was premeditated, I can't see it was a hit by any of the local gangs. Even though the Albanians do love their knives, they're more likely to stab each other than their punters." Serena was voicing some of Waters' own thoughts. The question of motive had for him been growing in significance as the day had gone on. It wasn't surprising that Serena, too, had gone straight to it as a possible key to unlocking this latest case. They had both been taught by someone who said it often: find your motive, and 9 times out of 10 you find your killer. You might be right. One of the witnesses said he wasn't involved. She said he was a drinker, but not a drug user. Serena said, "Right, was that the blind girl?" It was Waters' turn to frown, but the explanation should have been obvious. Wilson and O'Leary had been entertaining the office when they arrived back in the middle of the afternoon. Mike Dunn had relayed it all to Serena, how the murder squad had been saved by a disabled girl and her guide dog. Apparently O'Leary had said she was a looker, too, and then everyone had laughed at the unintentional joke. After a moment, Waters said, "Well, O'Leary would say that, wouldn't he? Where are you playing tonight?" "Here in Lake at the club. It's an eliminator for the county championship." "Good luck, then. Will you be eliminating someone tonight?" "Should do. Anyway, I'm off, sir." He looked around and she smiled properly, something she didn't do often enough. When Serena first arrived in Kingslake Central, she was the more experienced detective, but she held no ill will that Waters had been promoted ahead of her, and he had the feeling that any frustration she felt would be taken out on the squash opponent in about an hour's time. County champion. Detective Chief Superintendent Allen would be delighted. Think of the publicity and the photo opportunities. Waters wished her good luck again, and then he was alone in the office. At some point, Freeman and Green would need to consider splitting the team into 2 shifts that overlapped to get better coverage. Perhaps 7 in the morning until 3 in the afternoon, and 10 until 6. At least that's how he, Waters, would manage their limited manpower. He was done, but decided to check the new laptops were working. And then, while he was there, he took a few minutes to Google the deployment history of the Royal Anglian Regiment over the past decade. Chapter 8. "Start as you mean to go on," she reminded herself, and we're still much in start mode. Too much time is wasted in briefings as soon as you allow peripheral conversations to spring up. Only one voice at a time, and most of the time that needs to be the senior investigating officer's voice. The Tuesday morning briefing began at 8:30 precisely. Everyone who should be present was present, and it finished at 8:53. The final 5 minutes had been delivered by Tom Green, who explained that they were not going to teach their grandmothers to suck eggs, but the detectives in the room had come from 5 different teams across the county, and even from outside it. They would all have their own ideas about how to write up an interview report and prepare witness statements for signature. He wanted a degree of standardization, however, and that meant they might need to make some simple changes. Then Green handed out specimen copies of each type of document and summarized key points about layout, style, and economy. Freeman watched and didn't see anyone taking this personally. Denise Sterling had confirmed there was something to the story that Yusuf and Hassan Demir had had an altercation with Michael Wortley on Saturday the 8th, but there had been language issues, especially with Yusuf, and little had been established yesterday afternoon. John Murray pointed out it was funny how these language issues seemed to come and go with the non-Indigenous populations, and there were one or two nods of agreement. Freeman had told them then they should fetch the two young men this morning and interview them here in the station. In answer to a question from Clive Betts, she said, "Separate cars, marked ones, if you can find any uniforms to help us out. Let's make a bit of noise and see what turns up. We're going to be short-handed, but if one of them has to sit and sweat for a bit, that doesn't bother me. They've had a night to forget what they heard each other say yesterday, so cracks might appear. Two other jobs today were meeting an officer from the Royal Anglian Regiment at 2 this afternoon. This will be to confirm some identity and to find out when Wortley left and whether he used any of the Army's support services when he did so. Also, the first CCTV is in and Tom is processing it, ready for us to start binge-watching." There were some mutterings and sour smiles, which she accepted with good grace. There are 400 different formats in use. The cameras are never quite where you need them to be. They are never quite in focus, and there is always too much of it. Hours and hours of sifting often lead to nothing worthwhile, and defense lawyers have a field day with whatever grains of evidence one finally managed to extract from the dross. Freeman let it subside a little and said, "Tom and I have agreed that we'll start off being very selective about our viewing. There's a camera looking north along Eden Street, which is run by the company that manages the Kingsgate shopping mall. It'll only have a distant view of the spot where Michael Wortley was found, but it might tell us something. If it does, we'll think about what else we need to see. To summarize, then, we're starting off with a nice quiet morning, a couple of interviews here in the station. Denise, go out with one of the cars and get your betting shop man to review and sign what he told us about the argument involving Wortley on Saturday. See if he's remembered any more details. When Yusuf and Hassan are here, Denise, you take the lead on the interviews. Chris, if there's time, chip in with that, but I want you to go to Bury, so you'll be leaving about 1 o'clock. Take someone with you. In between times, let's write up yesterday's interviews. Maya, can you sit in with D.I. Green and see how we're organising the CCTV database? Does anyone think they don't have enough to do?" Hassan Demir's opening gambit was to explain that he knew his rights under the English law, that he didn't have to answer any questions, and that he was entitled to legal representation. The two detectives opposite him in the interview room exchanged bemused glances, and then John Murray stifled a yawn before telling Waters that all the rain yesterday meant he'd probably have to cut his lawn again this year after all. Waters said he didn't have a lawn, but he hoped to if he managed to sell his flat and get a house. Then Waters spent a few seconds reading through the notes in front of him on the desk, as if they contained something of importance, and Hassan began to fidget a little. He had a thin, sharp face and dark, restless eyes that flitted constantly between the two police officers. Eventually Waters said, "You can have someone with you if you want, Mr. Demir, but you haven't been cautioned. You are not under arrest, and you're not going to be charged with anything this morning." The relief in the young man's smile was palpable, so much so that Murray was unable to resist saying, "Unless you tell us you killed Michael Wortley, Mr. Demir." "Who is Michael? Why you think I kill anyone? This is crazy." Murray said, "Michael Wortley is the name of the man who was found dead in the doorway opposite your cousin's shop yesterday morning. You knew him, Mr. Demir, and there are witnesses telling us you and your brother were arguing with him on Saturday afternoon. No one is accusing you of anything, but you should tell us what happened on Saturday. That would be a good place to begin. What was the argument about?" John Murray's delivery was quietly measured, as it always was, and Waters reflected, as he watched Demir, that he had never heard Murray curse or raise his voice in anger, even in those awful moments when they found Smith struggling with Paulo Harris. Murray's great fist had struck down the would-be killer with a single blow, in silence, before its owner had turned to Waters and said just 2 words, "Ambulance, now." Hassan Demir was talking. "My cousin says this man is a dirty pig. He comes to the shop asking for this and that, hangs around in the doorways. No good for business. We work hard to build a business. Then this man make the street no good. Not a place for a business." Murray said, "Your cousin told you to get rid of him?" Demir dodged that easily enough. "I never say this. Yusuf and me, we say we clean up the street a bit. We go out and tell him to piss off." There was a pause while Waters wrote a note, and Hassan watched him. Then Waters said, "And when you told him this, he was in the doorway to the restaurant, across from Osman's shop?" "No, I never say that neither. This man was outside, just outside our place, sitting in the open with his stinking dog. My cousin say, who will walk past this to come for shaven massage? So we tell him to go." As Waters wrote this down, Murray said, "Did you tell him to go or to piss off?" "You think I remember all the words? You remember every word you say 3 days ago?" Demir's initial nervousness had been forgotten, and there was challenge in the stare he gave to Murray, which was good. They were closer to the real Hassan Demir now. Murray said, "Of course not." "Nor me neither. We just—" "But I think I'd recall what I said in an argument in the street on a Saturday afternoon, especially when the man I was arguing with was found dead 48 hours later." Waters said then, "And not just dead, Mr. Demir. We believe he was murdered. On Eden Street sometime on Sunday night, someone murdered Michael Wortley. His body was found a few yards away from where you and your brother threatened him on Saturday. I'm sure you can understand why we need to ask you these questions." "Nobody say we threatened him. I not say this. You—" "That is why we want to know the words you used, the actual words, and we want to know whether you touched Michael Wortley. Did you push him around?" Demir was becoming edgy again, and his voice betrayed it. "Who is saying we touched him? We never laid no finger on this piece of shit. We say you go, dirty up some other place." Waters glanced at his watch. If they were going to make the appointment with the Major from the Royal Anglians, he needed to be on the road within an hour. Hassan Demir needed to be properly interviewed, but nothing had been said so far to suggest he was anything other than what he appeared to be. Brash, cocky, macho maybe, but not likely to have put a knife into the space between true ribs 3 and 4 with such precision. You must begin to trust your instincts in the end. Waters said with deliberate patience, "All right, Mr. Demir, let's have a fresh start. You say you did not threaten Mr. Wortley. Good. Tell us then exactly what you did say to him, and what Yusuf said to him. Then tell us where you were between the hours of 8 on Sunday evening and 8 on Monday morning. The sooner you do that, the sooner you can get back to Eden Street." The road that heads south across Norfolk and then into Suffolk takes one through the Brecklands and Thetford Forest. The Brecks have a strange geography, unique in the British Isles. Sandy, infertile soils and the lowest rainfall in the kingdom produce a distinctive landscape of heath and dry grassland, interspersed with birch woods and Scots pines. In prehistory, mankind made a living in these places, and the evidence remains to this day. The flints mined here have been found in all parts of Europe. In the early 20th century, the vast plantations of conifers appeared, managed intensively for their timber, and the roads wind through these forests, crossing ancient tracks like Pedder's Way, glimpsing through the trees ancient earthworks like Grimes' graves, traversing the shallow rivers at places lost in the mists of history, such as the ford that crosses the little river Thet. Even today, the Brecks are different enough to silence the traveller who passes through for the first time, and Detective Constable Serena Butler had said not a word for several minutes. The sat-nav told Waters he was going to arrive at his destination 4 minutes late, and he edged his right foot down a little more on the straight sections of road. He didn't like lateness, and it seemed particularly inappropriate if one was going to meet the military. And Major Fogarty sounded very military when Waters called to confirm their meeting and introduce himself. "At the main gate, show your ID. Don't leave your vehicle. They'll indicate to you where you can park. Wait there, and I'll come down to collect you myself. Will you be alone?" "No," Waters had said, explaining that a Detective Constable Serena Butler would be with him. There had been a moment of quiet, and he realized that Fogarty was writing this down, but it felt like an added inconvenience that there were to be 2 police officers coming onto the base. Fogarty had said, "I'll arrange clearance for her as well, but you'll both need full photo ID if you're to progress beyond the gatehouse."
"It's nice down here, isn't it?"
Waters looked across at Serena and said, "Thetford Forest? A lot of people think so. It gets busy in the summer."
"First time I've been here."
"You should get out more. There's more to Norfolk than the top half. Talking of which, are you getting out much since Janey left?" Not the sort of conversation one expects to be having with one's junior officer, but the 2 of them had a history that went back before his promotion, and Serena had sound instincts when it came to approaching the line but never stepping over it. "Now and then I spent a fair bit of time decorating the flat before I put it up for sale, to be honest." She looked at him. "You know much about decorating?" Waters sensed danger and kept his eyes firmly on the road. "No, complete beginner, making it up as I go along and Googling the rest. Only I was thinking about doing my place up, just a coat of paint and that." "What about Mike? He's a man of the world. He must know how to handle a paintbrush." She sighed and said, "No, we're done." "You've finally put him out of his misery?" "All his own fault. I told him from the start it wouldn't get serious." "For you." She shrugged, and he thought, was she always so hard, or was it what happened in her previous post, when the senior officer she was involved with had sacrificed her career for his own? Serena had rejoined the 50%, the proportion of police officers who seemed to have little prospect of combining their work with a stable long-term relationship. She said, "Anyway, you've been in the new squad for a day and a half now. What do you think?" "I think I'll give it to the end of the week before I make any big decisions." Looking at the sat-nav, he could see he had already made up 2 minutes. He pushed down a fraction more. Serena was unlikely to be a nervous passenger. She said, "I spoke to Murray this morning when he was telling me about Hassan Damir's interview. I asked him what he thought." Waters smiled briefly and said, "And you didn't get a very long answer." He said, "Let's hope she's as good as some people think she is." Because, of course, Murray knew that it all depended on Cara Freeman, the new squad, and the fate of all those who had either volunteered to get on board or who had been press-ganged into doing so. Waters was regularly reminding himself that Murray was one of the latter. Serena said, "Do you think John meant you and me? Does he think we've overestimated her?" "He's probably thinking it's a possibility. He'll make his own mind up in his own time." "But have we overestimated her, I mean? Someone somewhere isn't convinced they've already cut her staffing. It's a gamble, isn't it?" Waters frowned, slowing as they approached the outskirts of Thetford. "It is, and I'm trying to remember who first suggested I should get involved." The soldier who approached the car had a sidearm in a holster, and from a few meters away another watched, an automatic rifle held at 45 degrees across his chest. Serena stared at him and said, a little wistfully, "I thought about joining the army once." They handed over their warrant cards. Beyond the gate, a third soldier stood at ease but erect, wearing a different sort of uniform, and Waters wondered whether that was Major Fogarty. 2 minutes later they were waved through, and the smartly uniformed man stepped towards the car as Waters brought it to a halt again. "Good afternoon, Detective Sergeant Waters. I'm Major Fogarty. We spoke on the telephone earlier." Fogarty was clean-shaven, thick-necked, and broad-chested. Everything a major ought to be, thought Waters. He got out of the car, and they shook hands briefly but efficiently. Fogarty said, "It's a couple of 100 yards. I walked down, but it's going to rain again. If you like, I'll get in, and you can drive to the office." They passed low, single-story buildings, and it seemed that as well as being the regimental headquarters, there were barracks here. They saw individual soldiers moving about with a sense of purpose, and a working party whitewashing another low building without windows that might be a rifle range. Everywhere in between, the grass was perfectly even and closely mown. Major Fogarty's office was in a more modern, purpose-built administrative block, and its second story seemed to make it tower above the rest of the base. They followed him into a reception area, where a clerk stood up and saluted. Fogarty acknowledged him, and then turned right into a short corridor at the end of which was his office. The window looked over the tarmac where Waters had parked his car. As they entered, another officer got up from a seat to the left of Fogarty's desk, an older man, greying at the temples, with something of a paunch over the belt of his uniform. Fogarty introduced him as Colonel Yates, and there was a further bout of firm handshaking. It was the colonel who invited them to sit in the 2 chairs that had been placed in front of Fogarty's desk, before resuming his own seat. Then Fogarty explained his own position as an adjutant for the regiment. "Just an office waller, really," and added that when they were asked to give information about soldiers who had recently served, it was usual for there to be 2 officers present. Yates nodded and smiled, but Waters had the sense that the interview they were about to have had been prepared for, and the colonel was watching them closely. "So," Fogarty said, "Corporal Wortley, I'm hoping that you don't have him locked up somewhere." In her initial calls, Freeman had not disclosed the reasons for the approach to Wortley's regiment, and rightly so. Waters reached into his jacket pocket, took out the piece of paper, unfolded it, and handed it to Major Fogarty. It was a photocopy of Wortley's identity card. He said, "It would be better news if we did have him in custody, sir." And then he explained what had occurred in Eden Street a little over 24 hours ago. The adjutant stared at the piece of paper in his hand for some seconds before he said, "Good God, I don't know what to say." Waters said, "I'm sorry to bring bad news, but naturally one of the reasons for our visit is to begin confirming the identity of the person whose body was found. Is that a copy of a genuine identity card, sir? And could you confirm that the serial number belonged to Michael Wortley?" Colonel Yates said, "Service number. We put serial numbers on our equipment." Waters looked at him and apologized, but nothing else came from the older man. Fogarty had opened the laptop on his desk. He clicked through various screens until he found what he was looking for, and his eyes went from the piece of paper to the screen several times, making absolutely certain. "This appears to be a copy of Corporal Wortley's ID card. The service number matches what we have on his personnel file. The date of birth is correct. The photograph seems to be partially obscured. Is that?" Waters said, "Yes, the original is blood-stained, I'm afraid. It's evidence, which is why we haven't cleaned it up." Fogarty shook his head and said, "Nevertheless, that is Michael Wortley, Corporal Wortley. What on earth happened to him?" Serena had said nothing since they entered the building, but Waters didn't need to look at her now. He knew she had sensed the significance of what Fogarty had just said. After a pause, Waters said, "You knew him, sir? You knew him personally?" Fogarty's eyes went to the senior officer sitting to his right before he answered, "Yes, I did. When Corporal Wortley put in his papers, they went through me." "Put in his papers, sir?" "When he decided he was going to leave the army. I handled his discharge and resettlement program. This was not something anyone in Kingslake Central had anticipated. It's a natural assumption that the Army has thousands of men and a bureaucracy to match. To meet someone who knew Wortley was an unexpected break, and Waters thought quickly about how best to use it. But don't ask too many questions too quickly. Ask the right questions, and they will tell you what you need to know. He said, "Obviously, you know much more about Mr. Wortley, Corporal Wortley, than we do. Anything you can tell us will be welcome, sir. We were hoping we might have details of his next of kin." Another click, and Fogarty nodded, saying, "We can certainly let you have those, under the circumstances." Waters watched for another glance at the colonel in the corner, but it never came. Fogarty began to read out the details. Serena offered to come around the desk and copy it herself, and Fogarty said it was no bother. She was half out of her seat, but it was clear the Major had no intention of allowing her to see the screen, and she sat down again. What she then wrote down were the name, address, and telephone number of James Wortley, Michael's brother. She asked, "Is that usual? I'd imagined the next of kin would be his parents." Fogarty said, "Usually, yes, but soldiers on active service sometimes try to protect their nearest and dearest from bad news. He might have thought his brother was the best person to let the rest of the family know. This sort of thing can happen." Serena said, "He wasn't married, then?" "No." And then, as if his answer had appeared too definite and stark, Fogarty tried to make light of it and said, "Or if he was, he never informed the authorities." Waters said, "Did Corporal Wortley see much active service?" Major Fogarty looked down at the screen again and stayed looking at it. Eventually Yates answered the question, or rather he made a point of not doing so. "Major Fogarty has Wortley's personnel file open, and we are happy to share the information it contains. Questions about operational matters require more clearance than you have, I'm afraid. Corporal Wortley left the Army 2 years ago, and I doubt whether his service record has any bearing on what has happened to him since, tragic though it is." Waters took a longer look at Colonel Yates. There were circumstances in which he would now call Freeman and say in everyone's hearing that their inquiries were being obstructed, but that would not be the right play here. The Army officers were on their home turf. Sporting analogy, Waters. It was the police who had to pass through security and have their warrant cards scanned, and he could not make a clear case for being told where Michael Wortley had served and what he had done. Not yet, at any rate. To Major Fogarty, Waters said, "Can you tell us when Corporal Wortley joined the Army, sir?" "I can. He signed on in June 2000, and for the maximum term, which at that time was 22 years. He left almost 2 years ago, late in 2017. 17 years. Wortley had been in the Royal Anglians right through their times in Iraq and Afghanistan. It was unlikely he hadn't seen service in those places. Waters said, "That's an impressive length of service. Are you able to tell me why he didn't complete his full term? Not doing so would have affected his pension, wouldn't it?" It was Colonel Yates who answered again, in the same clipped and official manner, but behind the words Waters sensed irritation and perhaps anger at what he was saying. "I have no doubt, Sergeant, that it was for the same reasons we've lost a lot of good men in recent years. You'll know there have been defence cuts just as sweeping as those which have impacted on your own area of work. Those cuts have led to a loss of morale, especially among the more experienced soldiers who had seen action prior to austerity." Yates spoke the word with undisguised contempt. "The cuts have also led to a lack of operational tempo. Men train hard, but for what? As a country, we are disengaging from international situations and trouble spots where we might have made a difference in the past. When the armed services lose confidence in the political establishment, there's a downward spiral in recruitment and retention. Waters repressed the impulse to turn to Serena and say, "Make a note of that, would you?" Yates had said his piece, and the small, thin-lipped mouth clamped shut again. Waters said to the Major, "I'm assuming that with such a length of service, Michael Wortley was a successful professional soldier, sir." And there the momentary glance towards the Colonel, a split second, no more, before Fogarty answered, "He was. Our regimental motto is stabilis. It means to stand firm, steadfast and enduring. Corporal Wortley demonstrated those qualities." So why, Waters wondered again, would he leave more than 4 years short of his term? Why lose that pensionable service? He'd remembered Wortley's date of birth. Where does a 38-year-old professional soldier go after 17 years of military life? And what on earth has this to do with the dishevelled, blood-soaked corpse in the doorway of the Chinese Chow Noodles bar? Waters said, "You told us you were involved in Corporal Wortley's resettlement, sir. If you have any information about where he went and what he did, that would be helpful. We'll try to follow the trail from his time in the army to where we came across him on Monday morning." This was a reasonable request, and Waters didn't hide his surprise when Major Fogarty said, "I'm afraid there's nothing in the file. I've already looked just now. We offer a full resettlement program of support, but soldiers are under no obligation to engage with it." Waters turned to Serena with an unconcealed frown. She took her cue from that and said to the Major, "Right. Did he leave a forwarding address?" Neither officer seemed to see the funny side of this. Fogarty looked a little awkward, and Yates's face was set in stone. After a moment, Fogarty said, "We do have a contact address. It's the same one as for his next of kin, his brother James Wortley." Waters wasn't quite ready to give up. He said to Major Fogarty, "Did Michael Wortley have any specialist skills or training, sir?" Yates said, "That's an operational question, I'm afraid." Yates held his stare. Major Fogarty did not. Then Waters got up and thanked them for their cooperation. When they were back in the car, Waters told Serena to pass the next of kin details straight through to D.I. Green, guessing that Freeman's priority would be getting a positive identification as quickly as possible. Someone would have the unenviable task of explaining to Mr. James Wortley what had happened to his brother before inviting him to come and see the dead body. As she did so, sending a text rather than calling directly, another spattering of rain hit the windscreen, and beyond that he could see the wind getting up and stirring the leaves of the line of tall poplar trees that marked off the edge of the parking area, a straight line of trees as if they too were permanently on parade. Little more than a month ago there had been the drought and the never-ending long hot summer, but it had ended after all, and was already only a memory. Waters recalled the intense heat of the morning when he had stood watch over Michelle Simms's body in the dunes at Pine Hills. Gervase Fraser had said what a wonderful light it was for photography, and Robinson had given him a friendly lecture on how external temperatures affect the rate of a body's cooling after death. And now it was Michael Wortley's turn to be recorded, examined, probed, dissected, and analyzed. In this new job, he told himself, as if the thought had come to him for the first time, there will be no relief. It will be just one body after another. Serena said, "There you go, he's read that already. Do you think he'll call?" "Green? Not unless he has a reason to." A few more seconds passed, and then she was looking at him and wondering. He continued to gaze out across the car park, but keeping Fogarty's office window in his line of sight. She said, "I'm not sure I'd have been able to thank them for their cooperation, if I'm honest." Irony. "Oh, right. Well, in that case, I'm not sure they got it." Waters didn't answer. They'd have got it all right, but it wasn't the sort of fire that was going to worry them. This is another world inside those security gates, where different values are held and defended, to the death if necessary. He thought about Smith, his time in the army, and wondered how much of the detective he had come to know well had been formed in those years in uniform, and the years out of it, of course, in Belfast. Would Smith have handled things differently this morning? Serena said, "I didn't like that Colonel Yates." If it's any consolation, I think the feeling was mutual. She turned to Waters immediately and said, "Really? Because I'm a woman?" "Not especially, but it probably didn't help. I don't think he took to either of us." The door to the office building opened away to their left, and Yates stepped outside as if he'd heard his name being taken in vain. Then he turned to his right and walked away with brisk, short steps, shoulders back, the perfect clockwork soldier. They watched until he turned the corner and disappeared from view. Waters eased himself back into the driver's seat and folded his arms. After a time she had to ask, "And now we're waiting for—" "Something, anything. Major Fogarty would have been more forthcoming if we'd got him on his own." She said, "I thought the same thing. Yates was there to keep an eye on him. I'll guarantee there aren't always two people in those situations. But Wortley left a long time ago. There isn't going to be any link from here to what happened in Lake." Waters was still watching the window to Fogarty's office, and when he didn't respond, Serena said, "Is there?" "The point is, it's difficult to say because they didn't give us anything other than a few facts. Nothing personal, no clues about Wortley's reason for leaving or what he did while he was here." Serena joined in, staring at the building. After a few seconds, she said in a gruff voice, "Stay-police," and laughed. Major Fogarty appeared at the window. Did he notice them in the car, realize they were watching? He opened the side casement for a moment, as if letting out some flying insect, and then closed it again. Letting something out, thought Waters, or inviting someone in? It had to be worth a try. He told Serena he'd go alone this time, and she wasn't offended. She would have said the same to her sergeant if there had been a woman inside who might talk more freely without a man present. The uniformed clerk at the desk waved him by as if he too understood that the interview with Major Fogarty wasn't over yet, as if Waters had only gone outside for a moment to fetch something from his car. Fogarty's door was ajar. Waters knocked, and the Major looked up, unhappily, it seemed, but without surprise. Waters waited in the doorway until Fogarty said, "Come in. Close the door behind you." Chapter 9. "To save time," Freeman said, "I'll ask the away team to report back directly. There's no sense in Chris telling me and then telling you. If anyone isn't used to public speaking, they soon will be. Chris, tell us about the Royal Anglian Regiment." Freeman hadn't told the entire truth. Waters had begun to give her an outline as soon as he was back in the office, but she had cut that short and said, "Brief everyone while we're all here." They were gathered in the largest office they had, which was in effect now their incident room. He told them the facts about Michael Wortley's military service, the bare facts given while Colonel Yates had been present, and then explained that he had spoken again to the Major, who had known the victim personally. Major Fogarty had told him Wortley was a respected and popular soldier. He had seen service in Afghanistan twice and had been there as late as 2012, when Operation Herrick 16 brought the Helmand conflict to an end. Wortley had been an effective corporal in the field, with up to 4 men under his command, but had indicated on a number of occasions that he wasn't interested in further promotion. In Major Fogarty's own words, Waters said, "Soldiers like Corporal Wortley are the backbone of the British Army. or they were once upon a time. If we think morale is low in the police service, and Waters caught the look between D.I. Green and Freeman at that, I got the impression it's worse in the army. I asked for more information about Wortley, and was told he kept himself very fit and always scored highly in the regular tests they undergo. In Afghanistan, his role was what the major called a scout. These are people who go close to enemy positions to gather intelligence. It's high-risk work that depends on initiative, quick thinking, and again, in Major Fogarty's own words, a lot of balls. 2 or 3 of the detectives turned their heads to look at the pictures on the display board, the pictures of the body in the doorway, and the one taken on someone's phone of Wortley's barely recognizable face when they first turned him over. Waters noticed for the first time that there was a thin growth of beard matted to the skin by dried blood. John Murray said, "He'd let himself go a bit then." Freeman said, with that almost unerring instinct which Waters had begun to recognize in certain detectives, "Did you discover why Michael Wortley left the army before his term was up?" "Yes, ma'am. In 2016 he got into a relationship with a married officer, someone in the same battalion. He was spoken to by senior officers and advised to discontinue it, but did not do so. The situation went public on the base and became, according to Major Fogarty, a bit notorious. When Wortley received official warnings about his behavior, again he refused to back down, and then it became political as well." Freeman said, "Political how?" Serena was enjoying this, watching Waters and waiting for him to get to the punchline. He could see the expression on her face that meant, "Go on then, tell them." "As I said, ma'am, the other officer involved was married and living on the base, so—" "Was she married to another officer? I can see how that would cause problems, and were there children involved?" Waters said, "I don't actually know about any children, but they were married to another officer, yes, and it was a woman." Freeman blinked and said, "Yes, I'd assumed it was a woman, and she was married to another officer on the base at Bury, yes?" Serena was delighted at the turn of events now. She even nudged Murray's elbow to make sure he didn't miss anything. Waters went on, "No, not quite, ma'am. The other officer, the one that Michael Wortley was involved with, was married to a woman who was also a serving soldier on the same base." Everyone was paying close attention now as Freeman worked through the possibilities. It took a second or two before she said, "So these 2 female officers were in some sort of civil partnership, or was it an actual marriage? I'm not surprised Wortley got told to back off. Imagine all this going on in the barracks." "That's not quite the story, ma'am. Michael Wortley was involved with the woman's husband. The 2 men got involved with each other." "Oh." Some of the detectives looked at each other, while others looked again at the images on the display boards. Not that any of this made a difference to the job they had to do, but it isn't every day you uncover a story like this one. Corporal Michael Wortley, professional soldier, 2-time veteran of Afghanistan, backbone of the British Army, was gay. Waters continued, "Major Fogarty was well informed on the subject. In January 2000, the European Court of Human Rights gave a judgment saying that any discrimination against a serving soldier or against anyone who wished to join the services on the grounds of their sexual orientation was illegal. The British Army immediately introduced a new code of sexual conduct. Fogarty said that straight away they had applications from gay people wishing to join up. Some were making a point, others were serious about a career. Michael Wortley joined the Army in that same year, ma'am." Fogarty had also told him the Army openly welcomed recruits from the LBGT community. All 3 services now routinely sent uniformed personnel to participate in the London Pride March and held recruiting events specifically for gay men and women. There are advertisements in gay community magazines and on their websites, and the Army was the first service to recognize civil partnerships amongst its personnel. Freeman said, "I don't want to spend too long on this poor man's private life, unless someone can make it relevant. But why, if the Army is a bastion of LGBT rights, did he leave before he'd done his time?" Waters had the answer. Because it was a relationship between two officers. Operationally, they say that is a risk, and they don't allow it. Some in the room understood immediately, because even in the police service, where you are rarely under actual fire, sexual relationships can upset the effectiveness of a team and affect the split-second decisions that sometimes have to be made. Some in the room had personal experience of the costs involved to their careers if this unwritten law is broken. Waters went on, "Wortley was not dismissed. I genuinely don't think the Army wanted to lose him, but he was given the option to transfer to another regiment and leave the situation behind. He refused to do so. He went part way through a tribunals process and then decided to leave the Army. He seems to have walked out of the gate one day and never had further contact with them. Major Fogarty has no idea what happened to him. All mail is delivered to the forwarding address he gave, which I believe is his brother's home." "Who," said Freeman, "I was on the phone to not an hour ago." Would Smith have said whom? When I next see him, thought Waters, I'll have to ask and see if he can finally explain it to me. "And who," she continued, "will be arriving here about 4 o'clock this afternoon. I'll meet him myself and take him through the formal ID process. Presumably he knows all about what Chris has just told us. And another thought, Wortley was gay, so someone has to utter the dreaded words, 'Was this a hate crime?'" Freeman fell silent and stared at something on the display board, frowning. Somewhere nearby a phone buzzed with a message or a notification, but if it was Freeman's, she ignored it. She said, "It's a terrible story when you think about it. He's a professional soldier with a good career, and he ends up sleeping rough and stabbed to death on our streets. If that's going from A to B, I want to know the exact route he took, people. You know how this works. Either he was unlucky, a random victim of a disturbed individual, or he wasn't, and something in his past made him the victim. I don't have a clear idea on this yet, so your first job, our first job, is to find out where Michael Wortley has been, especially since he arrived in Lake. What's the earliest mention of him in the interviews so far?" D.I. Green didn't need to look at any notes. "The middle of May, ma'am." "That's 4 months. Where's he been staying? Where's he been eating and drinking? He's spoken to people in that time. Who are they? Has he been in contact with support agencies or any homeless charities here in Lake? Is someone looking at that yet?" Serena raised her hand and said she had a list of those. "Good, you're on that. Make some contacts and be ready to hit the streets yourself. I asked his brother to bring any recent photos he had, so we have something more acceptable to put in front of people. As soon as we do, we need to be showing his face around. CCTV, Tom." At his last calculation, they already had getting on for 100 hours from a variety of sources, and 1 or 2 faces winced at the prospect. That's a fortnight's work for one individual doing nothing else all day. The first look-through must be done in real time. If you fast-forward, what are you going to miss? Clive Betts had already watched an hour of the security video from the Kingsgate arcade for early on the Sunday evening. He reported that it wasn't going to be good enough to facially identify individuals, and no one was surprised because street CCTV rarely is. He could tell them that between the hours of 6 and 7 on that Sunday evening, Michael Wortley had not been in the doorway of the restaurant. Freeman said, D.I. Green will decide how many people we can put onto the CCTV at a time. We'll fit it in around the other stuff. What else? Thoughts about the Damirs? John? Hassan Damir? The DCI was sending a clear message. This was the way she worked, and anyone at any moment could be asked to contribute. There were to be no hiding places. There was to be no sheltering behind your line manager. The upside was, if you had something to say, you were going to be heard, which would make a nice change. Waters looked at John Murray and hoped Freeman wouldn't misread the initial silence. Murray said, "We got there in the end. They definitely had a row with Wortley on the previous Saturday. I don't think Hassan Demir was concealing anything of importance. He had a story that covered him and his brother until after midnight on Sunday, but we haven't checked it out yet." Freeman looked at Denise Sterling, who said, "The same. Yusuf's English isn't good, but what we got fits with what John just said. Neither of them has any record either. I checked that out just before you came in, ma'am." "All right, sort out who's going to check their alibi for Sunday night amongst yourselves. Time's getting on, and I've got to get over to the mortuary to check the setup before the brother arrives. I'm leaving D.I. Green in charge." Freeman looked around, perhaps anticipating a laugh or even just a smile or two, but there was nothing. The detectives had surely understood how they would be working from now on, but understanding the DCI's sense of humour might take a little longer. In some ways, it's easier to deal with the dead than with the living. When Cara Freeman got the call from reception to say that James Wortley was there and had given her name, she took a few controlled breaths before she went down in person to meet him and bring him into the building. She found a man older than she had expected. He must be 50, and therefore at least 10 years older than Michael. He shook hands with her, but didn't want to look directly into her eyes. Freeman had the feeling that here was a man who had already dealt with his share of this world's misfortunes, but he had come nevertheless as promptly as anyone could reasonably have been expected to, and he had put on a shirt and a tie. She took him first to her office. To go directly to the mortuary would seem too abrupt and unfeeling, and she explained the circumstances in a little more detail than she had in the telephone call. She said that the ID card was the only means of identification they had so far, but their contact with the Royal Anglian Regiment left little doubt that Michael had been the victim in an attack last Sunday night. James Wortley reached into an inside pocket and took out 2 photographs. They were small but uncreased, and Freeman guessed they had been removed from their frames only today. The first was of a youngish man standing between a mother and a father, taller than both and with his arms around them. The second picture was of him older and in uniform, a broad-shouldered, clean-cut soldier, not smiling. She said, "When was this one taken?" indicating the man in uniform, and Wortley answered, "About 5 years ago, I think. It's the most recent I could find. Michael wasn't—" "Are these your parents?" "Yes, they're in Corby. I haven't said anything. They don't know. I thought it best. I'll go there afterwards." Freeman took a few more seconds, staring again at the photograph and thinking that James Wortley was in for a horrible shock. The man in the mortuary was barely recognizable as his brother. She needed to make plans for dealing with that, for some support somewhere in the station, but she didn't know the liaison staff. In her own team, perhaps Denise Sterling? There seemed little point in further delay. The walk from her office took them past the incident room, and she hoped he wouldn't look in and see the boards. As they drew level with the open door, she asked about the drive from Corby, and then they were safely beyond where he might see the pictures of his brother. But in a few moments, she thought ruefully, he'll be looking at the real thing, and I'll be dealing with the fallout. Freeman said, "We can do this from here, Mr. Wortley, from behind the window, or you can go in with Miss Markham. People feel differently about it. It's entirely your choice." For want of a better word, you'd call it the viewing room, a tiny ante-room to the police mortuary with a door behind them into the office and reception, and a door in front that led to the mortuary itself. There was a sliding glass partition, and a body on a trolley could be wheeled in front of it so someone could see it closely enough to confirm an identification. Olive Markham stood by the door into the mortuary wearing a white laboratory coat as a mark of respect. James Wortley seemed to take a moment to make the right choice, and then he said,
"I'll go in. I know it's what Michael would do if this was the other way round."
Freeman nodded, and the technician opened the door for him. Wortley stepped past her and then waited. The body had already been taken out of the temperature-controlled storage locker and lay under a fluorescent strip light, covered in a pale blue sheet. Freeman wondered whether they had pink for female corpses, and then told herself to behave. Markham said something that couldn't be heard through the screen, but the man nodded, and then she walked to the trolley and he followed. With 2 hands she drew down the covering and waited. Wortley's back was towards Freeman. Seconds passed slowly. Wortley must have spoken. She saw Olive Markham look up at him. Then the technician asked a question, and Wortley was shaking his head. Why? Of course, we shake our heads for all sorts of reasons. And he was staring down at the body again. But then Olive Markham took a single step to her right, so she could see the Detective Chief Inspector's face watching through the little window. And then Freeman knew. Chapter 10. "Where is he now?" Freeman answered, "I found a sort of restroom, sir. Someone called Pretty is making him a proper cup of tea in there and supplying him with biscuits. She's very good. We need more admin support up here, and I wouldn't mind. Another time, perhaps, Detective Chief Inspector. How would you describe Mr. Wortley's emotional state after his experience?" Detective Chief Superintendent Allen still looked appalled at what had happened, much as he might after discovering a golf opponent had cheated at the long 7th. The 5 of them, the other 3 being D.I. Green, Denise Sterling and Waters, all stood in Freeman's office, and there wasn't a lot of room to spare. Freeman looked around at her team with an expression that barely concealed the fact she thought this to be a daft question before she said, "Relieved, sir?" "Yes, obviously, but he wasn't upset. He said nothing about making any sort of complaint?" "No, sir. Why would he? We followed procedures. The point of this procedure was to confirm the identity of a victim. You could say in that regard we got a result, just not the one we were expecting." Freeman seemed perfectly at ease, and Waters saw this as a significant moment in the squad's development. The way in which the DCI managed upwards would determine much about their future as a team. Strictly speaking, Freeman should be reporting to Regional Serious Crimes on this case, not to Allen. She would be aware of the fact, but had not used it to avoid dealing here and now with the Detective Chief Superintendent. Allen said, "And do we have any idea who the victim might actually be?" Freeman said, "No, sir. We just know who he isn't. I'd still describe that as progress." "I suppose so. What do you plan to do with Mr. Wortley when he's had his tea and biscuits?" "We'll interview him properly, sir." Allen was on edge again. "Interview him? Why?" Freeman shrugged and looked at her officers, as if to see whether someone else would like a turn. Detective Inspector Thomas Green took up the gauntlet. "Because we could have a suspect now, sir." Later, when Waters thought over this conversation, he was still certain that Green had not intended to confuse the chief superintendent. Allen said, "The brother of the man whose body it isn't. On what possible grounds can you see him as a suspect?" Green's manner was perfectly calm and level, so much so that the thought occurred to Waters that the D.I. and John Murray might yet discover they were distantly related. Green said, "No, sir, Michael Wortley. In view of the fact the deceased had Michael Wortley's ID card, it's possible the two of them have met at some point. There are some scenarios in which Wortley might have had reason to attack the man who was using his ID. It makes sense to find out what we can while his brother is in the building. I think James Wortley has already agreed to help, hasn't he, ma'am?" Freeman nodded and said cheerfully, "Yes, he's fine with it, but obviously, sir, if you'd like to sit in or even lead, you'd be very welcome." As one, they looked at Allen expectantly. but he had a late afternoon meeting that he could not miss. The best thing was they all got a proper cup of tea. Pretty Hussein brought it into Freeman's office on a tray with biscuits. Since the arrival of the vending machines, Waters had given up drinking anything in the office but bottled water. The discovery that proper facilities still existed in some dark administrative recess would have been viewed as the most significant development in the case so far by D.C. Freeman had asked Waters and Denise Sterling to sit in, along with Green. This was entirely unnecessary, of course, but he soon realized why she had done it. Though it was an interview, it felt like a conversation. James Wortley was indeed much relieved that he had not just viewed his brother's corpse, and his response was to talk more freely about the brother who was not dead, though one of the first things he told them was that he didn't know where Michael was, and he hadn't known for some time. Denise asked him, "When did you last hear from Michael?" "New Year's Eve. We had my parents over. Michael called on the phone about 11:30. I spoke to him for a couple of minutes, and then he had a word with our mum. She was upset about it, but pleased, that he'd called. He's only been back once since he left the Anglians." Freeman said, "That was 2 years ago. He only came home once since then?" "Yes." A pause, and Waters thought, keep quiet, don't push, and he'll tell us. Things were never good between Michael and our dad, not since Michael was in his teens. He came home sometimes when he was on leave, like soldiers do, all in the uniform and that. Mum loved it and used to show him off to the neighbours. But Dad, he never got over it. I think you know what I'm saying. From what you said earlier, the army told you all about it. Freeman nodded to Waters because it was him the army had told. He said to James Wortley, "The army major who knew Michael told us about his being gay." Wortley said, "Yes, that's it. Michael came out at home when he was about 18, I think. After that, it was never the same between them. To be honest, we had a couple of years of hell. Then Michael joined up. They changed the law, something like that, and I remember him saying to me he was going to do it now. Excited he was, and I said, you might not get in, you might not pass the physical, but he did first time. I knew he would, really. He was a good athlete at school and all that." Denise said, "Is that why he joined up, to escape the situation at home?" "Well, he did escape it, of course, but that's not why. He was always into it, the military thing, even as a kid. When we played soldiers, Michael did it for real. He knew all the flags and regiments." After a moment, Waters said, "The Major also told us Michael was an outstanding professional soldier, the backbone of the army," he said. James Wortley nodded his appreciation at what Waters had just done. Denise Sterling said then, "Did Michael get any vocational training while he was in the army? Anything he might have used afterwards? A trade or any skills?" "Not that I know of. He loved the light infantry role, the front-line stuff. He put his name forward to get sent back to Afghanistan. I don't expect they all did that." Freeman wasn't making notes, but Green was, and Waters saw another look between them at what James Wortley had just said. It was Freeman who asked the next question. "Can we assume that your brother knew how to take care of himself, James?" Wortley saw the point of the question. "You mean, was he tough?" "Yes, he was. People have this idea that blokes who are gay are a bit, effeminate. That's it. Some are, of course, but not all of them. You'd never know, just talking to him. When he was 18 and came out, you can imagine what it was like when it went public. The lads on the estate and all the comments. Some people you thought were your friends taking the mickey. Didn't last long. They soon learned not to say anything to his face." Freeman said, "I wouldn't be doing my job, James, if I didn't now ask you whether Michael was capable of violence in situations like that." That was taking a chance, a question not without risk, and Waters watched James Wortley's reaction. It was considered, careful, and unhurried. He could be, yes. He wouldn't back away. He didn't turn the other cheek. But he was not a bully, never. He didn't start any fights, not that I know of. But if you started one with him, you'd better be ready to see it through to the end, because he would be."
Freeman said, "I'm not surprised the army valued him highly. When his career came to an end, he must have been devastated. How much do you know about why that happened, James? And I should say, if you think I'm prying, just say so. You wouldn't be the first to tell me to mind my own business. As I explained to you, this isn't a formal interview, but the Army have confirmed that the ID we found on the body you saw today is genuine. It was Michael's. We're trying to understand how it turned up here, and to do that we need to know something about what happened to Michael after he left the Army." She had confidence beyond her years, and Waters wondered where that came from. Wortley had been reassured once more. He said, "I knew he'd got involved with someone on the base. He used to phone me sometimes. No one else in the family, just me. Then one day I got this long call. It must have been half an hour. This was just after he'd decided to stop the tribunal or whatever it was. Basically, someone had had a quiet word and told him he wasn't going to win. He said, 'James, I'm done. I've put my papers in.' He didn't need to use the word Freeman had used, devastated, because it was there even now in the retelling. Wortley shook his head at the memory before he continued. Then I didn't hear from him for, I don't know, it must have been weeks. That wasn't unusual, but it was all done pretty quickly. The next time I spoke to him, he was out." Waters said, "Where did he go after that? Do you know?" "Nothing certain, but I'm sure he stayed in Bury for several months. I don't know whether he was still seeing the other person or even just hoping to, but I got some post from there from Michael. It was documents and stuff about his discharge and pensions. He wanted me to keep it safe. I've still got it all if—" Freeman thanked him for the offer, but said she didn't think they'd need to see anything like that. She asked whether James knew where Michael was calling from last New Year's Eve. "No, I don't. It was a mobile number. I wrote it down. I was thinking if anything happens to Mum, I might need it, you know. He was in Norwich last summer, though. I had a call from a landline, and I looked up the exchange. It was Norwich. He told me he was all right, that he'd moved on. He said he was working in security, but he didn't give me any details." Denise said, "That mobile number, do you still have it?" He did. He said it was in his phone, and he had tried to ring it a few times, but there was never an answer. He thought Michael must have got rid of it and was using another phone now, but they were welcome to take it, and he handed his own mobile to Tom Green so he could make a note of it. Freeman said, "All this is hard on your mother, isn't it? You said earlier that she and Michael were close." For the first time, James Wortley seemed to hesitate. He stared down at his hands, and Waters noticed there were traces of paint around the edges of the nails, light green paint. Perhaps that was the man's line of work, a painter and decorator. Then they were close. There were 3 of us. We had a sister lives in Keswick, but Michael was the favourite. We used to joke about it when we got older, but she's not well these days. She doesn't always follow what's going on. She doesn't always... She's got dementia." Waters looked at Freeman without thinking, but she didn't react. She said something sympathetic to James Wortley, said they were nearly done now, and asked if he'd like more tea. But on that Friday night in the Chequers, after Graham Fletcher was charged, Freeman had given him £50 and said, "Make sure everyone gets another drink. I have to leave now." She was leaving because it was her mother's carer's night off. Freeman's own mother was suffering from early-onset dementia. He thought about his own parents. The only illness they could manage between them, that he knew of, was a bit of high blood pressure and a bad back if one of them did too much gardening. We take it all for granted at our peril. D.I. Green asked about the ID card. Was it likely Michael would have given it away? James Wortley said, "I doubt it. Something like that would still have mattered to him. You know what people say. He might have left the army, but he was still a soldier. You could take the man out of the army, but that sort of thing.
I can't see him just handing it over to someone.
So we need, said Freeman, to find out how it got into the pockets of the man found in Lake yesterday morning. Obviously there might be an innocent explanation, but we will see if we can find some traces of Michael, and if we do, we'll be in touch. And, of course, if you hear from him— Green took James Wortley out of the office and down to reception, leaving the three of them with plenty to discuss. Freeman said, "Working in security in Norwich maybe a year ago? That's a long shot. We don't have the resources to go into that one at present. We'll see what's happened to the mobile number. What else?" Denise was quick off the mark again, Waters noticed, and he couldn't be sure how much of that was down to trying to make an impression or simply being competitive by nature. She said, "How long before we get the basic DNA from the body, ma'am? We might not know who he is, but he might be known to us. Yes, we need to speed that up. Go and introduce yourself. Have a word with that Markham woman. She saw what happened this afternoon. See if there's any way to get the initial tests done quickly. This week would be good. She's a bit of an odd one, isn't she?" This was to Waters. He'd been studying the photographs of Michael Wortley on Freeman's desk. "Who is, ma'am?" "Miss Markham in the mortuary. Did you think I meant Denise?" "No, Olive Markham? She has a lot of experience. D.C. had a high regard for her. On more than one occasion she's found things that other people had missed." Denise Sterling had a smile now. She said, "D.C. Smith? I met him a few years ago. We were at a drugs seminar in Norwich. He was a discussion group leader, and so was I. Clive Betts was in his group. We were talking about it yesterday." Freeman said, looking at Waters, "Yes, and no doubt when the clock strikes midnight his spirit still walks the lonely corridors of Kingslake Central. Ideas, Chris? We need to be moving on other fronts, not just CCTV." She would put you under pressure without a moment's hesitation. He had learned that much already. He said, "I think the first place we should show that picture, the one of Michael Wortley in uniform, is on Eden Street." "Why?" "It's where we found his ID card. It makes sense. It's a connection. I'm not thinking someone will say, 'Oh, it's him,' but the card was there, so Wortley might have been." Freeman wasn't convinced. That side of her was easy to read. She said, "Certainly get some copies made, enough for everyone in the team. I'm not sure about hitting the streets with them yet." Waters said, "One of the people we interviewed yesterday expressed doubts about whether he, the man they called Michael, was really a soldier. Finding out he wasn't might jog a few more memories about him." Denise said, "Who was that?" And Waters told her it was one of the women in the florist's shop. Freeman was still weighing up what Waters had suggested, and perhaps he thought just seeing how far he was prepared to push it. Freeman said, "Isn't one of them blind? Showing her a photograph won't achieve much, will it?" Conceal the irritation, especially when it's what someone was trying to provoke. Perhaps there was a side to DCI Cara Freeman he wouldn't like as much as he did some of the others. Waters said, "The blind girl gave us more useful information on the victim than anyone else we spoke to, ma'am." Freeman glanced at Denise and then said, "All right then, but just you for a couple of hours. Show the picture around, see what you get. Get Serena onto the homeless support organizations with the new photo, and keep everyone else on CCTV. That's it. We're done." Chapter 11. Once upon a time, and it seemed now like a time long, long ago, everything about a case had been fascinating and new, and every aspect of the business of investigation had intrigued him. But experience alters us, whatever we do. The decisions we take and the actions we carry out change us minute by minute, as each drop of rain alters the course of a river and every frost reshapes a mountainside. Waters knew now that he didn't want to spend his days in offices driving desks. Sometimes that's where the answers are found, and he already had the feeling that Detective Inspector Thomas Green was a master of that sort of investigation. But it wasn't for everyone, and it wasn't for him. Crimes are committed by people against other people, and to catch the criminals you need to get out there and amongst them. He remembered Smith saying more than once, "I'm not asking him that over the phone. I want to see his face when he hears that question, ma'am." As he took the last turn that would lead him out of Kingsgate and into Eden Street, Chris Waters was thinking these things and finding himself a little surprised. He wasn't what anyone would call a people person. At school there had been a small circle of friends and a slightly wider one of acquaintances, and university had been the same. Those 3 years had left just 3 names in his contacts list, and 2 of those would be surprised to hear from him now. He had been on the force for 5 years, but he wouldn't require all his fingers to count the number of occasions on which he'd socialized with fellow officers, other than in relation to an investigation. The exception, of course, being the times he had spent with Smith. Some of those were odd, and others were unfortunate, but they added up to more than all the others put together. And then he could hear the voice saying, "And no doubt that's why you're in a bit of a pickle. You need to get out more, sonny." He arrived at the doorway where the body had been. Someone had been over it with a mop and bucket, but there were traces of a brown stain in the cracks between the tiles, and he knew that was blood. Blood is remarkably persistent, and even when you think it's gone, it hasn't. It lingers in recesses and seeps deeply into any absorbent surface. Blood does not glow conveniently in UV light, as the television writers would have you believe, but a spray of luminol does the job even months after they wiped away all visible traces. He saw that for the first time in the bathroom of James Bell's flat in the Towers. The question here, though, is whose blood is it? When we can put a name to him, we can find him, because he's in the system somewhere. We all are. Waters turned and stood facing the street. There was a late afternoon gloominess, and the threat of more rain was hanging in the air. The savage intensity of the summer seemed to have burned out the prospect of a long, fine autumn, and it looked like early winter already. As if to underline the thought, a gust of wind lifted and flapped the awnings of the shops, and the burger wrappers and crushed paper coffee cups littering the pavements spiraled around. Most of the people were travelling from his left to his right, leaving their jobs in the town centre and heading out to cars parked in the back streets of Fairhills or to the train and bus stations. He suspected that not a single person had noticed the absence of the homeless man and his dog. They come and they go, pop-up people like pop-up shops, here today, somewhere else tomorrow, the poor who are always with us. Looking across at the florist's shop, he could avoid confronting it no longer, the knowledge that he wanted to see Miriam Josephs again. Like a chipped tooth, it had been bothering him since he drove away from the market square yesterday. He couldn't leave the idea alone, couldn't stop touching it with his tongue. Last night he had lain in bed with all the lights off, staring into the darkness and wondering, is this what it's like? And that wasn't the most embarrassing thing. He'd tried to make a cup of coffee with his eyes closed, and ended up knocking over a carton of milk. All this had only made matters worse, had only left him with more questions as he thought about how she managed, how she lived a life without light. It felt like another investigation he must carry out, and soon, if he was going to be completely honest with himself, and how difficult that can be. It was the main reason he was here, and not watching CCTV back at Central. As a penance, he went into the betting shop first. A large woman was perched precariously on a small set of steps, wiping the screens of a line of wall-mounted monitors that were still switched on. She half-turned and told Waters they'd be closed in a few minutes, and he wondered to himself whether the same might be true of the shop next door. When he showed his card and asked to speak to the manager instead of climbing down, she shouted, "Bob, the police are here!" as if this was an event that took place 2 or 3 times a week.
Sullivan appeared from a back office, followed shortly by the smell of cigarette smoke. He squinted up at Waters as if he too had a problem with his vision, but it was apparent he didn't miss much. He said, "You was out there on the street yesterday. This about the old boy who died?" Bob Sullivan must have at least 20 years on the old boy, whoever he was. Waters said it was yes, and that they, the police, would be around for a few days asking follow-up questions. He took out the copy of the photograph and showed it to the bookie, giving nothing away, simply asking whether he'd ever seen this man on Eden Street. The woman was interested now. She climbed down from the steps and looked over Sullivan's shoulder. Sullivan said, "Nah, don't get many soldiers down here. Don't think we've had one in the shop for years. We used to have a sailor, but he was merchant navy. I'd remember a soldier. What's he got to do with it?" Waters angled the picture so the woman had a better view. She shook her head and said no, she'd remember him as well because he was a good-looking boy. Sullivan asked his question again, and the smell of stale tobacco on his breath was faintly nauseating. Waters put the picture back into his pocket and stepped away. "He's someone we'd like to speak to. He might have known the man who died." "I see." Sullivan said that as if he did, as if he understood why Waters couldn't say with so many people present. "Did you have any contact with the dead man yourself, Mr. Sullivan?" "Only what I told your woman about yesterday, Blondie with the ponytail." It was a new way of thinking about Detective Sergeant Denise Sterling. Sullivan continued, "He came in here a couple of times and had a bet. Marvellous, isn't it? Begs a bit of cash for his starving dog or whatever, and then comes across here and puts it on a nag." "But you took his money anyway, Mr. Sullivan." "Yeah, it's what we do here." There was a clock on the wall between the television screens, and it told Waters the time was 10 minutes to 5. He needed to be next door now. Sullivan looked as if he was ready for an argument, a philosophical one about the morality of homeless vagrants and their inalienable right to a flutter on the horses. But a breath of fresh air, followed by the scent of freesias, seemed a better bet to Waters. He thanked them for their assistance. Patsy was locking the door. When she saw him, she reached up and pulled the bolt back. Hanging on the other side of the glass was a card that said the shop closed at 5 p.m. on Mondays, Tuesdays, and Wednesdays. He noticed, too, that there was a small camera mounted above the door, one he hadn't seen on D.I. Green's list. He asked her about that first. "Yes, it's working. Miriam says she had it put up when they were having a spell of kids breaking windows. Nothing like that's happened since I've been here. I know how to check it, though. There's a little monitor screen out the back." "How much does it show?" "Just the doorway and a bit of the pavement. But if you know how to get the thingy out, I'm sure she won't mind you borrowing it." They were standing just inside the door. Waters had glanced beyond her once or twice as they spoke, and when he said, "Thanks, we've got plenty already, but I can call back if we need it," Patsy smiled and said, "Drop in any time. We don't mind." "Did you want a word with her, then?" He felt transparent, as if even the dim light of late afternoon was passing straight through him. He reached into his pocket and took out the photograph once more, grateful to have another reason to be there. "I wanted a word with both of you. We think this man might be able to... Well, it's a bit cliched, but he might be able to help us with our inquiries." She took the picture and examined it. "Another soldier? One of his mates? He was in the army, then?" She sounded surprised, and it was one of those moments when you glimpse a figure running through the trees. It's there, and then it's gone. Do you run after it, or stick to the plan? You can't go charging off in all directions, Waters, but sometimes... He said, "I remember you saying you thought it might be an act, the camouflage T-shirt and the message about his time in the army. Was there anything in particular made you think that?" She looked down at the picture once more before handing it back to him. "Well,
He never seemed anything like this, did he? Not Michael. This is a proper soldier, isn't it? Michael was... Let's be honest. Michael was a tramp. He looked like a tramp, and he smelled like a tramp. I can't imagine he ever scrubbed up like this bloke. Who is he?" Waters could hear her now in the rear of the premises, telling the dog to stay, which meant that she herself would be on her way to the front of the shop. He had to steady his breathing. It was ridiculous. To Patsy he said, "It's someone we think Michael might have known." And this was also ridiculous, because the man in the photograph was Michael, but it was too soon to go public with that. It would be wrong to assume this early in the investigation that no one in the Eden Street community was involved in the murder. When she appeared, she had a white stick, and it went through him like a rapier of pity, and then he was angry with himself because she would scorn pity. He knew that much about her already. She said, "It's Detective Sergeant Waters, isn't it? And you need our CCTV? I don't think it will show very much." "Where does one look? Into the eyes that cannot see you?" He said, "I didn't call for that. We have plenty already. But if we do at some point, I could call back for it." After a moment, Miriam said, "We had some vandalism, a spell of it last year. The security company who sold it to me said the camera would act as a deterrent. I suppose it might have worked, as it hasn't happened since. Or maybe they just grew out of it. Anyway, if you need it." Patsy said, "The sergeant has a photo. It's of a soldier." "Is it Michael?" "No, someone who might have known him. I think that's what you said." Patsy went on when Waters confirmed it. "A smart-looking soldier in uniform. It's a good picture, but I've never seen this bloke." "And I think I can say the same." She was smiling towards him, used to making light of her disability. But when we do these things, the little things that make us human, we look for the response, the acknowledgment from others, the smile in return. Waters wasn't sure whether he should smile, or even whether he was. Instead, he looked at Patsy, who said, "Is there anything else? Maybe some flowers for your wife or your girlfriend?" The shop assistant's stare was all too direct, and her intention was unmistakable. He said, "I'm not married, and I don't—" "Buy flowers?" This was Miriam herself, looking surprised and a little hurt. They were both playing games with him. "No." "You should. They make such a difference to a home, much more than people realize." "My flat is for sale. I've just put it on the market." It was an odd thing to have told them, two strangers, but he'd felt gauche and awkward since he'd stepped across the threshold. He should leave. Miriam said, turning towards Patsy, "Even more reason to have flowers. It makes a real impact if you're viewing somewhere and there are vases of flowers. People tell us that, don't they, Patsy?" Her partner in crime said, "They do, Miriam. I'm thinking chrysanthemums." "Absolutely. They're at their peak of their season. Red and bronze will go with any colour scheme. You said it's a flat? Is it here in Kings Lake?" "Yes." "How many bedrooms?" "One. So, what about some chrysanthemums for the entrance hall, if you have one, or they can go into your lounge. We also have some phlox, which have a beautiful scent, and you could put those in your bedroom. Some people say they have better dreams with flowers in their bedroom." Waters was at a loss. They both seemed to be quite serious about the matter. And then Miriam laughed and said, "I'm joking about the phlox, but not the chrysanthemums. You should buy some. Flowers in a home for sale work as well as freshly brewed coffee, and they last longer. If you want any, Patsy will find the best we have in stock." Patsy said, £6 gets you 10 stems, £10 gets you 20, and a better selection of colours. We have some nice vases as well. You'll need a vase." He was sure he had one, he said, in the kitchen cupboard under the sink, a big ornate glass thing he had never used. And Patsy went away with her order for 20 stems of chrysanthemums. Miriam was silent, and he noticed the clock on the wall, which told him they were late leaving because of him. It was almost 5:15. He apologized, and she said it didn't matter.
Patsy would stay open until midnight if she thought there was an order at the end of it. He said, "She's an asset to your business. I usually only buy flowers once a year for your mother's birthday. If you're looking surprised, don't. We know all the reasons people come through the door, so you must be local if your mother is close enough for you to take her flowers. I'm assuming you don't post them or have them delivered in a van." Not a bad piece of deduction. Her gaze was fixed somewhere to his right, as if a sighted person had seen something interesting beyond his shoulder, and her head was tilted very slightly, as if she was listening intently for some inflection in his response. The pupils were large and perfectly round, eyes perfect in every way, and it was again impossible for him to believe she was unable to see him, to see anyone. Had she been blind from birth? Had she never seen another human being? Miriam must have wondered what he was doing instead of responding to her, and for the first time he saw a look of uncertainty, perhaps because she couldn't know what she looked like herself, or whether there was something odd or out of place. She said again, "So, are you local, from Kingslake?" "Not far away. My parents live out towards Dereham. That's where I grew up, in Dereham, and you're right, I take my mother flowers every year on the 5th of July. And now I'm supposed to say how sweet you remember your mother's date of birth." This was an odd note for her, he thought, almost bitter, as if she expected him to be employing some artifice to gain her attention and her good opinion of him. But she couldn't see that he wasn't. She couldn't see any man, even though she might attract more than her fair share of them. How many times had she been taken advantage of in that way? He said, "Well, you can say it if you want, but I'd remember it anyway because it's also my birthday." She laughed easily. "Oh, really? Your mum had you on her birthday? She was either delighted or devastated. Just glad to get it over with, I think. I was 2 weeks late." "No wonder you're still taking her flowers. Has she forgiven you yet?" "I think so. And I'm pretty punctual these days." "Trying to compensate." As they'd talked, her eyes had found him exactly, or rather her ears had done so, and she seemed to be looking directly at him. He could not get over how strange this was, and he had become intensely aware of what he was saying and how he might sound, because that was all she had to work with, sound waves, and her sense of smell. Waters remembered how she had described quite precisely what she'd learned about the homeless man she knew as Michael, simply through that, and what she had said about the sense of flowers. Could she smell him? He had eaten a chicken masala sandwich for lunch some hours ago. Could she pick up things like that? He said, "What about you? Do you live locally?" She raised her left hand to draw back her hair a little, and he could see, on the inside of her wrist, a small neat tattoo, a 6-pointed star, yellow outlined with black, the Star of David. He wanted to step closer to see it more clearly, but she had a strong sense of personal space, almost an aura which he guessed you did not intrude upon without an explicit invitation. She said, "I live in Fair Hills. It's about a 10-minute walk." Then he saw the fingertips of her right hand touch the watch on her left wrist, just the briefest of contacts, but enough to tell her the time. Waters said, "Sorry, I've made you late. It's the other way around. Patsy's taking her time picking out your flowers." Miriam smiled and frowned as if she was trying to be cross about it, and Waters said, "How long will they last, the flowers?" "If you look after them properly, at least 10 days. You know they have to go into water, don't you? And we'll give you a sachet of liquid feed. But you do have to cut that open and add it to the water. Don't laugh, we've had people who didn't. They just put the whole thing in." Patsy reappeared with what seemed like an enormous bouquet. She handed it to Waters with a little ceremony, as if he'd just won Olympic gold, and said, "I'd say about a week, then you'll need some more. We can do a standing order, collect every Tuesday." Miriam told her off, and Waters said he had delayed them long enough, and thanked them for their help. She said, "We didn't give you any. We just took your money. But if you need the CCTV, you know where we are. We'll look after it, just in case." In the doorway he stopped and said, "I meant to ask, what happened to the dog?" Miriam said, "Lola? She's with some neighbours of mine. I told them about her, and they offered. Is it theft? Have we obstructed your investigation?" She had come to the doorway without the aid of her stick, and stood closer to him than she perhaps realized. He said, "Possibly. I might need to return with a scenes of crime officer and take samples." "From Lola? That sounds revolting." She held the door as he stepped back into Eden Street. When he turned to look again, the door had closed, and he could see her through the glass, laughing again at something Patsy must have said. He wondered what that was. It could only have been about him, couldn't it? About 5:30, most of the shops were closed or closing, but the fast-food places were getting ready for business. He could call on those and show the photograph, but he'd look absurd carrying these flowers. He set off back towards the shopping mall, aware that, professionally speaking, he had wasted half of the afternoon, and aware, too, that this had not happened by accident. It was a novel feeling, something he couldn't recall doing before. When he was safely out of view of the flower shop, he stopped and took out his mobile. There had been no calls, but he'd received a text from Serena almost an hour ago. It said, "Don't know if anyone's told you, but we've got it on CCTV." Chapter 12. "It's 8:36 on day 3, Freeman said, "and we have our first break. Go ahead, Tom." Detective Inspector Green touched a key on his laptop, and the interactive whiteboard came to life, mirroring what had appeared on his screen. There was no hesitation. There were no just a minutes while he found the sections of CCTV he wanted them to see. Everything had been prepared before the briefing. The scene frozen in front of them was of Eden Street, viewed from King's Gate and looking north towards the Fairhills end. Green said, "This is from a security camera belonging to the management company that runs the shopping mall. I haven't been down to check myself yet, but according to the plans we have, the camera is about 70 yards from where the body was found. That's a long way. We can enlarge the images, but as they're not particularly sharp in the first place, all you do is increase the fuzziness of it. I'll give you an example of that, because we all need to understand something. There is no way this will stand up as evidence in court. I asked Clive to look at Saturday, and this is what he found." The images began to move with the usual jerkiness of an old-fashioned black-and-white film. The street had been busy. When Waters checked the time and date stamp in the top right, he could see the clip was recorded at a few minutes after 4:30 in the afternoon. He made out the locations of shops he recognized, the bookmakers, and just beyond it, the florists. The chrysanthemums looked splendid in the vase he'd placed on a small occasional table he'd never found a use for until yesterday evening. Green said, "Right, here we go. I'll pause this for a moment. Chris, you haven't seen this before. Spot anything pertinent to the case?" Waters took his time, but the more you stared at it, the more the image resembled a late Impressionist street scene than a photographic record. He shook his head. It was better to be honest than try to be clever. "Exactly, that's how poor it is. But there is something here." The pointer on the screen circled what could only be 2 or 3 people together a short distance beyond the Flower Power shop, but it was little more than a smudge of darkness larger than those created by individual figures. Green pressed a key, and the figures began to separate into what seemed to be 3 people, As it proceeded, it became slightly clearer. 3 figures a few feet apart. One could eventually make out one of them raising an arm and another seemingly pointing. A strange, almost abstract representation of an argument. After perhaps a minute, a 4th figure appeared from the top left, leaving a shop and walking towards the others. And then Waters understood he had been watching the Demir brothers rowing with the victim some 36 hours before he was murdered. Cara Freeman said, "We've interviewed those young men. We know exactly what they look like, but there's no way we could confirm an ID from what we can see here. We need to study the rest of this footage with that in mind." She nodded to the detective inspector. Green closed that file and opened another. 22:38, Sunday the 9th of September, from the same camera. Eden Street seemed to be well lit at night. If anything, thought Waters, it's a little sharper than the daytime footage. There was no one to be seen at first, and then after a few seconds a woman walked north away from the camera and towards Fairhills. She wore a short skirt, heels, and some sort of hooded top, and went quickly along until she disappeared into the shadows beyond the reach of the camera. Waters tried to make out which shops or takeaways, if any, were still open for business, but it was impossible to be sure. There, on the right, a little closer to the camera than the altercation involving the Demirs, was the doorway to the Chinese Chow Noodles bar, but nothing could be seen to suggest anyone was present. Next, 2 youths cycled in from the Fairhills end, riding abreast and talking as they went into the town behind the camera. They were in their mid-teens, he thought, and ought to be in bed because tomorrow was a school day. Seconds later, 2 figures entered from the southern end. The boys must have passed or seen them. They were men, youngish, probably wearing jeans, and both had hoods raised. They looked almost identical, but one was noticeably taller, the other much more heavily built and shorter. And they were in no hurry, looking around as they went. It struck Waters that they might be looking for CCTV cameras, as if breaking and entering was on their minds. They slowed a few yards short of the doorway he had just been thinking about, and from the movements of their heads it was plain they were talking. Both then looked back towards King's Gate, checking, making up their minds about something. The faces were indistinct. One might say they had no beards, perhaps that they weren't wearing spectacles, but little more than that. The taller man crossed towards the doorway, and he had something in his hand, holding it out and then stooping, slowing into a crouch. A few more seconds passed, and a dog appeared, head down, tail wagging cautiously. The man waited, and the dog began to sniff what he was holding. It had to be food. As the dog grew more persistent and excited about the smell, some sort of lead went around its neck. And then the man stood up, walking on towards the Fairhills end of Eden Street. Before he was out of sight, in the same shadows where the woman had gone, the second man was moving quickly across the street. He disappeared into the doorway. Nothing could be seen. The image became an empty tableau for a few seconds. Waters was counting, and it was 6 seconds. And then he was out in the street again, hands in his pockets, walking north at a steady pace. "Okay, stop it there." All eyes went from the screen to the detective chief inspector. She said, "We'll see the rather sad conclusion to this in a moment, but let's have some input first. Chris and Serena, you're seeing this for the first time. The rest of us have had since last night to ponder it. Some of us might even have lost a bit of sleep over it. What are your impressions?" Serena was ready to speak, and Waters gave way. She said, "This was premeditated. You don't go wandering around the town on a Sunday night with a pound of sausages in your pocket, or bacon, or whatever it was they used to get the dog away. And how did they know there was a dog?" Serena was thinking as she spoke, and Freeman nodded, encouraging her to go on. They came prepared because they knew there was a dog with him. They must have been by before, seen the dog, and got the food so they could get it away. Evil bastards. Detective Inspector Green looked mildly surprised and glanced at the DCI as if she might tell off the detective constable for her language. Instead, Freeman said, "You're assuming this was the moment when the victim was stabbed?" Serena said without hesitation, "Yes, ma'am. I'm totally assuming that. Does anyone have any doubts about it?" There were no takers. Freeman said, "Chris, your thoughts?" The immediate one he did not share, the thought that he would like to sit down, have control of that keyboard, and watch this through at least a dozen times, perhaps making notes as he went along, maybe scrounge a cup of tea from Pretty, put up his feet on the desk, close his eyes, and let his mind play over the recording for as long as required to make complete sense of it. Instead, all he had was the half a minute that Serena's observations had given him. He said, "Sunday night. Probably the quietest time of the week on Eden Street, so if it was premeditated, that's not a coincidence. I'd say they were very aware of the camera. They'll have had a car somewhere, but they don't go back the way they came, because that would mean they'd be facing the camera, and they might be close enough to be recognized from a recording. They'd checked out the security beforehand. The only people that aware of cameras are us and the opposition, so I'd guess this won't be the first evil thing they've done." Freeman said, "Okay, go on." "It's done in a matter of seconds, 6 seconds. Tom Green didn't look up from his paperwork until he noticed the silence. Then he half-smiled apologetically at Waters. Which is impressive. Sorry if that's the wrong word, but Freeman said, "We take your point, Chris. Fellow murderers would be impressed. Explain why." "I'm assuming the victim is asleep on his back. He must be asleep, or he'd have reacted to the dog going out, and probably covered by the blanket we saw over the body. The attacker had to crouch down to pull that back and then stab through the anorak, which was a proper outdoor coat, wasn't it?" Freeman nodded. "And has to do so accurately enough and hard enough to hit the heart at least once in only 2 attempts. Then he stands up and leaves. He's calm enough to walk away rather than run. He's in control." "Good. We came to the same conclusion last night. Anything else?" Waters had the feeling that Freeman wanted more than he was willing to give at this stage. He hadn't even seen the footage once all the way through, and she was asking for his thoughts as they formed. It was an odd sort of pressure, a new way of working. Detective Inspector Tirek had been top-down always. "We, the senior officers, will work out what needs to be done, and you, the underlings, will go and do it and report back in triplicate." With Smith, most of the time, it had hardly seemed like work. He could be brisk, but investigations had been somehow personal and meaningful, and intriguing and funny. Waters didn't quite have the words to explain it to himself, and everyone was still watching, waiting for him to respond to Freeman. "I'd like to see the footage a few more times, ma'am, but it's a good lead, in my opinion. We should get the best stills we can from it and show them to the Eden Street people. I mean, of the woman and the 2 on bikes. They're sure to be local, and if we can trace them, they'll be potential witnesses." When he paused, Freeman nodded again, in agreement, he thought, rather than at anything novel in his suggestion. "Also," he said, as she was about to speak, "we should now be looking again at earlier footage. There's a chance we can find them watching or contacting the victim sometime before the attack." Freeman said, "Bingo. Someone's already beaten you to it, though, Chris. Not that this is in any way a competition." A couple of the detectives in the room were looking at Maya Kumar. Waters glanced at Murray, but as usual the face was impassive and giving nothing away. "Okay, Tom, run VT. I love saying that." The image on the screen began to move again. The perpetrator took the final few steps north into the darkness. and Eden Street was empty again. In the doorway, thought Waters, a man lay dying, unseen and alone. Tom Green said, "I've cut out 2 minutes of this." Then the dog Lola appeared, trotting along and looking pleased with herself, as dogs do when an unexpected meal has turned up and been consumed. She sniffed at something near an overflowing waste bin, and then went into the doorway. Seconds later her head appeared, looking in the direction from which she had just come, and then she was back inside and out of sight. Green said, "It's a reasonable assumption from this that the second man was holding on to the dog until the other one turned up, allowing time for the attacker to walk north and for the dog to walk back. He wasn't far away, I'd say." Freeman said, "Do dogs walk? I know we take them for a walk, but it sounds wrong." No one else seemed to have a strong opinion on the matter. The senior investigating officer shrugged and went on, "Anyway, as Chris said, this is good stuff. We'll be doing as he said and showing images of those witnesses to everyone there, but there's more. Tom?" Green said, "It was obvious as soon as we saw this that one or both of these men had been on the street before. They knew where to look for the victim, and they knew there was a dog. By the way, does anyone know what happened to it?" Glances were exchanged before Freeman said, "The dog?" "Yes." "Why?" "I was wondering last night. It's not important, just one of those loose ends, ma'am." Freeman said, "Last night when you were in bed, trying to get some sleep? I'm glad I wasn't the only one, but I'll be honest, it wasn't the whereabouts of the dog that kept me awake." Waters told them what he knew, and Freeman said his visit to Eden Street yesterday hadn't been a complete waste of time then. She seemed to say it jokingly, but one couldn't be sure with her, at least not yet. But Green, he noticed, wrote down the new piece of information. This was a man who disliked loose ends. Green closed the video file and opened another. Before he played it, he looked at Waters and said, "We decided to go back through the day once we'd seen the attack, just as you said. Meyer said she thought she had seen one of them before when she watched Saturday's footage, which is why we found it quickly." Waters looked at her, but she didn't react at all to the mention of her name. Green said, "Here we are. The video seems to skip a bit, but here he is. This is probably the same man, the taller one. It's a few minutes after midday on Saturday." A figure stood across from and almost opposite the Noodles Bar doorway, within a few feet of the entrance to the bookmakers' and florists' shops. The clip showed him turning away to look into the bookie's window, as if contemplating a bet on the 2:30 at Wincanton, but only for a moment. Then he was watching again. 2 elderly women stopped and had a brief conversation with the homeless man who was sitting on the pavement a few yards from the entranceway, where in less than 48 hours he would be stabbed. One of them bent down to fuss the dog. Before they left, both women had dropped money into whatever lay on the ground in front of Lola the dog. The women moved away, and the man continued to stare from across the busy street. As a detective, you want it to be him, of course. You need it to be one of the 2 men who were there on the Sunday night, and so Waters allowed for that as he made his own judgment. Dressed the same in dark jeans and what appeared to be the identical hooded sweatshirt, thin build, and of at least Waters's own height, the man watched for a few seconds, looked away as if he wasn't doing so, and then he was watching again. After a time he walked a few steps further and seemed to be examining what was in the window of Flower Power, and then Waters remembered the CCTV camera there. It was angled to show the entrance door, but there was a chance the man was close enough to have been recorded on it. He said, "There's a camera inside the entrance to the florist shop," and Green pressed pause on the video. He flicked open a file and said, "I've got no record of that." Then Green ran a finger down a list, nodded because he knew he was right, and said, "No record. How did we miss that?" The question was addressed to everyone who had been on Eden Street, and no one had an answer. Eventually Waters said, "It's a small camera, and it's not obvious. I didn't notice it until I was there yesterday. I arranged for us to get the footage if it was needed." Freeman said, "Good, it is now, so we'll have that checked out this morning." She was plainly ready to go on, but Green said to Waters, "After the briefing, can you mark exactly where this new camera is on the blueprint, Chris?" Serena was looking at him, but Waters resisted the temptation to meet her eyes just in case. Then the detective inspector said, "And now the best thing of all," and pressed play again. Another minute or so passed, and then the tall man went across Eden Street towards the Noodles restaurant. He went casually, not hurrying, not purposefully, and stood where the two women had been earlier. He began talking to the man sitting in the doorway. Waters had no doubt now that this was one of the two men who were present on the Sunday evening. As he watched, he saw the dog get up and wag its tail at somebody new, and then, after a few more exchanged words, the vagrant was also up on his feet. Waters remembered Miriam Josephs saying the man had done the same with her when they'd had a longer conversation. Did these two know each other? Had they met before? Studying the body language, he didn't think so. The tall man pointed to something, pointed down, and it might be the piece of cardboard that explained how hard times had come to a former soldier. The homeless man talked then, his hands gesticulating a little, before he reached into the anorak and took something from a pocket. He held it towards the stranger, who peered at it. Much too far away to see what it was, but Waters guessed what it might be, the soldier's ID card. What question had been asked, or what comment made, to get him to produce it? The conversation went on for another minute or thereabouts, and then a hand from the taller man went out towards the other. They shook hands, and Waters could imagine it. "Well done, mate. Thank you for your service. We owe you." And sure enough, he reached into a pocket and handed him something, probably a note. £10, maybe 20. Then a wave, and he was on his way back towards King's Gate. After no more than half a dozen steps, the tall man stopped and looked up directly towards the camera that had recorded the encounter, as if in that moment he could see or imagine Waters and the murder squad watching him. It was almost possible to make him out, a long, narrow face to match the rest of him, hunched, rather sloping shoulders, as if he was a man who didn't enjoy being as tall as he was, dark hair of moderate length, and probably of no particular style. He stood for some seconds as the people moved around him, and his thoughts could have been no plainer had Green added a caption to the bottom of the screen. Freeman said, "I like this next bit," and the man turned 180 degrees and walked away towards Fair Hills until he was out of sight. Chapter 13. Waters had the impression that daily briefings would usually be brisk and brief affairs, but on this Wednesday morning Freeman was not in a hurry. She perched herself on the nearest desk, which happened to be John Murray's, and then inched herself back until she was sitting on it, and her feet didn't quite touch the floor. She said, "All this CCTV tells us a lot, more than you first realize. I want us to—" Sorry. She was looking at her mobile. Waters had noted before that she invariably ignored calls if she was in conversation, but not on this occasion. She said, "It's the lab. I've already pestered them this morning. Watching me grovel would be bad for morale, so I'll take it outside. Talk amongst yourselves." She slipped off the desk and left the briefing room. Looks were exchanged, and there was a moment of uncertainty. This wasn't a team yet. D.I. Green was preoccupied with the papers in front of him, probably looking for those blueprints, thought Waters, and it was Serena who spoke first. The guy who was watching him was one of the two who were there Sunday night. It was him who took the dog away. Anyone have any doubts? There were none, apparently. Serena went on, "And I don't think they were old army pals or anything like that. I don't think they knew each other." Denise Sterling said, "Agreed, the handshake would have happened straight away, or something like it. They have a chat, and then our victim shows him something. I reckon I know what it was." She looked around, and Murray spoke next. "The ID card. I'd guess he was asked if he'd really been in the army, and that was his proof." Sterling said, "That's it. But what does he see on the card? Because Wortley and the dead bloke don't look that similar. Or they didn't when Wortley's photo was taken. The thought had occurred to more than one of them then. Waters said, "He doesn't look at it closely, and the victim hadn't shaved in a while. It's possible he was growing his beard for that reason, to disguise the difference. And the other thing that was obvious on the card was the name. Maybe that's what he wanted to see." Another pause, and sure enough, Green had found the blueprint he wanted. Waters watched the detective inspector lay it carefully to one side, ready for his input. Green was apparently only half listening to the conversation around him. Clive Betts said, "All right, now he's got a name, but the motive? Anyone got the faintest idea? Because this is as premeditated as it gets. This piece of work goes away after shaking the bloke's hand and giving him a good drink, and 36 hours later he comes back with his mate and they stab him. In cold blood doesn't really do it justice, does it?" "And don't forget," said Sterling, "that it's a clinical sort of stabbing. As Chris said earlier, 2 hits, one or both in the heart, we're guessing, all over in 6 seconds. Then calmly walking away, remembering not to be facing the camera when they leave. That needs a motive and a half, doesn't it?" Thomas Green finally seemed to have the documents and folders where he wanted them. As Waters watched, the DI pushed the top back onto a silver fountain pen and tested it to make sure it was securely in place. Then the pen went back onto the desk, laid exactly parallel to the top of the clipboard that held his notes for the day. Finally, Green looked up and said, "We have to wonder what it was that first caught our man's attention. What could he see from across the street when he was standing outside the bookmaker's?" Serena, "A homeless man and a dog." Betts, "How many of those around the town?" Serena, "According to someone I spoke to yesterday, it varies. Somewhere between 5 and 10 would be a fair estimate at this time of year. The ones who spend the summer in coastal resorts drop back to lake about now." Betts, "Say it is 10. If these two have some weird thing about the homeless, our victim was unlucky at those odds." John Murray sat down. Whatever Freeman was doing was taking a while. He said, "Thinking about what the DI just said, what could he see from across the street? Could he have read the writing on the cardboard, the victim's promotional material?" Green's fingers tapped some keys, and an image of the board in question appeared on the large screen. All studied it again, and Waters said, "I think you could, John. If your vision was good, you'd read that from across the street." Murray said, "Lots of street people do something similar. The only thing that makes this a bit different, as far as I can see, is the detail about his military service. The service number and the name of the regiment. Is that what attracted unwelcome attention?" Clive Betts said, "All right, maybe we've got a couple of nutters who target homeless veterans instead of just any old homeless." Someone has to put these ideas out there during the process, but no one believed this to be the explanation, including Betts. It didn't feel right. There had been too much planning, too much preparation, and it had been executed too clinically for that. What they had witnessed on screen had some of the hallmarks of a professional hit. Green said to no one in particular, "They know they're on camera, probably more than one camera. They take some precautions, but it doesn't bother them much. They've priced it into the job, if you know what I mean." These words echoed so closely Waters' own thoughts at that moment, he couldn't keep the surprise out of his face. Green saw it and shrugged, as if his remarks had been in some way offhand. Serena said, "Do you know what I think?" "No, not yet. Do tell." It was perhaps nothing more than a friendly dig from Denise Sterling, just a hint of sarcasm, but Waters saw Serena's eyes simultaneously narrow and flash at the older woman. They're too similar, he thought, and there might be occasions when that causes problems. After a pause long enough for all to feel, Serena said, "I think he was dead from the minute he showed the ID card. I think we've got grounds to go back to that Colonel Yates and ask to see Wortley's operational record as well as his personnel file." Green said, "Maybe, but staying with the events of last weekend, why the wait until Sunday? Why the 36 hours? We know Saturday evening was too busy, we've watched it all, but they could have gone back and done that at 2 or 3 o'clock the following morning, when Eden Street was even more deserted than it was on the Sunday. Why the wait?" Serena said, eyes on Denise Sterling, "Maybe they had a prior engagement." Green said, "Maybe they did. Other thoughts?" It was plain the detective inspector was guiding the direction of the discussion more than one realized at first. He'd been over these points before. Waters took it up now. "We know the taller one was in town on Saturday. We don't know that the other was. Perhaps he wasn't." "Exactly," Green said. "And that makes me wonder whether he was sent for, because there are plenty of thugs around who'll give you a kicking for 50 quid, and sometimes they'll kill you by accident, but that's not what we're looking at here, is it? If this was a targeted, premeditated murder, you'd need a special sort of thug, not your common or garden type. You might have to wait until he was available. It's just a thought." The door opened and Freeman was back in the room. She said, "They already hate me. To shut me up, they've promised a basic DNA profile this afternoon. It should be enough for us to run it through the system. We might have a name by the end of the day." Then she looked around at them before saying to Detective Inspector Green, "How are we doing? Who gets the blue Smartie this morning, Tom?" Waters parked in the same spot outside the Blue Note, took the same card out of his glove compartment, and slotted it in behind the windscreen. At this rate it would be easier to have his car repainted as a taxi. Then he turned to Murray and said, "John, are you sure you don't want to give her a ring?" Something of Murray's recent demeanour had been explained in the previous few minutes as they drove across from Central. Waters waited, looking at the man in the passenger seat. "No, I'm just following orders as usual. We spent an hour arguing about this last night, but it wasn't really an argument. You worked with Maggie long enough to know what I'm talking about. She said I'd get in the way and make everyone more nervous. She'll ring me as soon as she knows anything." William David was 3 years old now. There had been signs he might have trouble with his hearing. A visit to the GP had been followed by several weeks waiting for an appointment for tests, and then another wait for the results. Maggie was at Kingslake General this morning with their son. Murray had said, "We've talked a lot about it. It's not the worst disability these days. There's a lot they can do. I'd be more worried if it was his eyes. There's nothing wrong with them. He doesn't miss a trick." Waters had been tempted to say, and even then, "John, think about the girl in Eden Street. Think what she manages to do despite being blind." But in the end he kept that thought to himself. He couldn't imagine what it was like to worry about a child, because he couldn't imagine ever being a father. If this had got under John Murray's skin to the extent that it had affected him at work, it must be awful. Murray said, "We saw DC last weekend. He said he doubted whether there was anything wrong with him. He said that now he's a granddad, he's an authority on pediatrics." "You went up to the cottage?" "Yes, on Sunday afternoon. Nice place, isn't it? He told me you'd visited a few times. We took William out in that dinghy, just on the water in front of the cottage. He loved it." "Who, William or DC?" John Murray gave a rare laugh as he remembered and said, "Both." Waters pulled the keys out of the ignition and said, "Well, the Oracle has spoken, but if you need to go, just go. Nothing's more important than that." "Not even a murder investigation?" The car door was half open, but Waters stopped and thought, looking across the market square and giving the question his full consideration. It was yet another one they don't prepare you for in management training. Not even a murder investigation. Murray closed the door quietly, but the two elderly women on the customers' side of the counter turned to see who had entered the shop, and Patsy raised her eyebrows a fraction and sighed audibly. Miriam Josephs was seated on a stool at the far end of the counter with a laptop in front of her, fingers paused in the act of typing. She, too, had heard the door. Waters made a sign that meant "Carry on, we'll wait," and Patsy turned her attention back to the women. They were placing an order, and it seemed to be a substantial one, for Michaelmas. Their church or chapel was to be decorated later in the month, and they seemed to have very clear ideas about how it was to look. Patsy simultaneously made suggestions and wrote down notes about what they wanted. Miriam began to type again, but when the women had finally decided what they wanted, she said, "It's going to look lovely, Mrs. Webb. We'll get Colin to deliver all that on the 26th in the morning. That will give you 3 days. How does that sound?" "A Braille keyboard, presumably. But how do you know what you've typed?" Waters made relatively few errors himself when typing, but what would a page of his work look like if he hadn't corrected it as he went along? He knew there was software that would read aloud what was on the screen, but how would you place the cursor to make corrections? And how would you— The 2 flower arrangers stared up at the 2 tall gentlemen and said good morning as they left the shop. Waters thought how out of place they must look. There cannot be many occasions when 2 grown men have a legitimate reason to be in a florist's at 10 o'clock on a Wednesday morning. Patsy folded her arms and said, "They're back, Miss Josephs. One of us has to be under suspicion." Miriam said, "It might be a complaint about the chrysanthemums. Is there a problem, Detective Sergeant?" Waters said that there wasn't, not at all, aware that Murray was giving him a sideways glance, and he went straight on to explain that the first reason they had returned was to get access to the CCTV recording of the doorway. There had been a development, and it might have some value after all. He saw her fingers press a combination of keys and guessed she had just saved whatever she had been typing. Then Miriam said, "A development? How interesting. And you think we might have some evidence?" "It's a possibility." She said, "Well, I'm not going to ask any more questions, and then you won't have to avoid answering them. It isn't a very sophisticated system. If I remember correctly, you have to unscrew something to take out a cartridge which holds the recordings. We've never done it, but Patsy can show you where it is at the back of the shop." Her assistant was already moving, and John Murray followed her without waiting to be asked or invited. Waters went forward towards the counter. It seemed odd to be talking, just the 2 of them now, across the whole floor of the shop. She sensed his movement and swiveled in the chair to face him more directly. He said, "You were right about the chrysanthemums. They do make a difference." "Where have you put them?" And he told her. She said, "I love the scent of them. More than anything else, it's the smell of autumn. The sound of autumn is walking through fallen leaves, and the scent of autumn is chrysanthemums." Waters could see the keyboard now. It was an Apple laptop, but he would have had difficulty using it because the letters and symbols were obscured by small stickers, which had been individually placed on each key. He said, "It was interesting to watch you typing. Did that take long to learn?" Interviewing teaches you to read expressions. Miriam's altered slightly with that question. With it, he had signalled a wish to go somewhere new, to step outside his professional role and talk to her as what exactly? And so, as he saw her making her decision, he thought he'd made a mistake. She said, "When you are 8 years old and all the lights have gone out, you can learn very quickly. It's a matter of survival. Learning Braille was one of the easier things I had to do, and I've written longer documents than orders for flowers." 8 years old. What happened? But it was too soon to ask, and so Waters said, "What sort of documents?" And she answered, "My dissertation, 25,000 words. University." He asked what her subject had been, the subject of her dissertation, and Miriam said with a touch of mock grandeur, "Johann Sebastian Bach, his influence on late 20th century composition." He wanted to say that must come in handy when you're putting bouquets together, but he didn't know her, didn't know whether she had a sense of humour. She detected his surprise, though, and continued, "So, do you listen to music? And don't worry, I'm not going to make you listen to me." More than he used to, he said. A former colleague, had got him listening to guitars and classical, jazz, or rock. Electric, blues, that's what my friend plays. Miriam didn't seem over-impressed, but he soldiered on, looking for a connection. Murray had already been longer than one might have anticipated. "But I also like the piano. I can't play anything, but
There's a jazz club on the Market Square, the Blue Note. I go there quite regularly, at least once a week." He had that transparent feeling again, that she could see straight through him, though she could see nothing of him, and he was surprised when she said, "The crossover between classical and jazz is interesting. I wrote about that. Do you like Keith Jarrett?" He admitted that was a name he did not know, and guessed that was the end of it. Then her head turned away from him, listening. She stood up, and he allowed himself a moment to take in her beauty before he did the decent thing, and looked away a little. She said more quietly, "Look, one of these days you're going to turn up making your inquiries and find us shut. Do you want a number to ring just so you can check before you do?" "Okay, your business number?" He was opening his phone as she said, "No, this is my mobile. We only use that number, no landlines." When Patsy walked in seconds later, she saw Waters, phone in hand, and he knew that at some point he was going to have to explain himself, but not now. He felt strangely elated. Murray said, "Right, these photos." He must have already mentioned them to Patsy when they were collecting the CCTV recordings. Murray opened the document wallet he'd been carrying and handed the first one over. Patsy held it up and said, "We've got a photo of 2 teenagers on their bikes, somewhere in the street. It's not very clear. You can't see their faces properly." Miriam said, "We don't get many teenagers in the shop. Sometimes one buying flowers for Mum's birthday." Waters looked, and sure enough she was smiling, enjoying a private joke with him. Patsy said, "Sorry, I can't say I've seen these before." Murray said it wasn't a problem, took back the first photograph and handed her the second. She looked at this one for several seconds before she spoke. "Maybe. Is this the only picture you've got?" Murray said no, but it was the best one. The woman had glanced to her right as she walked away from the CCTV camera. She might even have been looking across to the doorway where the body would later be found. The image had her blurred profile. It wasn't good, but it was conceivable that someone who knew her might recognize her from it. Patsy said, "She looks like someone who goes by. I mean, I've never spoke to her." Miriam had caught something in her employee's voice and turned her head in that disconcerting way. Then she said, "Patsy?" The older woman glanced at both detectives before she answered. "Well, she could be one of the women from up Dillman Lane. I'm not saying she definitely is. I don't want to get no one in trouble, but I'd say she is. I'm sure I've seen her go by." Miriam was smiling again as she said, "Your inquiries must take you to some fascinating places." Waters said, "Dillman Lane?" He had the feeling he was the only person in the shop who didn't already know. Murray explained with gentlemanly delicacy that this was a part of the town where a group of professionals offered a range of services not found elsewhere in King's Lake, and Waters felt himself blush a little because he should have known that after serving there as a detective. For once he was glad that not everyone in the room could see him. Murray said, "Can I leave this copy here? If you do see her again, don't approach her, but perhaps you'd let us know. I think you've got a phone number?" So Murray hadn't missed it either, but he'd assumed they had exchanged numbers. Waters explained that he had the number for the shop, and then Murray gave his own to Patsy, and a chance had been missed. Outside, Murray looked up and down Eden Street as if he thought they might get really lucky, and then he said, "She's a stunner, isn't she?" "Who, John?" "That Patsy." Murray could give you a very old-fashioned look at times, but he didn't have time to develop his point, because his mobile began to ring. He looked at it and said to Waters, "It's Maggie." Chapter 14. In Norfolk, and probably in most other places, forensics don't send you a nice printout complete with a name, a photograph, and a family tree. What you get is a data profile that is by no means easy to read, and from this you take key pieces of information and put those into the Police National Database.
To do this, one must have acquired qualified status, and Detective Inspector Thomas Green had done so. He was, as an advanced user, able to conduct person, organization, object, location, and event searches on the PND without gaining further authorization. Detective Chief Inspector Cara Freeman watched as Green made his notes before pressing the Enter key. He even wrote down the time on the email from the laboratory. Then he put his pad of lined A4 squarely in front of himself, a fresh page ready for what they were about to discover. She could foresee an occasion, possibly a number of them in the future, when Green's meticulous and potentially obsessive attention to detail would push her over the edge unless she had mentally prepared herself. Her mother's consultant had recently suggested a new sort of mindfulness program to help the families of dementia sufferers deal with the wider effects of the illness. Maybe she should put her own name down after all, and it would offer a strategy for dealing with the temptation she now had to seize Tom Green by the ears and scream, "Today!" He looked up at her, and Freeman managed to smile and nod very calmly. She'd done this herself, and knew already from what the laboratory had sent that the search of the database was going to produce a name. The individual found in the doorway had a criminal record. She hoped it would be a long one with a recent offence. That would offer them another trail to follow. The PND isn't open access to all officers, and so quite properly Green had disconnected his laptop from the interactive whiteboard. This meant he would see the results first, and Freeman didn't mind that. She looked beyond the detective inspector's desk and watched Denise Sterling and Clive Betts at work, viewing yet more CCTV. They both seemed solid already, especially Sterling. Clive Betts had been office-bound since Monday, and they needed to get him out into the town soon. Serena had taken Maya with her today as she completed her face-to-face contacts with the shelters and homeless support groups in Lake, an exercise which had so far produced nothing at all. No one would be able to say that she, Freeman, hadn't done her best to keep Maya, but she was an odd one. Achieving the highest scores in your cohort means you attract attention, and so does saying you are planning to leave after less than 3 years' service. Something must be done, someone must have said to Detective Chief Superintendent Allen, and apparently he had decided that it was to be done by Freeman, who, she thought, isn't that busy 3 days into running the county's first murder squad. Green was nodding to himself, and when she caught his eye, he put up his right thumb. In the age of the supercomputer, it seemed a quaint, old-fashioned gesture, but she got out of her seat and went to see for herself. Now they had a picture, and it was their man, their dead man, no doubt about it. After James Wortley had left the mortuary, Freeman had returned and asked Olive Markham to show her the body again, as if she couldn't quite believe they had just brought in the wrong next of kin, as if she wanted a private word with the corpse about this error. She had studied the remains carefully, even squatting and looking from the side to make sure she'd seen him in profile, and now she was seeing that profile again. The dead man's jaw was slack, of course, whereas the one in the mug-shot was not, because he'd been standing up in a police station, having the regular set of pictures taken. But it was him. Freeman said to Green, "When was the last offence?" The detective inspector pressed a key, and the pages flipped electronically. "The 18th of April this year, Peterborough Magistrates, 6 months for shoplifting, suspended for 12. And our first sighting of him is around the middle of May, which makes sense. He must have plenty of shopliftings if they'd reached the point of giving him time for it." "He does, ma'am, and other minors too. Dishonestly obtaining, criminal damage, drunken disorderly in public spaces. The list goes on and back more than 10 years. Freeman straightened up and studied the information on the display boards. After a moment she said, "But nothing else in King's Lake. No sign he'd made a nuisance of himself here?" Green double-checked. "No, ma'am." She said, "A bit of an unfortunate fresh start, then.
Can you get this summarized for the team, Tom, say for 2 o'clock? I'm going to call them back in now, and we'll need pictures again. Green said, not a problem. I'll get hard copies as well. I thought I'd mention that because you'll get a bill for printer use at some point. There's a memo from DCS Allen's office saying that all departments are now responsible for their own consumable resources, effective from last Monday. Freeman shook her head a little, but could not have looked any less surprised if she had tried. She said to Green, OK, but why do you produce hard copies? I mean, everyone has tablets, and phones and laptops. Back up, ma'am. IT systems break down. Paper doesn't. She thought and then said, a piece of paper could catch fire, though, couldn't it? There's all sorts of ways a piece of paper can go wrong. He was frowning, and she was thinking, I mustn't do that. I need to choose my moments more carefully. But it was too late. Green said, True, ma'am, but I've never known multiple copies combust simultaneously. Once they are dispersed, it's very unlike— Briefing it too, then, Tom. Print away. Do a copy for Alan. We'll bill his office for it. Back at her desk, she thought, he's just what I needed, just what I'd hoped for. But when you get that in life, there's a price to pay. There's always a price to pay. At 3 minutes to 2 o'clock, everyone was back in the room and seated. Waters listened as Murray told Serena the good news. His hearing is perfect. They tested him every which way, Maggie said. The audiologist said he's seen it before. It's nothing to worry about. Some kids develop selective listening early. They realize that if they pretend not to hear, they don't have to do what they don't want to. The audiologist said these are often very bright kids. Serena frowned and said, I don't know about that. Sounds like just a normal bloke to me, but it's good that his ears are working. Then she turned her attention to Waters. And it's good that you've finally taken my advice and found yourself a new interest. I'm just not sure it's one that will actually encourage you to get out more. Asking questions would just encourage her. Similarly, not asking questions would not prevent her from saying what she intended to say. Waters waited with his resigned look. Murray was almost smiling, which meant he had a good idea what this was about. Serena said, I think you can take evening classes in it, but I'm not sure what sort of people you'd actually meet there. Mostly ladies over 50. About a minute to go, and Freeman liked to be on time. Obviously, there had been developments, and Green was getting up with a fistful of handouts. Waters looked at Serena and said, Go on. Flower arranging. You'll need to work on your sense of colour and proportion. Your flat's pretty much beige and magnolia. Very dated, actually. Do the women in Flower Power do home visits? Murray was the source of this leak. Waters looked at him and saw only an innocent smile. Another one? Murray had smiled more in the last hour than he had in the past 3 weeks. That's what worrying about your children does to you. Waters said to Serena, Don't worry. If I need advice about style, I know where to go. Then he looked at Murray and said, Maya's always beautifully turned out, isn't she? Serena's eyes went a little frosty. Sterling's team were seated at the other table, but the girl had heard her name mentioned. She looked across at Waters, and he wondered whether she had picked up exactly what he'd said. "Okay, then, people." As Freeman got their attention, Green was passing papers across the tables. Waters recognized the face straight away. Freeman said, "Meet Neville Murfitt. I'm not going to insult anyone by reading aloud what's on the paper in front of you. I'm going to assume you can read it while listening. We now have another trail to follow, and at least to begin with, it's a well-worn one. Some of us will be going back onto the streets and showing another photo around. People are going to say, yes, that's Michael, the Army veteran. It could get confusing. We don't know at what exact point in time Neville decided to become Michael, and we don't know how it happened. We do know that up until April of this year, Neville was in the Peterborough area, Tom's old patch, busy getting arrested and convicted as himself. Witnesses from Eden Street have said it was around the middle of May that Michael turned up there. This is useful. It's my guess that during the time between his last conviction in Peterborough and his appearance on Eden Street, roughly 3 weeks,
Neville acquired that ID card and his new street identity. From that, questions follow." Freeman paused, giving them time. Waters finished skimming through the document and looked around. Everyone else was reading, except for Maya Kumar. She was staring at him again, and held his eyes for a second or two. She must have heard what he'd said to John Murray. Was there any way he could apologize without making things worse? Freeman continued. "These questions include, did Neville Murfitt meet Michael Wortley in person? He might not have done so. The card could have been given or sold to him by a third party. He might have just picked it up, but we don't believe Wortley was the sort to throw such a thing away. If they met, where was it? Have we been looking for Wortley in the wrong place? Was he in Peterborough? Maybe Wortley has never been within 30 miles of Lake. Next question. Who was the target? We have one man and two identities. Which one did the two perpetrators think they were stabbing? Is there anything in Murfitt's history that might make him the victim of an attack like that? Personally, I can't see it, but we have to go consider the possibility because it's the simplest, most obvious explanation, and we never ignore those. Wortley appears to have left no traces in Lake, if he was ever here at all. No one from the Eden Street area has recognized the photograph of him in uniform. Serena, anything at all from the support organizations or charities? No, ma'am. We've contacted every one of them in person now. I know it would have been a few months ago, but they'd have remembered someone like Michael Wortley, I'm sure. Freeman wasn't afraid to let you see she was thinking, that she didn't have all the answers. She signalled to Green, and he put the digital file onto the whiteboard. Neville Murfitt's unhappy mugshot, life-sized now, stared back at them all as if in reproach. After a few seconds, Cara Freeman stood up and pushed her hands into her jean pockets. In an oddly masculine gesture, she stared at the screen a little longer. Right, let's divide this up as best we can. Denise, your team moves on to Neville Murfitt. Let's put his photo here, there, and everywhere. Chris, you stay on Michael Wortley. Tom, focus on the two suspects, which I know is a polite euphemism, but that's me, polite to a T. See if anything like them has appeared in any other recent incidents in the county. Look at all stabbings over the past 2 years. You know the sort of thing. I don't even know why I'm telling you this. I'll track down Murfitt's family. Hopefully I can get the body identified formally at the second attempt. 15 minutes to put your heads together, come up with a plan and report back to us." Serena said, "We got the short end of the stick," but she said it quietly. Waters responded, "In what way?" "We know Neville Murfitt was there on the streets, actually there for months. There'll be plenty to find. As she said, Wortley might never have been in Lake at all. We're looking through a haystack for a needle that was probably never there." John Murray was reading through Green's latest file again. At the other table the conversation was underway, and Denise was making notes. Even Maya had something to say. Serena was right, of course. There was no evidence that Michael Wortley had ever walked down a street in King's Lake, and they had to think differently about how to find him. His brother had been honest and said he hadn't heard from Michael since New Year's Eve, almost 9 months ago. Families fall apart all the time, but even so, 9 months? Was Wortley just drifting around and unintentionally invisible? Or was there another explanation? Waters said, "Did you ever check out the mobile number James Wortley gave us? The one he said stopped working?" Serena looked at Murray before she answered. "Me? No. Why would I? Nobody asked me to." She was still put out by his earlier remark about Maya. Waters smiled to let her know that he knew she was, and that he wasn't bothered. He had great respect for her ability to bounce back from life's harsh blows. He said, "Let's do that. We'll treat Michael Wortley as a missing person and go through those protocols." Murray looked up and said, "I was thinking the same thing. He's on an army pension. That's being paid into a bank account, and he's not living on fresh air wherever he is. If he's drawing on that account, and we can find it, we'll know where to start looking." Tell the army personnel man what's happened and that we're growing concerned for Wortley's welfare. They might hand it over."
Waters said, "And his national insurance number. If he's working legitimately and paying tax, HMRC will have something. Has he ever had a Facebook page, any other social media presence? If so, has that all gone silent as well? If it has, we need to know when. Thinking about it, I'm not surprised his brother was concerned. Michael could be a victim as well, couldn't he?" This was a new thought for all three of them. Serena said, "The NCA have the Missing Persons Bureau database. They can cross-match missing person profiles with unidentified bodies and remains." Waters added that to the list. They had the short end of the stick all right, but it might turn out to be the most interesting one. When Waters telephoned and asked the question, Major Fogarty said he was relieved Michael Wortley wasn't dead, but sorry he could not be more helpful. Giving out financial information was above his pay grade. There would need to be a formal written request, and the decision would be made by a more senior officer. "Colonel Yates?" Waters said pointedly, and Fogarty replied that it would probably go higher than that. Waters had learned from Smith that argument in such situations is usually pointless because the Major was doing his job correctly, and the harder you push, the more correctly he will do it. He tried another approach. "Fair enough. I'll get that underway. Does the paperwork come to you in the first instance?"
"It might do so. I'll progress it as quickly as I can. I'm sorry to make more work for you."
"That's not a problem, Major. I imagine that for some personnel security has to be maintained even when they leave the service." This was an opportunity for Fogarty to offer something more. He said in answer, "As regards financial information, the same rule would apply to any soldier leaving the service." Waters waited and was eventually rewarded. "But for those who have been involved in certain scenarios in the East, well, there is perceived to be an increased risk. Things have sometimes followed them home and had to be dealt with. We don't make it easy for anyone to locate former soldiers." Waters said, "By the East, I'm assuming you mean Afghanistan." Fogarty was a cautious man. Waters remembered the private conversation after Colonel Yates had left the building. Had he made a good enough impression on the Major? Eventually, Fogarty said, "Yes, that's right." "Could I ask one more question about Michael Wortley, Major?" There was no answer, but the officer stayed on the line. "Did he have an intelligence role at all?"
"No, not to my knowledge. Wortley was operational, on the front line. He gathered intelligence, but was not in intelligence. Will that be all?"
Waters checked that he could send an email to begin the process of requesting the details of the bank into which Michael Wortley's pension was paid, and received an affirmative response, but at some point important people would need to sign consent forms. When the call had finished, he sat back and thought. Remember Captain Hamilton? That had involved the war in Bosnia, but the principle remained the same. Fighting in a war halfway around the world could have extraordinary consequences many years later. Waters touched his broken nose. He did so involuntarily every time he thought about his very first case at Kingslake Central, and he had to smile whenever he recalled the standoff between Hamilton and Smith in the bedroom of the house where Hannah Subich had hidden her cousin Petar for so long. Remember the thug who had broken his nose crumpling inexplicably to the floor, and Smith looking as surprised as everyone else at the turn of events. Was it conceivable that Wortley, too, had become a target because of some horror in the deserts of Helmand province? It was the longest of shots, and an idea he would keep to himself for now. A few minutes later, Serena had a result in the matter of Wortley's mobile phone, and it was a little unexpected. The mobile that James Wortley said had not been answered since last New Year's Eve had been in operation until late in April. Waters said, "When exactly? Have you got a date?" She checked the screen in front of her. April 23rd, 0921. It's a call to a landline number. That's all I requested, the last activity, but we can get more out of this service provider. You develop a sixth sense. Waters had just heard a twig snap in the undergrowth of this investigation. In a couple of minutes, Freeman would ask her two sergeants to report on their plans. How much should he say? Detective Inspector Tirek would have taken control of the mobile number himself. Serena had perhaps misunderstood Waters' silence. She said, "I know what DC would have done at this point." And he came back a little sharply with, "And that's exactly what we're going to do. I'm looking at the timing." Freeman was studying her own mobile, and then, without a word to anyone, she slipped out of the room. They had a little longer now. Waters said, "Go on, call the last number." When she did so, Waters and Murray could hear an automated voice offering options. Serena listened and wrote down a note at the top of the file Green had given out. Then she ended the call and said, "The Silver Star Taxi Company, Norwich." Murray gave a low whistle and said, "Bullseye." Waters said, "As soon as we're done here in this briefing, get back to them and find out what sort of records they keep. It's 5 months ago, but it's a lead, and get everything you can out of the service provider. Is it a contract phone?" She nodded and said that made a nice change from a burner, didn't it? "And have you called Wortley's number yourself, this morning?" Serena looked hurt, as if he'd made an accusation, but she said, "Might have done." When Waters and Murray simply stared back at her, she said, "Unable to take your call. I've tried 3 times. John Murray said, "Wortley's brother told us Michael had been working in security in Norwich." Waters had already been there and was now moving on. He said to Murray, "A taxi, why? Surely Wortley owned a car at some point in Bury. We haven't looked at that, so get onto the DVLA and see what you can find. If there is one, the V5 form will have plenty of useful details. We should—" "Sorry, folks, I swear that wasn't my hairdresser, but that's self-evident, isn't it?" Freeman had the simplest of cuts, with no visible concession to a style or a trend. The more you noticed her, the more she seemed to exist in a slightly different space to most other relatively young women. "So," she said, "where are we now? Chris, your team's plan." Waters summed it up briefly: the contract phone records that should be available shortly, the plan to ping Wortley's mobile, the approach to vehicle licensing, the start of the process to obtain Wortley's bank records, and he saved the best until last, that they had the name of a taxi company and the date on which Michael Wortley might have used that company in Norwich. DCI Freeman looked at her watch and said, "And that's all you've managed to come up with in the past 25 minutes?" Waters glanced around and saw smiles and a respectful nod from Denise Sterling, who had to follow on from that. Maya Kumar was staring at him again. Chapter 15. On the Friday afternoon, Waters realized that no one from the squad was officially on duty over the coming weekend. Either Cara Freeman had made a mistake, or she thought the officially part was an irrelevance once you were a member of her team. Either way, after 5 o'clock, they could in theory all go home and stay there until 8:30 on Monday morning. There had been 2 days of good routine investigation. Wortley had owned a Vauxhall Corsa 5-door saloon for 3 years, but unfortunately he had omitted to update his address or addresses with the DVLA, and it was still registered to his quarters on the Army base in Suffolk, as was his driving licence. But still registered was technically incorrect. It can take a while to get to speak to a human being in Swansea, by which we mean the huge bureaucracy known as the Driver, Vehicle and Licensing Agency, rather than the town in Wales. But when they finally managed to do so, they were told the Corsa in question now existed only as a digital record. The DVLA had been informed by the Norfolk Constabulary's Traffic Division that the car had been abandoned in the city of Norwich and classified as a K3. "What's that?" Murray had asked, and the woman at the other end of the line had laughed in a very Welsh way,
and said she wasn't sure, but the K probably stood for knackered, and if it wasn't when the police found it, it was by now because there was a crushing order attached to the record. John Murray had followed the trail back to the police station in Norwich. The car had been reported by the fire service, who were on the scene and extinguishing the blaze. The number plates were about the only things still recognizable, according to the patrol officer who attended the scene. Murray spoke to him directly and made a note of the date and the exact location of the incident. The night of April the 22nd, an area of waste ground off Leal Lane. Murray found it on the Ordnance Survey website and wrote down the coordinates. In less than 24 hours, Michael Wortley's car had been burned out, and he had sent for a taxi in his final call on the mobile phone. When Waters had begun to make a case for visiting the city of Norwich in person as soon as possible, he'd managed no more than 2 sentences before Freeman cut him off with, "You should be halfway there already. Don't waste time asking on stuff like that. We need 2 pairs of eyes on it, so take someone with you." Murray drove, and they went first to Leal Lane, using the location he'd put into his sat-nav. The things we've taken for granted so quickly, that a satellite orbiting the Earth can guide you to a point on the planet within a matter of inches. And, more eerily still, when they got out of Murray's car, they could see the rectangle of scorched ground where the Corsa had burned. They walked over to it and found crystals of laminated glass where the windscreen and windows had shattered in the heat. Murray had stared for a few seconds before saying, "Could be a coincidence." It was a standing joke that only 3 members of the new squad would ever appreciate. Waters gave it the customary nod and squatted down as if there might be other clues hidden there among the scorched grass, though patches of green were already appearing. He picked up a few pieces of the glass, little cubes that glittered under the grey September sky. Murray looked around and said, "Not overlooked at all. It's the sort of place you'd bring a motor if you intended to torch it." Waters stood up and photographed the burned ground with his phone. Then he took a short video, panning around to show the nature of the location. When Murray asked, Waters told him it was for the detective inspector. Murray had said, "I'd say he's the business as far as records are concerned. A while ago I happened to be speaking to someone I know at the Long Sutton station, and they knew Tom Green. Did you ever meet Dave Harrington? Anyway, he said it took a while, but Green had built up quite a reputation by the time he left. He's a bit of an oddball, but Peterborough tried to hold on to him." The conversation Murray had described wouldn't have been that long ago, of course, and it would not have happened by accident. Waters had no doubt that Murray had done some asking around after being asked to join Freeman's team. Waters said, "Turek wasn't too happy about you going either, was he?" Murray shrugged it off and said, "Course, we don't know it was Wortley who burned the car. And we don't know for certain it was him who called the taxi company either. If someone was out to lay a trail for us, it's something they might do." Murray hadn't got as far as that, and he looked surprised as he said, "Seriously? You think he was involved in something that's iffy?" "I'm thinking we can't rule it out. We don't know much about it yet, but there's something odd about his story. In fact, there's more than one thing odd about it. We're done here, John. Silver Star taxis." On more than one occasion, Waters had visited ABC Taxis in Kings Lake in the company of Smith. The owner and manager, a large Greek lady called Dolores Argyris, had conflicted feelings about the detective sergeant. She disliked him as a policeman, but found him very interesting as a man, and she was unconcerned about letting the world know all this. Her amorous overtures were a little embarrassing for the fresh-faced rookie, but Smith reassured him and said it was something he would get used to, and then added by way of explanation that it was Smith's strange attractiveness to many members of the opposite gender that Waters would get used to. not to being as attractive to them in his own regard. It was one of the many crosses that he, Smith, had to bear in this life. ABC was a yard in a back street, with the office at the top of a flight of stairs. It smelled of cigarettes and stale cigars, dollies, eau de cologne, and diesel fumes, and had a seedy charm all its own. Silver Star, in contrast, was a modern, single-story premises on a commercial estate. There was a receptionist who listened and then took them through to Mr. Cross, the operations manager. Mr. Cross wore hearing aids. Waters showed his ID and explained the purpose of their visit once more. The operations manager looked entirely blank, as if he hadn't heard a word, which was, in fact, the case. He removed a tiny USB device from the desktop in front of him and said it was a direct link which overrode the external input of the aids in his ear. Waters explained again. Mr. Cross understood and was busy at the keyboard then. Waters thought how much better it was to lose the sense of hearing than the sense of sight. Using the date and the mobile number, Cross had located the call in a matter of seconds. He asked how much detail they required and whether he should print out the page from the database. Murray, in return, asked whether that mobile phone had ever been used to book a taxi from Silver Star before April the 23rd, and the answer, after a couple more strokes on the keyboard, was no, it had not. Waters thanked the manager, said they'd have a printout, but as they were talking to a man with more local knowledge of the city's roads than just about anyone else they were likely to meet, and Mr. Cross liked that, of course, could he show them on a map the location of the pickup and the destination of that particular job? Instead of using the monitor screen, Cross got out of his seat and went to a huge map of Norwich that covered most of one wall of his office. He pointed and said, "The pickup was here, on the corner of Heath Crescent and Pfeiffer's Lane." A street corner, no address, no house number. Cross returned to his database and checked, but no, the pickup had taken place exactly where he had said. Murray asked the next obvious question, and the answer was, "Surrey Street. It's the central bus station." Murray had looked askance at Waters and said, "He caught a bus?" Mr. Cross was by now thoroughly enjoying his part in the investigation. "There isn't really any other reason to go to Surrey Street, I'm afraid to say." Waters said he was sorry to be a further nuisance, but they needed to speak to the driver, and Cross was back at another screen and another map, a digital one with points of light superimposed on the streets and byways of the city. Cross said, "You're in luck. Ray is on duty this morning. He's on the way back from a drop at City Airport. I'll message him. It'll be about a 15-minute wait for you." Murray took out his phone and said to Cross, "Could you show us where this place is on the big map?" This place was the OS coordinates they had used to find the spot where the Corsa had been destroyed. Cross typed them in, looked at the result, returned to the map on the wall and pointed. Waters said, "That's not far from where your driver collected his passenger, is it?" "A few minutes' walk," Cross said. Ray was the antithesis of your fat cabbie. He was tall and gaunt, with the hollow, haunted eyes of a man who hasn't slept well in 10 years. They spoke to him in the driver's rest room, which had vending machines and the plastic furniture of a factory canteen. The two detectives felt almost at home. The driver's first reaction hadn't been promising. "5 months ago, you must be having a laugh, mate. I do 100 pickups a week." Waters said, "We appreciate that. Anything you can remember would be helpful. It was a Tuesday morning. The call went into the office here at 0921, and the job shows as complete on your manager's database at 10:05. "All right, not a pre-book then. But I work all the hours God sends, and then I nick a few off him as well. The bus station ain't exactly an unusual drop-off neither, sorry." Waters had signalled, and Murray took out the photograph of Michael Wortley. "No, don't get many soldiers, so I might have remembered him." Murray said, "He won't have been in uniform. What about the face?" The driver reached out and took the picture. He stared at it for what seemed like a long time. These are the little tense moments when you pray for a break, for a light to come on somewhere, anywhere, in the darkness. Sometimes all you can do is wait and hope. Then Ray said slowly, "I had to pull up over the curb onto the pavement. It's a busy corner. I got out and opened the boot, told him to put his bag in, but he said no, he put it in the back seat. Never said another word. Gave me 15 quid for an 11 quid job and didn't wait for no change." Murray said, "Just one bag? What sort?" "Christ, mate, you don't want a lot, do you?" At which Murray smiled and said he'd already been a great help to the investigation, but "weren't a suitcase, I know that. Some sort of a hold-all, I reckon. More like what a soldier would have, I suppose. What's he done then, this bloke? Is he a wrong 'un?" Waters had answered nothing as far as they knew, apart from disappearing. They thanked Ray and Mr. Cross, leaving things tidy because you never know when you'll need to return and ask another question. When they got back to the car, Murray said, "Bus station?" and Waters nodded. The summer bus timetables had begun a week before the taxi had dropped off its passenger at the terminus, and they were in operation for 2 more weeks. There were no paper copies available, and so Murray took pictures of the display board on his mobile. In the hour after 10:05 there would have been 7 D route departures, the ones that involved longer distance journeys to other destinations in the county and beyond. They had to assume for now that Wortley would not have taken a taxi to the main bus station in order to get a ride into the city centre. Kings Lake was one of the 7 destinations, with a coach leaving at 10:30 and arriving at 11:57, with 6 stops along the route. The Surrey Street waiting area had CCTV, but the security officer told them it was on a 15-day delete. On the drive back to Lake, they'd talked it over from as many angles as possible. Murray said, "Logically, there's only a 1 in 7 chance he got on a bus to Lake, but—" And Waters continued with, "But that's where his ID card showed up on a murder victim. That somewhat shortens the odds, John. About 3 weeks after Wortley's Corsa went up in flames in Norwich, Neville Murfitt is pretending to be him on Eden Street in Lake. We could call DC and ask him if he thinks that's an acceptable coincidence." Murray said, "You can if you like. I'm not calling him. He'll just remind me again that he was right about William. He said he was considering doing a distance learning qualification in child psychology in his spare time." Waters said, "But why was the car burned out? Was that Wortley, or did he disappear because someone else torched his car? We have to assume he was living somewhere in that area. Why get the taxi to pick him up on a street corner? I can only think of one reason." Murray said, "Because he didn't want to leave an address behind for anyone to visit. Maybe someone like us. Maybe someone else entirely. He seems to have been covering his tracks, and that fits in with his mobile going silent. Just one bag which he wouldn't let out of his sight. I'd guess all his worldly goods were in it." With 2 days off, Monday morning would mark the 1-week milestone in this investigation. As a rule, murders tend to be solved quickly, within 2 or 3 days, or a considerable time after that, months and years later. Not many fall into the space in between. They had some lines of inquiry into the death of Neville Murfitt, but still seemed to be finding more questions than answers. Minutes after Waters and Murray had arrived back from Norwich, Denise and her team reappeared in the office, fresh from showing the new pictures of Murfitt in the Eden Street and Kingsgate areas. They had had several hits, people recognizing the images and saying, "Yeah, that's Michael, definitely," before he started growing the beard. As a result, a clearer picture of his habits and movements was beginning to form. More than one person said they thought he had a pad somewhere because he didn't always sleep rough on the streets, or if he did, they didn't know where. He had another begging pitch inside the Kingsgate shopping arcade and seemed to move between the two on a regular basis. In the general conversation, Denise Sterling turned to Waters and said, "So we went all over Eden Street again as we had new picks. People were asking after you." In a room full of people who investigate for a living, there is no place to hide. Waters had realized that a long time ago. But that doesn't mean you have to wander tamely into the spotlight either. Waters simply waited, resigned to his fate. "Which place was it?" Sterling said to Clive Betts, as if she really couldn't remember. "I think it was the florist's, ma'am." "That's it. One of the women in the florist's shop was asking after you. I think she was a bit disappointed we'd turned up instead of her regular policeman. Let your waiting have the quality of nothingness in circumstances like these." Murray said, and it could have been in all innocence, "Which one was it?" Denise Sterling still seemed to have difficulty recalling the details. "I can't remember her name." And despite himself, Waters was a little surprised that Miriam Josephs would have committed even a tiny indiscretion. He hadn't called her since she had found a way to give him her mobile number, but the thought had been on his mind, something half-jokingly connected with the case, just to see how she might react. It had been on his mind to do so this weekend, but now? Sterling mused on. Late 30s or early 40s, a little bit on the plump side. I think her name might have been Patsy. Serena said, "Yes, that's it. That's his type every time," and it was impossible to say whether she was mocking Waters, Denise, or the pair of them simultaneously. But the mood in the room remained good-natured. Serena looked around and said, "You'll get used to it. He leaves a trail of broken hearts wherever he goes." Freeman had entered the room, carrying an A4 sheet in front of her and reading it as she did her usual thing and perched on a desk instead of sitting in a chair. It didn't seem to make any difference whose desk it was. She said, "All right, we're nearly done for this week. Good progress. You can all come back on Monday. I'm about to brief the weekend cover team, but if there are developments, don't wait until Monday to tell me. If someone calls you back, or even if you just have a brainwave, call me. In the unlikely event that I'm having so much fun I won't answer the phone, call Tom." Freeman waved the piece of paper and said, "I'm still negotiating shift patterns and payment for when we're under pressure and we need someone here at weekends, so be prepared for news on that front. My guess is we should hear something in, say, February, March, who knows. In the meantime, enjoy your weekend. Briefing on Monday, 8:30 sharp." Sitting in traffic on the way home, Waters thought over his side of the investigation. He thought it over quite thoroughly and then switched to another mode. Putting aside all the facts and the logic, he asked himself whether Michael Wortley was still here in King's Lake. "What's your hunch?" he said to himself. "What's your gut instinct telling you?" He could remember such conversations with D.C. It was, of course, just another way of accessing the same database, but sometimes the reasoning process gets you lost in the minutiae. You can see all sorts of trees, twigs, and leaves, and the closer you get, the more fascinating the patterns in the bark become. But you cannot see the wood if you're deep inside it. You have to find some means of stepping away, of getting outside it. And the answer he came up with was, no, Michael Wortley isn't here. We're not going to find him in King's Lake. He was here. He got off that bus on April the 23rd. Somehow he came into contact with Neville Murfitt, but he's long gone. When his mobile began to ring, he answered it through the dashboard. The estate agent had arranged the first viewing of the flat for 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, and was calling to make sure that was suitable. It was, and when he ended the call, Waters thought, if they want it, if someone says they'll buy the flat, that's a big moment. I'll need to find somewhere else, and I haven't really started looking. For almost a year, Janie had lived there with him. Well, she had stayed there most weekends and during her holidays, but now it was more than a month since he'd heard from her.
"We'll keep in touch," she said. "We'll stay friends," but he'd known at the time what that meant, with the spaces in between calls and texts growing, stretching out into longer and longer silences. Janey was pretty and vivacious, and she liked having someone in her life. There would be someone else by now. The traffic began to inch forward again. It would be good to get out of this, to find somewhere away from the town, a village, maybe even somewhere near the coast. That was feasible if he took up his dad's offer of some additional cash. He'd said no thanks, naturally, but the response had been, "Well, you'll get the money sooner or later. You might as well have it when you most need it." For the right place, Waters thought. He might change his mind. Tomorrow, after the 10 o'clock visit, he'd go into Lake and look around the estate agents, so he wouldn't stay too long at the Blue Note tonight. It had become a regular thing lately, and when he walked in these days, or these nights, people would say hello. He had a usual seat at a usual table, and a small circle of people who, one might say, were more than acquaintances now, professional people, and students and lecturers from the university. He had developed some taste in the music, and the Recents folder in his streaming history consisted of great jazz piano players, past and present, which is, he told himself, an odd little coincidence. He selected devices on the dashboard and scrolled through until he found the name she had suggested, Keith Jarrett. He had stored one album in My Music, but hadn't played it yet. When the car was stationary again, he looked through the tracks and recognized only one title, so he pressed that and thought, best to begin with something you know, Over the Rainbow. Chapter 16. Jason Diver said, "The point is, it's like Picasso." The youngish man he was debating with, a research student from UEA, whom Waters hadn't met before, shot back, "What, all flat heads and mouths where their eyes should be? I know this lot aren't good, but they're not that bad." It was an open mic night, and 3 local musicians had formed an impromptu trio of trumpet, double bass, and drums. Waters was glad the players on the stage couldn't hear the discussion, but he had to agree this wasn't the best he'd heard at the Blue Note. Jason, undaunted, it was a family trait, waited until the amusement around the table had died down. "People think that's all Picasso could do because it's the only side of his work they've ever seen, but he was a brilliant draftsman. Have you ever looked at any of his earlier sketches, even from when he was a teenager? He could paint landscapes as well as any impressionist, too. All I'm saying is, improvisation has more meaning if the artist can play conventionally but chooses not to. Then it's true creativity. You think Bach never sat at a piano and improvised? No recordings, obviously, nothing written down, but he must have done." Bach again, thought Waters. Funny how these little synchronicities come in clusters. Wallace, the student, looked at the stage for a moment, making a point of listening, and said, "But you're not saying these guys are somewhere between Picasso and Bach, are you? I mean, apart from having no idea what that would sound like. I'm sure they're nice chaps, but—" It was all good-humoured. Jason looked serious, as if he was considering the possibility, before he said, to more laughter, "No, they're terrible." "It's no different to friendships and lovers, though, is it?" Waters thought. "Why do we click with some people and not others?" He'd seen, here in this place, 2 musicians who had never met get up on the stage and immediately have some sort of bond. The 3 up there now clearly knew each other, but it wasn't quite working out, and it never would, because something was missing. Catherine Diver was in Europe, Jason had told him, and even he, her brother, seemed unclear whether she was there on business or pleasure. Waters guessed it would be at least a little of both. "But she'll be back next week," Jason said, "and she'll be pleased to see you, Chris. She's always pleased to see you." Waters had drunk only a pint of lager and a single whiskey in the hour and a half he'd been in the club, and that was by design. There had been a few weeks after Janey left when he had indulged more than was healthy, and on reflection he accepted there had been a few weeks of it before she left too, because they'd both seen the end coming.
He wanted to be up early to check over the flat before the estate agent arrived, and in the afternoon he had plans to take his latest purchase, a Nikon D850, for a drive up to the coast so they could get to know each other better. So, at 10 o'clock, he got up from the table, said his goodbyes, and left the Blue Note. Outside, he stood for a moment and looked across the market square, empty now in the lull between the arrival of Friday evening and the raucous return journeys that seem to reach a peak around midnight in most town centres these days. Already he had memories here, memories of relationships and investigations, and sometimes it was difficult to separate the two. A gust of wind swirled down between the buildings, a cold wind, and something like a shiver went through him. Autumn was coming early, and he was alone again. It didn't bother him that much, but... Eden Street was a short detour on his way back to the flat. It might be useful to take a look, just to walk down it and get sense of life there after dark. The main entrance into the Kingsgate Mall would be locked now, and so he took the alleyway behind the jazz club, arriving at the top end of the street, furthest from the Fair Hills end. He stood and looked, aware of the CCTV camera up high behind him, the same camera that had recorded the movements of the men who had killed Neville Murfitt. They had crossed this very spot 6 nights ago with murder on their minds, and he tried to imagine that. Tried to create in his imagination enough of a motivation to commit such an act. He tried, and he failed. But whatever it had been, it was, as Smith once said to him, the ultimate act of selfishness, to deprive another being of life itself, and that's probably all one needs to know. There were people here, but it wasn't busy. The fast-food outlets and the cafes at the far end had a few customers outside, and beyond them was a pub with garish red and green neon signs announcing that the Rooster had live music tonight. He began to walk in that direction with the vague thought that among the youths in the street he might find the 2 boys who had cycled into town minutes before Murfitt had been stabbed to death. When he was level with Flower Power, Waters stopped and pushed his hands into his jeans pockets because the night was getting colder still. Then he walked over to the entrance and peered inside, stooping a little to do so, and he could see only a red light blinking. Odd to think, though, of all those blooms standing to attention in the darkness, flowers cut for our delight. Another little act of selfishness? That would be an interesting question to discuss with Miriam Josephs. He sensed something moving behind him, not immediately behind, but there were footsteps. Turning, he leaned back into the shadows of the doorway and watched as a woman walked down the other side of Eden Street. He didn't recognize her immediately, but there was something in the way she moved that caught his interest. The nearest street lighting was behind her, leaving her face in darkness, but she was wearing the same hooded top as she had been in the CCTV footage. Her steps slowed a little, as if she'd seen him in the doorway, but Waters didn't think she had, and so he waited, keeping silent and still. She was carrying something in front of her, something cradled baby-like in her forearms, and when the angle of the light altered, he could see it was a bouquet, still wrapped in cellophane. She moved forward again, level with him now, just a few feet short of the doorway where they had found Murfitt's body, and Waters knew she was going to place the bouquet there. After she'd done so, she took a backward step and stared down, as if in wordless prayer at a cenotaph. When she turned around, April found that a man had come stealthily up behind her. He was standing a few feet away, and he was no one she recognized from the street. She told him to back off, though not in those exact words, and informed him she had a knife in the pocket of her hoodie for occasions just like this one. For Waters, the situation wasn't entirely novel. On the last occasion, when he had surprised a woman, he had also been threatened with a blade. That was Moraid, Deasy's daughter-in-law, in the kitchen at Drift's End, and in a more reflective moment he might have asked himself why he sometimes had this effect on the fairer sex. As it was, his priority was to make sure of his witness, their witness, because not only was this the woman who had walked along Eden Street moments before the murder, she had just demonstrated she perhaps knew Neville Murfitt in a more than passing manner. She didn't believe he was who he said he was, and so with some care Waters held out his ID towards her, and she took it. He had no doubt she was at least as armed as she claimed to be. When she handed it back, the woman said, "All right then, but you're working bloody late, ain't you?" "I'm not on duty." Honesty is surprisingly often the best policy when you're dealing with real people. Smith had shown him that, and how Smith would have enjoyed this scene, how effortlessly he would have had this woman's cooperation and trust. She said, "So is this where a copper comes for a bit of fun on his night off? Don't believe that, mate." Waters said, "I was at the jazz club just around the corner. I thought I'd have a look here as I've been working on a case, the murder last weekend. The body was found right where you just placed those flowers." She was weighing it up, possibly realizing that he could have started firing questions straight away, but hadn't done so. He was leaving it up to her in the first instance. The people at the sharp end are more likely to give you something if you don't demand it. She said, "Yeah, well, I knew him. Michael, a soldier. 'Spect you already know all that. Disgusting what happened to him. Help for effing heroes." Waters took a couple of steps towards her, closing the gap, and she didn't flinch. He asked whether she had known Michael well, whether she'd spoken to him last weekend. The woman was looking up at him now, and he saw the lines of age in her face. She was 10 or 15 years older than he had first guessed. She said, "Bit posh for a copper, ain't you?" They're desperate. They'll take anyone these days. And she gave him the twist of a smile. "I knowed him pretty well, I suppose. Always had a word when I went by. If I was flush, I dropped him a quid, you know. And he helped me out a couple of times, which is more than I can say for most of the people round here. Michael was all right." He glanced over into the doorway and said, "Nice of you to bring the flowers." She sniffed, as if dismissing that, but said, "Well, no one else has done nothing. White lilies, they are." Then she looked at him again, looked for something in his face, and seemed to find it. She said, "To be honest, I've been feeling bad about it." "Why?" "That morning, the Monday. I came here. I spoke to him when he was just lying there. Didn't realize, see? The dog was there. Everything looked normal. I was telling him to wake up. Been on my mind all week, that has. So I got the flowers, bought 'em from over there, but didn't put 'em down straight away, case anyone was watching, you know. People always think the worst." She had pointed towards Flower Power, and Waters turned to look. The woman said, "It's run by a blind girl, that place?" "Yes." They stood in silence then, and Waters thought, the CCTV camera. This is going to look good if anyone from the squad ever sees it. "On the night in question, Detective Sergeant Waters, you were in conversation for several minutes with a woman of questionable reputation. What exactly did the two of you talk about?" He said, "We've been trying to put together a picture of Michael's life, of the places he slept. Did he use this doorway often?" "No. It was his regular spot for working the crowd, but he'd only slept out in it the past couple of nights that I know of. He had a gaff not far away. Didn't you know that?" It was one of those unexpected, priceless moments that few other jobs can offer. Waters could handle them these days, and he shrugged and said, "No, but that would be useful information, if she knew where that gaff happened to be." She said, "It's close to where I'm staying. I'll show you. You can walk me home." For a frightening moment he thought she was about to take his arm. If she had done so, he might have had to make efforts to obtain the CCTV footage before it fell into the wrong hands. But she set off towards Fairhills, and Waters took a couple of quick steps to catch up with her. Oh, yes, how Smith would have loved this. The temazepam had finally had some effect, and the house was quiet again. Cara Freeman listened at the door to her mother's bedroom, as one listens for a child's breathing, but could hear nothing now. She missed out the fourth step from the bottom, but it creaked anyway. Then she stood and listened once more, but there was no sound other than the wind moving through the chimney above the open fireplace in the dining-room, a low moaning that rose a little and then fell away. She opened the French doors, walked out onto the patio, and closed the doors behind her, so they didn't bang shut in the wind. There was a moon somewhere up beyond the clouds, and the wind was driving the clouds across the moon, the light restless and ever-changing, sometimes grey, sometimes silver, but never quite extinguished. There is a light that never goes out. Take me out tonight. Take me anywhere. It was the music of the 80s, of the decade when she was born, but Dale had been older than her, and she loved it as soon as he played it to her. These are the anthems of the doomers, he used to say, but it was the darkness of those songs that made them happy, in a weird way. She wondered what had happened to him, to the others she'd known in those times, and for a moment there was a lump in her throat. Take me out tonight. Fat chance. She smiled her stop-being-an-idiot smile and thought that if she smoked, she'd have one now. It would be an appropriate point at which to do so. People seemed to derive a lot of satisfaction from it, and more coppers smoke than the general public might imagine. Got to go somewhere, the stress of it, but she'd think about that in a minute or two. The garden was long, and it disappeared into the darkness beneath the trees. The house behind her had 5 bedrooms and a wonderful position in a really good Norfolk village. She hadn't called an estate agent for a valuation, but didn't need to, because anyone with any sense can work it out for themselves. The place was worth between £750,000 and £1 million. You have to be realistic. Hard about these things now, because when the time came, her mother would need care in a home, and that would need to be funded. Freeman had listened to the solicitor's advice carefully, and then taken it. She had sold her own apartment, and the money had been transferred into her account 10 days ago. Her current account balance was almost £350,000. In addition, she was now the co-owner of this place, which meant that as it was her home, it could not be sold to pay for her mother's care unless that was what she, Freeman, decided to do. Do this in time, Mr. Bradbury had told her, and you protect yourself from the charge of deliberate deprivation of assets. So now this was her home, the 3 of them, Mother, Daria, her carer, and Freeman herself, would rattle around in it like the last 3 peas left in a can, and nobody knew for how long. Early onset usually progresses more rapidly, but the consultant still would only be vague. 5 years, 10, maybe more. You think about the money, about the time she has left and the time you have left. You can't help it. You make these horrible calculations every day. When Harry Alexander had first agreed to consider the idea of a new squad almost a year ago, she'd known these times were coming. The slow disintegration had begun, the silly moments and embarrassments that one could laugh off at first, then the visits to the GP, but Freeman had pursued the job anyway. No, not just anyway. She had pursued it consciously because her mother was ill. She would prove she could do both carer and career, or prove that she could not, but she would not quit in anticipation of anything. She'd told Harry everything, and all he said was, "Good. If you're going under, let me know well in advance." There was a moment when the moon almost broke through, and she waited, hoping to see that, but it never came. She had turned back, thinking she'd been outside too long, unable to hear if her mother was out of the bed again. When her phone buzzed with a text message, she checked the time first, 22:52, and then saw it was from Chris Waters. Almost 11 o'clock on an off-duty Friday night. Freeman was pleased. He didn't have much experience as a sergeant, but she was sure she'd been right to choose him. Here might be the proof of that. She read, "Ma'am, sorry to bother you. If you're not reading this until the morning, it doesn't matter, but I've located Neville Murfitt's rented room." She went inside, listened to the silence again, and then called him. "Chris, I don't care if you've found Shergar. You're not getting paid any overtime. Is that clear?" "Yes, ma'am." "Drop the mamming. It sounds ridiculous when I'm in my mother's house. As of this afternoon, we didn't know he had a room. How the hell did you find it?" Waters explained just enough, and without going into too much detail about April Kennedy. There would be plenty of opportunity for amusement on Monday when the rest of the squad heard the story and began asking questions. Freeman said, "Has anyone else moved into the room? I don't imagine it'll be empty for very long." Waters had asked, but April didn't know. They'd stood in the road outside the house, but there was no light on in the window she was sure had belonged to the murdered man. He'd been tempted, of course, but caution prevailed. This could conceivably require forensics, and blundering about wouldn't help at all. None of this was many minutes ago. He'd called Freeman as soon as April went into a house in the adjacent street. "Okay, Chris, I'm not leaving this until Monday. Text me the address, and I'll look into it tomorrow morning. I'm stuck at home until 10, but as soon as Daria shows up, I'll drive into Lake." He said, "I've got a 10 o'clock appointment myself, but I can show you where it is around 11. It'll be quicker than you trying to find it, ma'am. Fair Hills is a rabbit warren." That was what Freeman had expected. Good detectives hate handing things over, and they find it impossible to switch their curiosity on and off like air conditioning. She said, "All right, I'll aim to be on Eden Street around 11. I want to do the walk between the scene and this place you've found, so meet me there. And if your luck's really in, you'll get to buy me lunch." Chapter 17. Waters arrived first. He waited at the Kingsgate entrance, and this gave him the full view of Eden Street at its busiest, late on a Saturday morning. He would have gone further down and stood near the flower power shop, but it would look bad, wouldn't it? As if he was stalking them. He could see customers going in and out, though, and there were more of them than one might have expected. He'd assumed the business was scraping by, but he might have been wrong about that. The estate agent had brought a young couple to the flat. They were not married, as far as Waters could tell, but the girl was in charge, and she disapproved of the property from the moment she came through the door, and probably long before that. The windows were small, the lounge was rather small, and the kitchen was very small. Waters had caught the agent's eye and wondered whether she was going to say anything. The details of the property could not have made it any clearer that this was an ideal purchase for a young professional who wanted to live close to the town centre. A young professional. Just the one. The girl's partner looked uncomfortable and didn't have much to say at all, and the viewing was over in less than a quarter of an hour. As they left, the agent said to Waters, "I'll be in touch," and he had considered saying, "Don't bother, I'd rather not sell it to her." He wasn't as sure as he had been that he wanted to live a long way from King's Lake. When he refocused his attention on the street, he realized he had just seen Miriam Josephs come out of her shop. She had Ben's harness in her right hand and appeared to be checking for something in her shoulder bag. Then she turned right and headed straight towards where Waters was standing. She would pass within a few feet of him. Should he stay silent? What's the proper etiquette when meeting a blind acquaintance? Does it make life more awkward if people keep calling out to you? The dog had caught the scent of someone he recognized, and had his head raised as he came along. She was close now, and Waters heard her say, "Who is it, Ben?" If he hadn't seen and heard this for himself, he might not have believed it. He found himself saying, "Good morning, Miss Josephs." She stopped 3 or 4 yards short of him, and Ben sat immediately, tail wagging. She was trying to remember the voice. He went to help, but before he could get out his own name, she said, "Detective Waters? Sorry, Detective Sergeant Waters?" "Yes, I'm sorry if I've distracted Ben. I wasn't going to say anything, but—" She smiled and asked him why not. He was quite unable to answer. Sometimes the eyes of the blind give away their own disability, but Miriam's were perfect, a light hazel colour in the daylight, the first time he had seen them properly. She hadn't located his face yet, and her gaze was fixed a foot or two to his left. People were passing around and between them. He stepped closer, and somehow she sensed that, too. She said, "Is Patsy correct, Sergeant? Are you keeping us under observation?" He said no, and could have said, "Well, not both of you," but it would have been a little obvious, and he didn't want to be that. He told her he was meeting someone, to which she replied, "Oh, I see. Sorry when I say that. I always mean I understand. I won't detain you." Waters went to put out an arm to stop her from leaving, and this was a mistake. The dog's ears came forward, and the tail stopped wagging. He withdrew in time and said, "It's a colleague. We're working this morning." Miriam paused. "Is it the even taller detective?" "No, my boss, Detective Chief Inspector Freeman. We're following up on a development in the investigation." "A lead? You have a very interesting job, don't you?" "It has its moments." She seemed to be in no hurry again, happy to chat to him. "Oh, so does floristry. You'd be surprised." Once again he could look only at her face, unwilling to study the rest of her because it would be taking advantage in some odd way. He was vaguely aware of a knee-length skirt and dark brown suede boots, of a casual jacket with a high collar and something ethnic in its approach to life, casual and yet, Waters thought, carefully chosen. Did she choose by touch? Was there an invisible someone guiding her choices? She said, for example, "Every Saturday morning about now, Patsy and I have caramel lattes with cream cakes. I'm just off to fetch them. The shop does a special container for me to carry. If you're here for a while, I could bring you something." He'd caught sight of Freeman walking towards them from the wrong end of Eden Street. How she had contrived to arrive from the Fair Hills direction he had no idea. Waters rarely cursed, but found himself on the point of doing so. He said, "It looks as if I'm on my way now. Sorry. Another time, maybe." Her expression seemed to say, "Oh, well, it's your loss." But then, after a couple of steps, she turned and said, "I did give you my number, didn't I?" "Yes, thank you." Every word he spoke to her seemed to sound ridiculous, but asking him whether he still had her number, she couldn't have been any clearer, could she? Cara Freeman arrived seconds after Miriam had left him. She watched the blind girl and her dog walk into Kingsgate, then looked up at Waters and said, "The woman from the florist shop?" "Yes," he said, and then he asked whether she'd got lost this morning. Freeman admitted she had, cheerfully enough, and then, taking another look at the entrance doors through which Miriam Josephs had disappeared, she said, Are you a bit of a dark horse, D.S. Waters?" "Everything is very legal and all above the board, I can assure you. Health and safety is my paramount thing in all my properties. Nothing to concern the authorities here. Always I have—" "I'm sorry, you have other properties, Mr. Hook? How many?" The landlord was very round and very short, shorter than Freeman. His eyes went between the two detectives as if looking for a way out of the latest predicament, which appeared to stem from his unwillingness to answer direct questions, despite his having a great willingness to talk. He shrugged and upturned his palms. "A few?" Freeman said, "And I'm sure they've all been recently inspected by the local authorities, haven't they?" Mr. Hook narrowed his gaze as he studied the DCI's face, and concluded that the safest answer was probably yes, but he gave it warily, as if he was turning over a stone and something unpleasant might crawl out from underneath. "That's all right, then. It's also none of my business, unless you make it my business, Mr. Hook. All I'm interested in is what's on the other side of this door, so please unlock it now. As long as you're not growing cannabis in there, you shouldn't have a problem." Perhaps it was simply the mention of the word, but Mr. Hook seemed taken aback by such a suggestion. Freeman sighed, glanced at Waters, and said, "Mr. Hook, tell me you're not growing cannabis in this room. That's absolutely the last thing I need to find this morning." Mr. Hook concluded from this that as long as the Detective Chief Inspector did not find cannabis, all would be well. He located the key, among many others, on a large metal ring, and inserted it into the lock. These rooms, the landlord had already explained, offered a special service to the people of Fairhills. They could have very short-term lets, something even just for a night or two. The money was paid to him in cash in advance, and all facilities were included, except for the electricity and gas, which were on prepaid meters, and the water, for which Mr. Hook made another small charge, in advance, of course, and the use of any linen. Waters hadn't exchanged looks with his boss, but he knew well enough what this was. A doss house, an unregulated hostel for the destitute and the homeless, a means of exploiting their misfortune. Freeman asked the landlord to wait at the door, and then she and Waters stepped inside. She looked slowly around, the full 360 degrees, and sniffed. Waters could smell it too, nicotine and stale urine. There was a small table made of cheap red plastic and tubular metal, and 2 chairs from a garden patio set, all items salvaged from the recycling centre or a roadside skip. The tabletop had a sprinkling of grey ash, suggesting the room hadn't been cleaned. The very idea was a joke, of course, since its last occupant, which was, Mr. Hook promised, the man called Michael. He had said when they arrived and first questioned him, "All paid for until Sunday. I do not intrude on my customers' lives, madam. I have great respect for privacy. When I come on Monday, he is not here. I hold the room for him as a kindness, but he is not contacting me any more. Only this morning do I find out what has happened, a terrible thing." Freeman looked at Mr. Hook from the centre of this desolate little space and said, "You said you haven't relet the room. Do you know if anyone else has been in here? Does anyone else have a key?" The landlord jingled his key ring, and was then struck by a thought. He said, "I am sorry to ask, but you have the key? You found it on his person? When can I claim this back?" The Detective Chief Inspector ignored Mr. Hook, saying instead to Waters, "Let's assume no one else has been in. I don't think we're going to find much here, and I don't think it's a forensics job, but gloves on anyway. Was there a key?" "I think so. I'll check when we get back on Monday." Freeman muttered, "Don't be in too much of a hurry. I'll take the drawers and the wardrobe. You start with the bed. Sorry, one of the perks of being in charge." There was a quilt which had once been a pale sky blue, but it was darkened and stained with sweat, and heaven knows what else. Waters lifted it away from the bed, folded it in half, and placed it on the bare wooden floor. Once, staying in youth hostel in Odessa while on a university history trip, he had been bitten by bed-bugs, and he had no wish to repeat the experience. Straight home after this, shower and get all his clothing into the wash. The pillowcase was in worse condition than the quilt, stained by the grease of unwashed hair. Hook charged extra for linen and laundry, and so naturally no one ever paid to have it done. You would pay for this room and put your head down on a pillow that a stranger had used the night before, and soon you would be the stranger whose pillows someone else was using. Waters felt inside the pillowcase, but found nothing. Murfitt hadn't seemed to have all his earthly possessions with him in the doorway where he died, so somewhere in this room there might be something to prove he had stayed here. Kneeling, Waters pushed up the edge of the mattress, and there was a green cardboard wallet file. It was old and dog-eared. Twisting his head to one side, he could read the words, "Purchase orders," handwritten in capital letters. "Ma'am." She came across, took out her mobile, the latest iPhone, he noticed, and photographed the folder in situ. Then Waters pulled it out and looked inside. What would we like to find? A birth certificate, a driving license, bank statements, a communication from Her Majesty's Revenue and Customs with the national insurance number, a utilities bill with a past address, maybe some family photos. Usually, of course, it's none of the above. Waters ran his thumb across the edge of the bundle of papers, thin, tissue-like papers of assorted pastel colours, pink, yellow, green, and white. These were purchasing orders and stock lists for a business of some sort. He pulled one out and studied it. Delivered to Manchester, the Axholme Industrial Estate, 15 sofas in the Imperial range, 5 of royal blue, 5 of sovereign silver, 5 of Sherwood green, on May the 19th, 2011. At the bottom, indecipherable signatures of the delivery driver and the warehouse manager. Another sheet had lists of furniture stock held in various stores across the north of England. At the bottom of the third sheet, a purchase order for orthopedic chairs to be imported from Denmark. Waters found what he was looking for. Another illegible signature, but underneath it was typed N.J. Murfitt. Checking the dates on some other sheets, he could find nothing later than early in 2012, more than 6 years ago. He handed the folder to Freeman, who gave it a cursory inspection of her own. She said, "He had a life before this. They all do. Could be you or me one day. Maybe both of us if the squad doesn't work out. Anyway, we'll take it and have a read. I doubt whether he was murdered because of some connection to the trade in Danish orthopedic furniture. Give Mr. Hook one of the forms that says we've removed items from the scene as evidence. There's nothing else that I can see. What I don't understand is why he wasn't here on Sunday night if he'd paid cash up front. The landlord said up to Sunday, didn't he? Why sleep in the doorway?" The question was perhaps half rhetorical, but Waters said, "Maybe he thought the doorway preferable to this." Freeman looked around at the dismal little room, shrugged, and said, "Still a good find, Sergeant. We've coloured in another square. We never get to colour in every single one." Outside, Mr. Hook could hear that they were almost done here. He stepped a short pace into the room and said, "I hope my cooperation has been useful to you." Freeman said, "Yes, thank you. Sergeant Waters will give you a receipt for what we are removing." "Good, a receipt, yes. And the key? I was wondering. Changing the locks is a very costly business, you see." Turning her back on the man again, Freeman said, "I'm going outside to call Tom Green and get his thoughts on this place. Tell Mr. Hook that the room isn't to be relet until he hears from us, which could be some time. Tell him we auction off spare keys for charity. If he asks me about it again, I might tell him to stick it where the sun doesn't shine." "So," Freeman said, "what do you recommend? The proprietor obviously knows you. You don't have lunch here every day, do you?" They were sitting in Mickey Lemon's cafe, at a table for two right next to the window. The place was full, and the street outside was obscured by condensation on the glass, but Mickey had said to wait just a couple of minutes, and there would be a table for them. Waters said, "DC thought the bacon sandwiches are the best on the planet, closely followed by the sausage sandwiches. It wouldn't be healthy to eat here every day." He had dropped the ma'am for now. To the outside world they were just a couple having lunch together on a Saturday. But Mickey Lemon had asked, when Waters fetched the coffees to save him the bother of bringing them over, whether this was the new boss, and Waters had told him. Information is a two-way process, and Mickey didn't miss much anyway. "Bacon sandwich it is, then. I wouldn't want to go against the recommendations of the one and only. Do you keep in touch with him?" "Yes. And I understand from Alison Reeve that he's made a full recovery." With Freeman it was difficult to escape the feeling you were being interviewed. There was something intense about her manner, as if her intelligence could never rest. She couldn't park it and take her hands off the wheel. She was always driving forward, eyes on the rolling road. And yet this morning Waters had had the sense she didn't want to go home or do whatever she would usually be doing on a Saturday. The earlier offhand remark about him buying her lunch hadn't been offhand at all, and as they walked away from Fair Hills she had mentioned it again, which was why they were sitting here now. Waters said, "DC thinks the rest did him good. He says he's in better shape than ever." Freeman frowned and said, "A pity he decided to go when he did then. I said at the time, getting stabbed in the heart isn't such a big deal these days. We could use his input. What would he have made of this case? More to the point, what do you make of it?" The two questions were one, really. Smith had taught Waters everything that he, Waters, knew about detective work. There had been times in the last year of working together when Waters had made conscious efforts to see and do things differently, as students must. But with Smith now gone from the force, what was the point? Waters said, "I'm pretty sure he would be thinking the case is more about the man who wasn't murdered than the man who was." Mickey Lemon put up a hand with 3 fingers showing. That would be how much longer they had to wait for the best bacon sandwiches on the planet. Waters nodded his thanks. Freeman said, "And you?" "The same. It wasn't casual street violence, it was targeted. We found nothing to suggest Murfitt would have been a target. The CCTV shows us someone checking him out 24 hours before he was killed. He would have kept up the pretense he was Michael Wortley. My instinct at the moment is that's who they thought they were killing." Cara Freeman picked up the salt cellar and examined it closely, as if it might offer an unexpected lead. Then she said, "1, Wortley could be dead as well. He might as well be for all the traces we can find of him, at the moment." There was a touch of gentle mockery in those words, something Waters hadn't noted in her before. Up to now it had been infrequent sarcasm in potentially lethal doses. He said, "We don't have anything back yet on his mobile or his bank account. They might turn up something. What's number 2? Your instinct? Is that how you work? I had you down as the analytical type, Sergeant." "I don't think they're mutually exclusive. DC always—" Waters looked embarrassed, like a boy caught out in a habit he couldn't break. Freeman said, "Go on. If you're doing it his way, so much the better as far as our clear-up rate is concerned. What were you going to say?" "He always said that detective work is about doing a small number of things well. Never assume that any scrap of information is worthless. Something can change, and that scrap becomes valuable intelligence. So keep everything tidy. Know the numbers." He always studied the latest crime statistics, the national trends, and he'd use those to calculate the odds in a particular case. He said that analysis isn't identical with logic. You can be creative in the way you analyze. Freeman was listening intently. She said, "He meant thinking outside the box." "What else?" Waters said, "I'm not sure I can get it all into one paragraph." He had his own views on everything to do with detective work. Some of them were unconventional. The sandwiches arrived, delivered by Mickey in person rather than his assistant. He nodded to Freeman, and she said, "These come highly recommended, Mr. Lemon. Is the bacon free-range and organic?" Mickey looked at Waters, but there wasn't much he could do to help. "Dunno. It tastes all right, though." Then he walked away, no doubt thinking she was a bit of an odd one. Or an acquired taste, Waters said to himself. Freeman lifted the top slice of bread and added a small amount of tomato sauce. Waters, in honor of his mentor, added liberal quantities of the brown variety. Freeman said, the sandwich still on the plate in front of her, "Okay, another time. But what was his motivation? What got him out of bed in the morning?" Waters thought. The fact that it was empty, perhaps, had something to do with it. Still, he understood Freeman's question. He had already learned that exceptional performance in anything is based around something exceptional in the need to do it in the first place. He was always focused, whatever we were doing, but the taking of a life, that seemed to get to him. If you hurt someone, you can apologize and make reparations. If you steal from them, you can pay the money back. But if you kill them, he seemed to take that personally. It wasn't just a job, and being on or off duty made no difference to him. Not when he was on a case like that. He spent hours of his own time looking for Zoe Johnson. She had finally taken the first bite, and he could do the same. After a few seconds, Freeman stopped chewing, looked at him, and said, without words, "Fair enough, this is a pretty good bacon sandwich." She ate more, then paused and said, "Maybe it was personal for Smith. Maybe there was something in the past. An early case, something like that." This was more than making conversation. Freeman was still quizzing him, still digging, and he thought that's the same thing, the relentlessness I'm talking about. She cannot get over the fact that Smith didn't agree to work for her. She's trying to solve the riddle vicariously through me, the closest thing she can find to the detective who got away. But she was right, of course. There was something in Smith's past. Waters didn't know the details, didn't even know the outline of it, but Murray had said to him once that something had happened in Belfast, the first time Smith was there as a soldier, undercover for military intelligence. It was something of great moment that had haunted the young officer for the rest of his life, which meant that it was haunting Smith to this day. It was, presumably then, something to do with the taking of a life. Waters said, "Perhaps. He never discussed it with me." Freeman ate more of the sandwich, her professional gaze travelling around the cafe, noting perhaps one or two interesting individuals Waters already knew by reputation, and that surprised him, but it was so. King's Lake was his patch now. Mickey Lemon wasn't the only ear to the ground he could have a word with when information was needed. Some he had inherited. Others were his own discoveries. Freeman said, "Smith spent hours of his own time looking for that missing girl, you said. A bit like you spending your Friday night chatting up the tarts on Eden Street. I hope you've got a good story ready for when you explain that to the rest of them on Monday morning." She gave him an unexpected, friendly, off-duty smile, and it was in that apparently trivial moment that the last of his doubts about joining the squad disappeared. An instant later, his phone was ringing. Waters looked at it, shook his head a little in disbelief, and said to Freeman, "Talk of the devil. Smith?" He nodded, and she said, "Well, don't keep the man waiting on my account." Waters took the call, and a voice said, "Afternoon, boy wonder. Where are you?" "We're at Mickey's, eating bacon sandwiches." Smith picked it up immediately, as Waters had intended. "Someone from the job? Somebody important?" The cafe was noisy, and Waters couldn't be sure how much of the other side of this conversation Freeman would hear. "Yes, on both counts. What's up?" There was a short pause while Smith thought this over. Freeman was politely looking away. "Well, something is up. I'll have to sound a bit cagey now. Probably best not to do this on the phone anyway. What are you doing this afternoon?" "Not a lot. Why?" "I'd better check something first. Have you been leaving pictures of dead homeless people at certain places around Lake?" "That sounded wrong. Have you been leaving pictures of people who subsequently became homeless and then died around the town?" "Yes." "All right, then. I've just had a funny phone call that didn't make me laugh, and they mentioned that it was a feisty young female detective constable handing out these images. I'm never sure whether that word is a compliment or not, but she sounded familiar. Would it have been an erstwhile detective constable from my old team?" Yes, again. It was impossible to guess whether Freeman was picking up any of this. Smith went right on. "Right, well, she should hear this story as well if she isn't busy thrashing a squash ball or Mike Dunn." Waters gave a short laugh and said, "That's history now." "She's given up squash?" "No, the other one. Oh, good, I think. Anyway, I don't want to be any more involved than this, which is passing on to you something that might be of use in your investigation. He was a veteran, wasn't he? Yes and no this time. Yes and no, dear God. I'd hoped things might have improved since my time. But seriously, this phone call I had might be important, but it's complicated. I'm not being coy. There's a reason I can't just come out and tell you. 3 o'clock for afternoon tea? Yes, from me. I'll call the other party involved. Freeman looked back when he put his mobile away and said, Just a social call? Yes, he was asking whether I'd sold my flat yet. Discussing the details of cases with people who have left the force is a disciplinary offence. Waters didn't know Freeman nearly well enough to tell her exactly what Smith had just told him. There was a spot of tomato sauce on her plate. With the last crust of bread, the detective chief inspector carefully wiped it away, and then she ate the remaining evidence that there had ever been a bacon sandwich in the vicinity. Good. I think it's great when we keep in touch with old colleagues. When you see him, tell him from me he's a decent judge of a sandwich. Chapter 18. As Waters drove around the last bend and the expanse of salt marsh opened up before them, Serena said, Is that it? 150 yards down the single-track road that ran along the top of the shingle ridge was the sandstone and flint cottage, Drift's End. It stood alone on the edge of the marsh and beside the little estuary that runs from the village of Marston to the sea half a mile beyond. Serena hadn't been here before. Yes, Waters said, that's where he ended up. She said, It's the back of beyond, isn't it? Very pretty, though. Property prices out here are crazy. How did he manage it? Waters could see Joe's Volvo by the side of the cottage. As far as he knew, the two of them hadn't bought a second car, and this meant they were both home unless Joe was out walking the dog. There was a dog now, a rescue puppy he had met for the first time on his last visit. He said, Well, he didn't. They did. Joe had a house in London, her family house, which was worth a lot. When DC sold his place in the spring, they put their money together and ended up here. Serena said, Oh, that's quite romantic, isn't it? This merited a sideways glance, but Serena appeared to be serious. She said, She was a writer, wasn't she? True crime and all that. As far as I know, Waters replied, she still is. She's younger than DC, and I don't think she had plans to retire just because he has. She's also ex-Met. She was a DI in an earlier life. Serena had met Joe Everson once at the hospital last January, a meeting that hadn't lasted more than a couple of minutes. She reflected on what Chris had just told her as they covered the last few yards, and he pulled in beside the Volvo, and said then, She sounds a bit scary. He might have met his match. She was looking at Waters, waiting for his verdict on the suggestion, but he hadn't time to give one, because DC had already appeared at the side of the cottage, as he invariably did. You could never drive up that track without him knowing you were on your way. The dog was probably a Labrador Springer Spaniel cross, Smith said, but even the vet wasn't certain, and at different times you could see all sorts of things in the way she behaved. The coat was short and thick, but longer around the neck, giving her a kind of ruff, and though mostly black, she had a white patch around her left eye, one spotted ear, and a dappled chest. She had grown since Waters's last visit, but she remembered him and twisted in and out of his long legs when he sat on the sofa in the lounge, before deciding that Serena was the more interesting visitor today. She attempted more than once to climb onto her lap and lick her face, producing firm words from Smith before eventually being physically removed and told to sit in her basket in the corner of the room. She did so, tail still wagging, and coiled up, ready to launch a new assault as soon as the human attention had gone elsewhere. Smith studied the dog and said, I was saying only this morning, maybe we should have gone for a guinea pig instead." When he spoke, the dog's attention was immediately fixed upon him. Serena said, "Layla's a lovely name for her, though. It suits her." Waters saw the look between Smith and Joe, a half-smile that meant the name had some significance for them, some private meaning. Then Joe said, "I'll put the kettle on and take her for another walk. We'll leave you in peace." Serena said, "We had a dog when we were kids. We used to take him for long walks over Chartley Moss. You don't realize at the time it's something you'll miss doing." Joe said, "You're welcome to come along. It isn't due to rain again, though we've found the forecast isn't always reliable, living here on the edge. If David isn't too long, we could all go." Still odd, hearing him called that, but the man in question said that despite the insinuation he could be very concise when necessary, and by the time someone had made the tea and it had been drunk, they'd be ready for a walk. Why not the long one, all 12 miles to Wells and back? Waters looked suitably concerned at the prospect, but no one else took up the challenge. Just a smile from Joe before she went off to the kitchen. Smith was seated in an armchair between the wood-burning stove and Layla's basket. He settled back, and the dog crept out and pushed her way underneath his legs. Then she put her head between her paws and watched the two visitors. Smith shook his head and said, "As you can see, I've got my work cut out here, but anyway, this phone call. It seems you've been upsetting some of my old acquaintances in Lake. Well, one of them. And he wasn't really upset, just concerned." Waters said, "Who is it? And why did he get in touch with you instead of someone in the squad?" "Remember the name Joseph Ritz?" Waters did, as Brother Joe from the Abbeyfields Priory at Lowacre. Smith went on, "That's him. We were looking for whoever whacked that unfortunate young man with a shovel, and Mark Randall. Yes, and Brother Joe was very helpful in that inquiry. Anyway, he's the top man at the Friary now. He took over not long after Brother Jeremy was convicted, and Brother Andrew went on a very long retreat, courtesy of Her Majesty. I first met Joe at the hostel for the homeless he was running on Waterfall Road." Smith was looking at Serena now, and the penny dropped. She said, "I've been there twice this week, asking about 2 different people. But I don't think I met the man you're talking about. There were 2 volunteers, a young man and a middle-aged woman." Smith said, "Joe wasn't there. As I said, he runs the Abbeyfields Priory now. But he's continued the outreach work he set up in Lake. He was on the streets himself once, and isn't ashamed to admit it. If there were more Christians about like Brother Joe, I could be tempted to go to a carol service now and again. Joe visited the hostel yesterday evening, and what does he find on the desk in the cupboard he uses as an office there?" Not much had changed. You still had to work out at least some of the answers for yourself. Waters said, "A photograph," and Serena said, "Of someone he recognized?" The right eyebrow twitched upwards, which meant that they were both correct. "I had several chats with Joe Ritz during the Randall investigation," Smith said, "and I remember saying to him if he was ever having any trouble that involved the police, and working with the homeless you're going to, he should give me a call. I left him my card. He remembers hearing about a copper being attacked last Christmas, but the name, my name, was never released. He assumed I was still on the job, so early this morning he rang me. I imagine he'd been pondering all night about what to do." Serena said, "Do about what? Who did he recognize?" And Waters thought, because he knew the way Smith's mind worked, this isn't something straightforward. Smith said, "Whom?" "I don't know, DC. You tell me." "I am telling you. In that question, the person recognized is the object of the sentence. Therefore, it's whom, not who. Hasn't Waters told you there's a grammar paper in the sergeant's exam?" The straight, deadpan delivery could fool you even now, just for a second or two. Before she could stop herself, Serena glanced at Waters to check. even though she knew it was ridiculous. Satisfied, Smith said, "This is the end of my involvement, people. I've passed it on, as I said I would. Brother Joe is busy with some sort of retreat or pray-in at the Friary tomorrow, but I said someone would contact him on Monday. He'll be at the hostel in the morning. It ought to be one of you two, perhaps both would be good. Chris, you'd be a half-familiar face, which might help." Waters said, "Why?" "Because Joe's in a bit of a quandary. That's something best explained by him. And here's the tea. We're drinking Ceylon at the moment, single estate. I'll bet you'll love it." Waters didn't disguise his doubts. Smith had shared some peculiar-tasting stuff with him over the years. Serena had regained her composure and said in her posh voice, "Whom's photo did Joseph Ritz recognize, DC?" Smith said, "Yes, very good, highly amusing, nearly as amusing as you'll find the answer interesting, I suspect." He drew it out for a few more seconds, and Waters had it, though he didn't have the time to say the words. It was Smith himself who said, "Both. He recognized both of them." When they were back in the car and leaving Drift's End, Serena said, "Joe's all right, isn't she?" And Waters answered, "Yes," but added silently, "as long as you keep on the right side of her." She was rather protective of the injured Smith, as Waters had discovered on his first visit to the cottage early in the summer. There was to be no worrying him about work or the department, especially about the Harrison case, which would soon be coming to trial. Serena said, "When we were out with the dog, she told me she thinks he'll get bored. He's done everything that needed to be done at the cottage. He's virtually rebuilt the garage so they can get the car in it for the winter. The garden looks beautiful." Waters couldn't resist saying, "Well, as long as he doesn't get bored with Joe. Maybe that's what she's really worried about," for which he received the customary punch on the arm. It was inappropriate for a detective constable to do this to her sergeant, of course, but they were not on duty. In the office, Serena did behave with reasonable decorum. Maybe she was hitting him as a friend. She said, "No, they're a great couple, made for each other. Must be nice having someone like that, someone to make you a cup of Ceylon tea when you get home." Waters said, "No, I don't need another introduction to one of your lonely friends." "I know you don't," she said archly, "because there's someone already. I know the signs. Sometimes you do talk rubbish, but not all the time, and that wasn't a denial, was it? Who is she?" Waters drove more quickly now they were back on the Huntston road, making a point of concentrating on doing so. A minute or so passed before Serena said, "Because I'll find out in the end, anyway." He ignored that and said, "What did you make of Joseph Ritz recognizing both photos? I can see why he might have met Murfitt, but why Michael Wortley? We've no other evidence he was ever on the streets of Kings Lake." "Don't know, but if he can put them together in any way, that's a big step forward. It's weird how Wortley seems to have disappeared off the face of the earth. I reckon that has to be intentional." Agreed. After a pause, Serena said, "Pretty obvious tactic, distracting me with the case. I'll go along with it for now. Maybe Brother Joe is about this afternoon." He'd already considered and dismissed the idea. "DC has obviously set this up and persuaded him to talk to us. We'll keep to the script and see him Monday morning." "And are you telling Freeman about this afternoon?" That was a good question. He must have driven half a mile or more before he answered it. "No, it'll keep until we're back in the station." Detective Constable Serena Butler had a number of annoying habits, but the most annoying of all was being right about her detective sergeant. "There's someone on your mind," she'd said, and it was true. Waters arrived back at his flat at around 5:30 that afternoon. Immediately he sat down in the lounge, no music, no television, no laptop, and no phone, and told himself this had to be sorted. Something must be done. If necessary, he would do what Smith might in a complex case, get a piece of A4 paper, draw a nice straight line down the centre with a ruler, naturally, and list the problems and the possible solutions. The number of potential problems was apparently infinite, but he tried to consider each one as it arose. If he asked Miriam out, where could they go? On a Saturday evening it was his habit now to walk down to the Blue Note. He could call her and say casually that he would pick her up and they could go together, just an hour or two, listen to the music, chat, and meet a few of his friends. But what about the dog? Did the club allow dogs? By law, almost all establishments must do so, but was a jazz club appropriate, whatever the law said? Would Miriam feel uncomfortable without the dog? And if it came to it, did the dog like him? Waters recalled that moment when he had half reached out to Miriam, and the animal's whole attitude had changed in an instant. If he and Miriam ever got, cozy, would Ben be watching? If they had to lock him away, this dog might soon become a little resentful. Perhaps not the club on a first date, then. It would be a date, wouldn't it, whatever the pretence? She had twice now pointed out she had given him her mobile number, and she had perhaps already taken offence that he hadn't called her. She's only blind, for heaven's sake. She's like a normal girl in every other respect, presumably. But there are lots of unanswered questions. If she's a graduate in music, knowledgeable about Bach, for example, what is she doing running a florist shop in the back streets of King's Lake? What is she doing living in Fair Hills, which is, as Smith might say, a little bohemian, to put it politely? He went to the window and stood with his hands in his jeans pockets. There were a few spots of rain on the glass. It was already the wettest September for several years. The news had said that this morning. Even so, maybe just a walk somewhere which would solve the Ben problem. There was a delivery van parked at the rear of the bakery, waiting to pick up a few baskets, probably. The youth behind the wheel was rolling a cigarette, completely unaware that he was being observed, and as Waters watched the process, he knew it was a joint. He saw the sprinkling of something on top of the tobacco. Possession is still an offence, and driving under the influence a more serious one. He could go down, make an arrest, call a squad car, or take the youth in himself. He had made plenty of arrests now, in much more challenging situations than this would be. But that would be the rest of the day done, and there are times when you turn a blind eye, if you want any sort of life at all. The flat felt small behind him, especially after the visit of that girl and her partner this morning. He took down his waterproof and pulled to the door behind him before going down the stairs and out into the street. When he passed the van on his way down to the quay, the youth behind the wheel nodded unconcerned. One of the greatest gifts you can have as a detective is not looking like one. The port of King's Lake is still surprisingly busy. The great ships of the past are long gone, but there is a constant scurrying of waterside life as boats go up and down and across from little quays, landing stages, and sheds by the estuary. Far downriver, Waters could make out the place at Riverside where he'd discovered the money hidden in Philip Wood's fishing boat. He could still hear Murray on his phone behind him saying, "He's only gone and found something in the hull, DC." But that was already years ago. "I'm 28 next birthday," he told himself. "That's not really young any more. I'm selling my first property now, not buying one." The tide was in and high, lapping against the stone wall of the jetty. He leaned over the railing and stared down, but the water was thick and muddy, so he was only staring at it, not seeing into it. Sometimes you cannot see, but you must still act. From here, from this very spot, a boat could take you anywhere in the world, but you'd have to get into the boat first to go anywhere at all. He looked across the river again and noticed a herring gull perched on a huge rusty buoy. The baleful yellow eyes were watching him, and there was something in its bill. When the bird turned side on, Waters could see it was a starfish. one of the little orange ones you find stranded on the beach at low tide. The bird was making no attempt to consume it, just holding on to it because it could. There were other gulls in the air beyond this one, and as soon as you noticed them, you heard, too, their perpetual cries, the distant, mournful cries of desolate, lonely places. Somewhere far downriver, someone gave 3 blasts on a ship's horn. His mother would say with a worried look, "Well, if she's the one for you—" His father would at some point have a serious word and tell him to think carefully about exactly what he was taking on, though he had thought of little else in his free time since 10 o'clock last Monday morning. 5 days, was that all? 3 short conversations? The gull lifted its wings and slipped into the air, still holding on to the starfish. Waters watched until it was among the others, over the river, a white speck against the greys of water and sky. Then he took out his mobile and found her name under M. He hadn't bothered to put in the Josephs. Now the moment was no more than a press of the thumb away. There was a new crying of gulls across the water, a crescendo, and he paused to watch them and listen. He'd looked it up, of course. She had been the sister of Moses and Aaron. It was a Hebrew name of debated meaning, rebellious, wished-for child, sea of bitterness, sea of sorrow. And then he could hear her voice and realized he must have pressed it anyway. Chapter 19. In exactly 1 hour and 15 minutes, it'll be 1 week since we arrived on the scene. We've made progress, we're steadily filling in the blanks, but it's just a bit too steadily for my liking. It's time we made the great leap forward. Waters had thought, does Freeman know where that comes from? Does she realize how many millions died the last time someone suggested making one of those? He knew nothing about her background, other than some details about Freeman's career in the police force. Her mother suffered from dementia, and she helped with her care. She'd told Serena and him that after they arrested Graham Fletcher. But whether she had been to university or had another career before becoming an officer, he had no idea. And in exactly 1 hour and 15 minutes, I'll be in a management meeting. I should be back here by lunchtime. Tom has suggested we take some pictures of Murfitt's newly discovered abode. I'm sure Chris has a more convincing explanation at the ready than the one we've just heard, but they don't need to be courtroom quality, so he'll send one of you out with a Polaroid disposable from lost property. Serena, you've got some comeback on one of the photos you left around the town. It was a potentially awkward moment. Waters kept his eyes away from Serena and did his best to look neutral, but she handled it well. Yes, she said, someone had got in touch, and she'd arranged to meet them this morning. It was a man from one of the homeless hostels. Freeman said, sounds hopeful. Taking someone with you? He'd spoken up then, not wanting anyone else to be given the job. Ma'am, I think this is a man I've met before on a previous case. It might help if he sees a face he recognizes, given the circumstances. Waters saw the frown and felt the pause as Freeman considered it. She was thinking to herself, what circumstances? But it was only momentary, and if she came to any conclusion, she didn't share it. Fine. Call in with anything useful. The rest of you need to look at the map Tom has made of CCTV in the area. This has been bugging me. All we have is the clip as they approach Murfitt on the Sunday night, and the one of them talking to him the day before. The area is well covered, but they managed to avoid all the other cameras on the Sunday night. Did they get lucky, or have we underestimated them? Have we missed a vital camera? Where did they go after the attack, and can we work out some sort of route from the fact they didn't appear on another camera? They must have had a car. Where was it parked? Or did someone, a third party, pick them up? I don't suppose they caught a bus. She'd stopped and thought that over too. Freeman had a habit of thinking aloud in the middle of a conversation, and as a listener you had to spot these moments. Obviously not at that time of night. Murray said, What about a taxi, ma'am? Good. Follow up that idea, but do it after you've given the bank and the phone company another gentle nudge, John. But not too gentle. Here endeth the briefing. They drove to Waterfall Road in Serena's car. On the way, she said to him, "Did you do anything nice over the weekend, apart from taking me to see DC?" He answered, "That was the highlight, of course. The rest of my weekend was a disappointment, in comparison." She nodded and said, "I totally understand. But you can always call me if you need to chat, if you're feeling low." Waters said, "Yes, that's one of the things that keeps me going through the dark times. Thank you." He knew that wouldn't be the end of it. She wasn't hurrying to get to their destination, and it wouldn't be just because they were avoiding the CCTV nightmare back in the office. After a suitable pause, Serena said, "Not a problem, sir." He smiled and glanced at his phone, but there wasn't another message since the one he'd received last night. He read it through again while he waited for Serena. "So, that couple didn't call back with a ridiculous offer for the flat? It wasn't all a ploy?" "No, they really hated it, or she did, the girl. They won't be back." "Oh, it's just—" "Yes?" "Well, you seem pretty chilled this morning. Last week, and I'm saying this as friend, sir, not as your subordinate, you were a bit on edge, like you had something on your mind." "Did I?" It was best to keep one's own contributions to the minimum on these occasions. It would be over sooner that way. I expect on Saturday you went to the jazz club and met your weird friends. Just the usual crowd, was it?" Serena looked around at him, and he nodded. "And on Sunday? What did you do with yourself all day?" She had deliberately adopted the tone she used when interviewing someone she didn't want to frighten too much, the tone of a concerned older sister with only the faintest hint of menace. "I went for a walk." "Where?" "Roydon Common." "And is there anyone who can corroborate your story?" They had turned into Waterfall Road, and ahead on the right Waters could see a long brick wall with an entrance but no gate. There was a hand-painted sign, "The Wesleyan Centre," fixed to the wall at a slight angle, just enough off true to make you feel the need to stop and put it straight. He said, "We're here. Pull in. I think there's parking inside." She did so, but said, "There is. I've been here before, remember. Just to be clear, I'm taking the answer to my last question as maybe." There was an area of tarmac with room for about a dozen cars, but the place hadn't been that busy for a long time. Here and there weeds had broken through the surface, thistles, ragwort, and nettles, and someone had made a desultory attempt to knock them down before wandering off and leaving the rest standing, shedding seeds that would make the problem worse next year. Serena reversed the car and parked close to the wall. They were facing an old chapel of some sort, with a hall attached to one end. There was a double door, one half of which appeared to be wedged open, and along the wall were 6 identical windows. The brickwork of the arches was immaculate, and the building would probably stand for another 150 years with little attention. But the faith that had built this place, Waters thought, has long since crumbled into dust. He'd never met anyone who admitted to being a Methodist. Parked near to the open door was a blue Ford Escort estate that had also seen better days. Serena said, "Last week I met a couple of volunteers. One was a middle-aged woman with a conscience and a bike, and the other was a student, I'd guess. This car wasn't here. Looks as if he's turned up." Then a man was backing out of the doorway, his arms around a black plastic dustbin. When he'd manoeuvred it through the space, he turned 90 degrees to his left and carried it bodily towards the corner of the building, where an assortment of other bins and bags stood ready for collection. He wore only a white singlet, dark jogging bottoms and trainers, a man of average height with broad sloping shoulders and the beginnings of a paunch. Much of his dark hair had migrated south. He was mostly bald, but his bare arms and back were hirsute, and there were tattoos on the thick forearms that held the dustbin. When it was planted down heavily with the others, the man turned and walked back towards the doorway. He didn't appear to have noticed them at all. Serena said, "Looks as if I'll get to meet a resident this time. Let's go and find out where the boss is." Waters said, "No need." "Why not?" "That's Brother Joe Ritz." The kettle began to rattle as it boiled on the metal tray. Joe had found 3 mugs of assorted styles and sizes, and he washed them in the sink that had just 1 tap before drying them on a tea towel that had the green logo of Kings Lake General Hospital in one corner. Best not to ask. There were 2 chairs in his office, and Waters and Serena occupied these. It wasn't clear where Joe would sit when the drinks were made. The room was barely big enough for 3 adults, but it was functional and not untidy, a description that Joseph Ritz might have applied to himself if pushed to give one. Without turning around, and as he busied himself with jars, spoons, and milk cartons, he said, "Yes, your old sergeant was right. You and I have met before." Waters said, "At Abbeyfields. It was a couple years ago." The coffee was instant, of course, but at least the milk went in first. The old sergeant would have approved. After a few seconds, Joe said, "Brothers Jeremy and Andrew, I heard that Jeremy has been released." "Last year," Waters said. "He only did the minimum term. He's never been in touch with anyone at the Friary?" Joe said, "Not to my knowledge. If he had, we wouldn't have turned him away." The mugs were placed in front of them, a large stoneware thing for Waters and a small one with pink flowers for Serena. He tried to catch her eye, but she ignored him, saying instead to Joe Ritz, "How long have you been operating this place as a hostel?" He perched himself on the corner of his desk, reminiscent of their latest DCI, and said in answer, "Never. If we called ourselves a hostel, we'd soon be in regulatory deep water. There are people in suits who take these matters very seriously. We're a night shelter. We don't have to tick so many boxes that way. We still have to tick some, and we're always a few weeks away from being shut down, but that's how it's been for years. About 6 years. Closing us down would mean some bad publicity for the local authority, and then other people in suits questioning their lack of provision, so we rub along." Waters said, "And DC told me you're also in charge of the Friary now. You took over from Brother Jeremy." Instinct or experience, or some subtle blend of the two, had told Waters not to ask about the photographs straight away. Joe Ritz was sounding them out as much as they were doing the same thing with him, and Smith had suggested the information the man might have for them was not straightforward. Joe said, "Well, I'm not sure anyone's in charge, but there was no one else who had any experience of running anything, not even an under-11s football team, so it fell to me. And now they can't be bothered with replacing me. If a proper leader ever turns up, he can have the job tomorrow." Smith had told them much more, the story of the man who had built up and run his own specialist medical supplies company, and who had, to save the jobs of 20 people, become a little too creative with the accounts, at just the wrong moment. A conviction for fraud, a spell in prison, the customary collapsed marriage, and then months living on the streets before a priest he had never met invited him into a seaman's mission for a cup of tea. They all heard a door creaking out in the hall. Joe got off the desk and said, "Won't keep you a moment," before he left them alone in the office. Then they heard his voice saying, "Hello, Allie. Who's your friend?" The reply was indistinct. They heard Joe's footsteps walking across the hall and a distant conversation. Serena looked around the office, searching the desk with her eyes. Then she said to Waters, "Well, he's being careful." They could hear Joe Ritz returning. He resumed his position on the desk and said, "As I was saying, we're a night shelter, but if people wander in during the day, what can you do? We don't lock our doors." Waters said, How bad is the situation in Kingslake? Is it getting worse?" Joe folded his arms, frowned as if he might not know the answer to that one, and then said, looking directly at the young man who had asked the question, "I don't know whether you're interested or just making conversation to be polite. Officialdom pays us an occasional visit and then buggers off. Sorry, but that's my experience." Honesty would be the best policy. It wasn't hard to see why Smith and Joe Ritz had made some sort of connection. Waters said, "I've learned something about homelessness over the past few days. As you know, a man was murdered while sleeping on the streets a week ago. Catching whoever did that might make things a little safer for the rest. Any context you can give us might be useful." Joe said, "Oh, it's a bit of context you're after. That's an academic's word, isn't it?" Waters looked at his detective constable and caught the smile disappearing. Then he looked back at Joe, just a level, steady look, and waited. The last national survey reckoned there were just under 4,500 rough sleepers in the UK. That's out of nearly 60 million people. The government admitted it might be an underestimate. Meanwhile, back in Kingslake, it varies. We get a seasonal effect being close to the coast. People tend to drift up here over the summer and numbers rise. On a typical night, Joe Ritz shrugged as he considered it, and then said, somewhere between 5 and 20 a night over the summer months, and a hard core of local regulars the rest of the year, maybe 5 or 6 of those. And these are people sleeping in doorways and cardboard boxes? Joe was warming to the subject, despite his initial wariness. "Well, that's a problem straight away. If you've no place of your own, but a sympathetic soul lets you sleep on their sofa for a few nights, are you homeless? If someone stays overnight here at the Wesleyan, do they count in the official statistics? If you pay an unscrupulous landlord cash by the night to stay somewhere you have no legal rights, does that count as a home?" Waters nodded his understanding, and Joe said, "It would take me an hour to explain all the ways a person can be homeless but not appear in Home Office data sets." "What sort of people are they?" Even as he asked that, Waters knew it was a careless question, and he wasn't surprised by the answer. "What sort of people? Well, they're very much like you and me." I should have said, do they have things in common? Are there certain triggers or situations that lead them to being on the streets? Joe Ritz didn't respond immediately. He stood up and walked around the desk, pulled open a drawer, and took out a black, hard-backed A4 notebook. He placed this on the desk and resumed his seat. "Family conflict and breakdown, that's more than 50% of the time, I'd say. Mental health issues, which are often related to family breakdown. Substance abuse, alcohol being the most common. Financial problems, a high proportion have been in local authority care when younger, which says a lot for that service, doesn't it? And more than half have been in prison or in young offenders' institutes. The number of migrants and refugees on the streets is creeping up. They don't go straight into it, but the application for asylum system breaks down more often than not nowadays, and they're left in limbo." Serena spoke for the first time. She said, "That's a lot of ways to become homeless. How do they get out of it? How can you help?" "Here at the Wesleyan, we keep them warm and dry for a night or two. We give them bread rolls and soup donated by local businesses. In case you're wondering, I don't preach any sermons. There's none of that. We talk to them and we listen to them, which is probably the single most important thing we do. Sometimes there are people no one has listened to for years. As police officers, you become hardened over time. You must do so to survive in the job. But there was something about Joe Ritz that made you take notice and think about what he was telling you. Perhaps it was the knowledge that he hadn't learned all this by doing a master's degree in social science. He had been the man asleep under a heap of cardboard boxes, and he had found a way back. Joe went on, "And there are different street lifestyles. There's not a homogeneous group. Some of them live lives centered around the alcohol. They have what they call drinking schools. Most of those are full-time on the streets, but other drugs, contrary to what the public imagines, are uncommon. Some focus on the begging business, and some of those will pay for substandard accommodation with the proceeds. Neville Murfitt, thought Waters. That was his situation. And the women are often involved in some sort of sex work. We don't often have females full-time on the streets here in Lake, but there are plenty surviving just above that line. And that is April Kennedy. Joe Ritz knows his street people. Waters decided this was the moment to move things on. He asked whether they had many ex-Forces personnel turning up as homeless in Kings Lake. If Joe didn't react to that, perhaps he wasn't going to provide them with many answers after all. Joe picked up the notebook and let it fall open in front of him, but they couldn't see what was on the page. Then he looked up and said to Serena, "I'm thinking it was you who left the photographs." She nodded and said, "One of them." Joe took one out of the book and held it so the face was towards them. "This is the one who was stabbed, isn't it?" It was Neville Murfitt's picture. Joe Ritz went on, "Okay, he turned up a few months ago, and someone directed him to this place. He was here a couple of nights, and then he moved on into the town centre. I don't know anything about him after that. We talked a bit. He'd had a decent job, but the business went under, so we had something in common. I offered to put him in touch with a couple of employers, but he never took it up. I doubt if he was ever in the army, though." That was a question, and Waters answered it. "As far as we know, he never was. You're right." Serena said, "At least, not officially." Joe laid the photograph on the desk and took out another from the notebook. It was the picture of Michael Wortley. "This man," said Joe, "was a different kettle of fish. We don't get many like him through here. He had a kind of kit bag with him, the sort a soldier might carry." Waters said, "When was this, Mr. Ritz?" That brought what was almost certainly the first genuine smile from Joe. "Mr. Ritz, that takes me back. I'm either Joe or brother or friar, and sometimes I'm all three. Bless you for that. This man," holding up Wortley's image again, "was also here a few months ago." Exactly the same phrase, and Joe knew it. He was waiting for Waters's next question. "Were the two of them here at the same time?" "Yes, we keep a log and people sign in every day, so we know how many there are in the building overnight. This keeps the fire service happy. They're just names and dates. You don't get a name and address for obvious reasons, and you don't get phone numbers, but I found those two in the book here. Sometimes people don't use their actual names, but I expect you're used to dealing with that." Serena said, "We are recently." Joe turned the book around and handed it to Waters, keeping a finger in place until the detective could see the entries in question. Neville Murfitt had written his own name, N. Murfitt, and a date, 22nd April, followed by a similar entry for the next 2 nights. On the 23rd there were 2 additional names. Waters placed a finger underneath them and read out to Serena, "Alan Johnson and M. Yates, on the 23rd of April. She laughed and said, "Nice. He has a sense of humor, anyway." Waters said to Joe Ritz, "I take it you're holding up the photo of M. Yates?" "Yes, he told me his name was Michael Yates." You develop the habit of telling people only what they need to know, and Joe didn't need to be told that Wortley had used the name of his former senior officer, but he had kept his Christian name, which isn't unusual. Serena said, "What else did he tell you, Mr. Ritz?" Another brief smile, perhaps at the memory of other flirtatious young women he had known, before he answered, "Ah, well, that's where it gets a little awkward for me." Christopher Waters waited then, just as he had been taught to do. After several seconds, Joe said, Sergeant Smith, Detective Sergeant Smith, was your old boss, wasn't he? Waters said. Yes, we were both in his team. Okay. When I phoned him, I didn't tell him all the details, but I told him something, and he said that I could trust you two, that you'd know how to deal with it. Waters looked at Serena before he responded. I can speak for both of us when I say that we would say the same about Detective Sergeant Smith, Joe. A few more seconds passed while the man in the vest, the man with tattoos on his forearms who put out the bins at the night shelter and yet who was the friar of Abbeyfields, a spiritual leader in the Third Order of St. Francis, while this man considered questions of trust and duty. Then he said, As you can see, Michael Yates stayed here for 3 nights. On Thursdays I'm here. It's my regular turn to stay overnight in the shelter, and on that night it was just the 2 of us. You'll see his is the only name in the book. We sat in here and talked. He sat, Detective Sergeant, in the very chair you're in now. I didn't think he was homeless, but he was a man who needed a breathing space, time to get his bearings. On that Thursday night, he told me a little about how he came to be here. Chapter 20. When they were back in her car, Serena said, So, I know the drill, don't worry. I'll drive back to Central while you sit in silence and work out what that all means. Waters said, Sounds good to me. Charming. You know, sir, there are times when— Can we start straight away? They had worked together for too long for her to take offence, but neither did Serena argue. It had taken a while, but her former, and it had often seemed junior colleague, was developing a bit of an edge when he needed it. Maybe Waters wasn't born to lead. To some extent it had been thrust upon him, but there were signs now he might achieve something, and when she examined her own feelings about the matter, Detective Constable Butler was pleased to discover she didn't resent this at all. Waters took out his phone to check for missed calls or messages from Central, but there was nothing. Then he looked again at the messages he had received from Miriam. The first one had arrived yesterday while he sat next to her on a stack of dry birch logs at the edge of a wood on Roydon Common. When she said the new phone technology had liberated blind people, that her iPhone was her most important virtual assistant and friend, he'd said to her, I know something about Siri, though I don't use it much. If you wanted to send me a text, how would you do it? She frowned. He had seen this several times now, and thought it a very fetching frown, and said, Well, first I would ask for your number, because I haven't added it yet. He sent it as a simple message, and then watched as she told her phone to add Christopher to her contacts, and then she simply told her phone to send the following message to Chris, dictating the words she wanted to say. It really is this easy. Before she sent it, he said, Impressive. What about text-speak, abbreviations, emojis? In answer, her fingers moved so quickly over the screen, combining double and triple taps, that he couldn't follow, and the phone's voice itself seemed to be hurrying to keep up. Before he realized she had pressed send, his own iPhone buzzed with the arrival of the message with, at the end, a funny little representation of her own frown. It had been a quiet autumnal afternoon. Behind them in the wood a robin had sung its plaintive, half-whispered song of summer's ending, and rooks had cawed out over the common. They had watched Ben exploring the bracken and the long grass, or rather he had watched and described what the dog was doing, and Miriam had smiled and said this was something the dog couldn't do when they were alone, something she felt guilty about sometimes. Waters had asked her then whether she often went out into the countryside, and she said, Not often. We're limited to public transport, obviously.
And at this time of year, when it's getting dark early." He was silent, and she laughed, guessing what he might be thinking. "I know that sounds ridiculous. Why would I be concerned about the dark? But it makes you a little more vulnerable. During the day, other people can see you and help if you're in trouble. And they do. Most people are kind. But at night, well, you're more alone. Of course, I still have Ben to look after me. We go out into the town at night sometimes." "Where do you go? What do you do?" There were 1,000 questions to ask, and he was doing his best not to sound like a policeman interviewing a suspect. But she didn't seem to mind talking about herself, and the tiny ironic space she had kept between them in the shop had disappeared, not least because when Ben had been let off the lead, she asked if she could take his arm. She said, "We have our regular routes. Ben knows them. Sometimes we have a burger or a proper sit-down meal. We have a few friends we visit." A few friends, but no boyfriend. Waters was certain of that now. He looked at her secretly in the soft, flat light of the September afternoon, and was mystified. Intuition told him then simply to ask the question. Miriam smiled as if she'd been expecting it sooner or later, and said, "How long have you got?" He said, "I'm not on shift until 8 tomorrow morning." "Is Ben still all right?" "Yes, I can see him. He keeps looking back to make sure you're still here." She was creating a space in which to make up her mind, and then she had told him a story. A true story, which astonished him. The mobile was ringing in his hand. He looked down as if bemused, and Serena said, "It's Murray. You might want to answer that." "John, what's up?" Murray said, "Are you still at the shelter?" "No, on our way back. Why?" "Just a minute. I'll put you on speaker so Serena can hear." Waters did so. It was a way to save time and build trust in the team. Murray continued, "We've got a couple of developments. First, we've had a hit on Wortley's bank account. For the past few weeks, he's been making cash withdrawals about once a week." Waters said simply, "Where?" It was the key question. If the answer was Birmingham or Plymouth or some such place, they had effectively lost the initiative. Another team would find Wortley and interview first, perhaps even caution him. He might refuse to return to Kings Lake, and he would be within his rights unless he was under arrest. By the time the murder squad got to him, there could be all sorts of additional barriers to hearing what had taken place when he met Neville Murfitt at the Wesleyan night shelter, and why someone had killed Murfitt, thinking they were murdering Michael Wortley. There was no longer any doubt in Waters's mind that was what had happened. Huntston. Waters heard Serena hiss a "Yes!" "Good. What do we know, John?" "He's been using a cash machine, taking more or less the same amount each week. I was told on the phone that there's little other activity on the account. 2 regular payments in, and this money going out." Waters said, "How much going out?" "A few £100, enough to live on, pay rent and such, if that's what you're thinking. It's my guess he's been settled in Huntston for several weeks, always assuming it is Wortley, of course, and that someone hasn't nicked his card." Waters considered that, weighed it up, and didn't fancy it. He said, "What are the payments in, John?" "We're waiting for that to come back. The DI had a word with the manager somewhere, and they've agreed to send it all in an email with attachments of his statements. They reckon it will be today." This was Freeman's leap forward. There was no doubt about it, but the last thing anyone needed was a stakeout on a cash machine. If one of those payments in was from an employer, if Wortley was working, they had a line to him now. Waters said, "A couple of developments? What's the other one?" Murray answered, "Right. The boss is on her way back from a management meeting. She's spoken to the DI, and he says we all need to be in the building by 12:30. Waters exchanged a look with Serena before he said, "Presumably they're not closing us down after a week. I don't think we've been doing that badly."
No, the DI wasn't giving much away, but it's something to do with the case. Management meetings were very much more likely to be about discussing budgets, 5-year strategies and mission statements than individual cases. This, if true, was a little unusual. He said to Murray, "We're 10 minutes away, John. We'll be there in plenty of time. Thanks for the update." When she was sure the call had ended, Serena said, "Well, I think you can stop worrying about John Murray now." "Have I been?" "Yes, but you needn't any more." "Why not?" "Because he just called her the boss." "And if you don't believe it, I have the scars. Would you like to see?" She was showing him anyway, lifting her thick dark hair away from her head above the ear on the right side, and then pressing it flat. Waters could see a thin red line on her scalp, some 4 or 5 inches long. Miriam said, as she lowered her hair, "A subdural hematoma, which was the least I could have expected, really. My head broke the windscreen." Waters had said then, "How long were you trapped in the car?" "About 40 minutes, but it felt like 40 years, of course. They told me afterwards I'd been lucky it was in the summer. By the time they got me out, the water was up to my waist, but the drain would have been full in winter, and I'd probably have drowned." Ben had returned by then. He sat leaning against her legs, as if he sensed this was a difficult moment, and looked up expectantly at Waters, as if he too was ready for the next question. After a story like that, there had to be more questions. "And the man you were with, Eric, did he regain consciousness at all?" "No. I managed to find his arm and felt his wrist. There was a weak pulse at first. He moaned a few times, but it was incoherent. After a few minutes, I knew he'd died." It was late afternoon on the common. The robin had stopped singing a long time ago, and the rooks had all departed to a roost somewhere in a wood. Other walkers had crossed the heath and passed the time of day, as dog walkers do, but now it was just the two of them, still seated on the same pile of birch logs. Waters looked at her face in the moments after she said, "I knew he'd died." She was as beautiful as ever, but deliberately impassive, making no attempt to find him in her darkness, but looking away while he made up his mind about her. He guessed that's what was going on. It was a dreadful story, and for some reason she was ashamed of or embarrassed by her part in it, though he couldn't see why. He wondered whether she had made up her mind to tell him this, even before they'd taken the walk this afternoon. He said, "Who found you?" "A farmer. He was in a tractor on the road and high enough to see the lights of the car in the water. He was quite an old man, but he climbed down the bank and waded in. He tried to get the doors open. When he couldn't, he got a chain around the axle and used his tractor to pull the car halfway up the bank to stop it sinking any more. He called the emergency services, and then he came back down and talked to me like people do to keep you conscious. I went to thank him a few weeks later. His name was Ralph Hobbs." "And you were conscious all the time?" "Yes." Blind, trapped in a crashed car, up to her waist in water, and knowing that her boyfriend had just died in the seat next to her. "What about the head injury?" "I blacked out in the ambulance as they were taking me in. I had an operation to relieve the pressure of the bleed onto the brain. I lost several weeks of memory, which they tell me is common with that injury." Miriam had paused then, and he knew something important was coming. In those seconds, he looked out across the common and saw that a thin white mist was forming in the hollows and in the still spaces beneath the birch trees. She said, "I was very low for some time afterwards, and I used to wish they hadn't bothered, the surgeons, I mean. I know that's a terrible thing to say even now." It was a terrible experience. One of the first things I remember thinking afterwards was, for most of my life my father had been saying to me,
Miriam, your life is just one car crash after another. And then it was, for real. You should know that I'm a great disappointment to him." She had told him earlier about her childhood, growing up in Oxford, academically gifted, not her words, but it was plain enough to anyone who listens for a living, and musically talented. She had won a place at the university in her hometown. Her parents, she said, had been delighted because this would make things so much easier. She could live at home and... Anyway, she said with a shrug, I decided to go to UEA instead. This made it all impossibly difficult in their eyes, but I'd been coping with blindness since I was 8. If I'd stayed at home, well, if I was ever going to achieve any sort of independence, it had to be then, and I was a pain in the backside to them. I was horrible sometimes. I'm the youngest of 4, and the other 3 are all high achievers. I think I set out not to be. Waters said, You were 8 when you lost your sight? How, if you don't mind me asking? I don't mind. It's nice to talk. I'll tell you something else first, though. You know I said the accident was 3 years ago. You said 3 years last June. Yes, so there were a few months getting my head straight, literally. It felt as if the head injury had bent my brain. I went home for a month and then back to Norwich, where Eric and I had the flat. I've got 2 really good uni friends there, and they helped me with everything. I told my parents I'd sell the flat, and they thought I was finally going home to Oxford. But things did get sorted out, and then I got the compensation offer for the accident. It was an obscene amount of money, mainly because I'm blind, I think. They took pity on me, and I took their money. Do you have a disapproving look on your face? No, I'm smiling. Why? I'm not sure. But it was the sheer force of something in her, the nerve, the courage it must take to go on facing an invisible world, confronting it instead of hiding away, provoking that world even, and refusing to back away from the consequences. She was, he thought, Catherine Diver notwithstanding, the most original person he had ever met. Or the most original woman, at any rate. Miriam said, So, what I was trying to say is, I bought the lease on the florist's shop because I knew nothing about flowers and because it seemed improbable, and unconsciously, I suppose, because it would totally perplex my parents yet again. And then I had to get somewhere to live nearby, and I bought a house in Fair Hills because the estate agent suggested it was a bit of a dodgy area. Do you think it is, by the way? Undoubtedly. She seemed quite pleased, his professional opinion carrying more weight in such a matter than most, maybe. He looked at her then and thought the temperature was falling, and he should get her back to the car. They had walked a long way from it. The long, expensive-looking black cardigan was thick and warm, but probably not enough on a chilly autumn night. Miriam said, in a different tone, I have to take some responsibility for what happened. We'd been to a party, and Eric had promised me he wouldn't drink. He didn't, but he had taken coke that I didn't know about. This all came out during the inquest, which was awful. It was the first time I met his parents. They came over from Austria. We, that's Eric and me, had agreed months before that we weren't doing anything like that again. As far as I knew, he'd stuck to it. But on that night he took a line right before we left. He shouldn't have been driving. She really was clearing the decks, wasn't she? There was a moment of quiet before he said, feeling uncomfortably like a detective, But you hadn't taken anything that evening yourself? Not even a drink, because Eric had said he wouldn't, as he was driving. I've been teetotal and clean since the night it happened. My brain still isn't quite right sometimes, but you've probably already worked that out for yourself. Serena Butler pulled on the handbrake. They were at the last set of traffic lights before Lake Central Police Station.
A taxi pulled up on their left, one of Dolly Argyris's, and the driver recognized Waters and put up a hand. He nodded in return. Back in the city, back in this Monday morning world. Serena said, "Deep in thought, this case must be even more complicated than I'd realized." He said, "I've a feeling it's about to get more complicated still." And then the lights changed. When he'd pulled up outside her house in Fair Hills, a neat little terrace, and not nearly as dodgy as perhaps Miriam imagined, she turned to him and said, "I feel like I've unloaded too much on a first whatever it was. I hope I didn't spoil your afternoon." "No, not at all. The time has flown by. It's getting dark already." But not for her, of course. So many of the things we say without thinking take on new resonance. Conventional phrases and meanings develop strange harmonics when you're with someone who has lost their sight. She said, "I've just remembered. I never told you. It was meningitis. It destroyed my optic nerves in a matter of hours and then departed. The doctors said it was an unusual case, and I'm not going to ask you inside, by the way. Not tonight." "That's okay. I haven't been out with anyone since the accident, not properly. A psychologist would say I've been left with trust issues. It isn't easy for me to get into a strange man's car." He wondered whether she could sense a smile and said, "Not that strange, really." Ben was on the back seat and growing impatient. He pushed his head forward between them, as if reminding her it was time to go, and Miriam told him to sit back down. Then she said, "I know we might not meet again. I understand all that. But there's something I would like to do. I can't see faces, but I can work out what people look like, if they'll let me. Would you mind?" She was holding up her right hand, the fingers long and slender. He said, "Go ahead. But I haven't shaved since early this morning." She began with the left side of his face, not probing at all, but with a slow, very light touch, as she read the contours down to his chin, and then back up the other side. She touched his hair, his eyebrows, and then came slowly down across his nose and lips. On her own face was a look of concentration. When her hand came away, Waters discovered he had stopped breathing. She said, "Thank you. Patsy told me you were not a fright. What happened to your nose?" "That's a long story. It would need at least another 2-hour walk on the common." "Okay." Then she was searching for her bag and the white stick she had folded, and he wondered if he had embarrassed her in some way. He said, "Can I see you to the door?" She stopped her hands, breathed, and said, "I don't need someone to look after me. I just need to make that clear." Waters had said then, "It is already, and abundantly, crystal clear." She showed him her eyes fully then, strikingly hazel eyes, with a shot of sea green somewhere in the depths, and she said, "If Ben wasn't here, I'd probably suggest a goodbye kiss, but I've no idea how he'll react." "We should proceed with caution in that case." "Yes, officer. Certainly, officer. Please escort me to my door." Chapter 21. Detective Inspector Green brought in a tray of drinks, and he knew what everyone preferred. He must have made a list or even a spreadsheet at some point in the previous week, which was a little unnerving. But DIs don't usually do this, and Waters suspected it wasn't going to be a regular thing. He thought it more likely that Freeman had suggested it because she had some important news about the investigation. When they arrived back in the incident room, she'd been focused on reading pages of text on her laptop and had only nodded as they entered the room. Waters sat down and caught John Murray's eye with a question. The silent answer confirmed his own thoughts that there had been a development of some sort. Denise Sterling was last to arrive, and before she had taken her seat, Freeman said, "Okay, Chris and Serena, one of the homeless charities, called you back. What was it about?" Waters told them about Joe Ritz missing out any reference to Smith, and explained the work the Wesleyan Night Shelter did throughout the year. He said the man who ran the shelter had recognized the photographs Serena had left behind, even though he didn't meet her on the visit she had made. Freeman said, "This Joe character, is he at the shelter every day?" She was wondering why the callback hadn't come sooner. Waters said, "No, ma'am. The place is run by volunteers for most of the week." Freeman nodded, and he continued, "They keep a log, and the people who stay overnight sign in. Neville Murfitt's first night in the shelter was the 22nd of April. On the 23rd, 2 more men arrived, and one of them signed his name as M. Yates, which is a surname you'll all recognize. This was Michael Wortley. Joe Ritz identified him from the photograph without any hesitation." Green was operating the interactive whiteboard and said, "The 23rd, the same day that you and John established he left Norwich. So we can be pretty certain he caught that bus. Do we know what time he arrived at the night shelter?" "No," Waters said, making a mental note. It was probably impossible to gather too much detail for the man who would be operating the desk in this and all future inquiries. Freeman said, "Murfitt and Wortley were present at the shelter together. For how long?" Waters answered, 2 nights. They would have met. The shelter has up to 6 beds in one large room. It's an old chapel. They can curtain off a section if they have a female occupant, but rarely do. It seems to be known as a men's place. It's not long after the dates in question that Murfitt first appears as Corporal Michael Wortley on the streets of Kings Lake. I think it's a safe assumption that Wortley's army ID changed hands during their time together in the night shelter. He saw both Murray and Serena watching him and guessed their thoughts, that there is no such thing as a safe assumption, perhaps then a theory that is likely to be correct. Freeman said, "I'd like to know how that happened, though. Wortley used a false name, so he's already trying to cover his tracks. I'm going to explain why he was doing that in a very few minutes, I'm afraid. Did he give the ID card to Neville Murfitt? Did he sell it to him? I suppose it's an asset of some value to someone intent on doing a bit of begging. Or did Murfitt get really unlucky and steal it?" The DCI looked straight at Waters, and he realized that the most interesting thing Joe Ritz had told him wasn't going to come as a complete surprise to her. Had she learned something over the weekend, or was it from the meeting she'd attended earlier this morning? Waters said, "Joe Ritz didn't shed any light on that, but he did tell us something that has to be relevant to the case. On Michael Wortley's last night at the Wesleyan shelter, he was the only person present, apart from Joe himself. The other 2 men had moved on, including Neville Murfitt. The shelter doesn't encourage long-term stays. It gets them into bother with the authorities. On that last night, which was the 25th of April, Joe invited Wortley into his office, and they talked. Serena has the details noted down, but the shortened version is that Wortley told Joe he had been in the army and that he'd been living in Norwich." He paused and looked around, unsurprised to see he had everyone's attention. Serena had opened her notepad, ready, no doubt, for supplementary questions from Detective Inspector Green. "I mention those details because they suggest Wortley had got to know Joe Ritz, and possibly to trust him. At any rate, he seemed to be in the mood to tell the truth. He then went on to tell Joe, without going into as much detail as we might have liked, that while in Norwich he had worked security at a nightclub, which had led on to him providing similar services for, in Joe Ritz's words, some people on the other side of the law. Joe didn't know exactly what Wortley had got involved in, but he thought it was serious. He had the definite impression that Wortley had left Norwich because he felt threatened, And that, obviously, makes perfect sense as far as what happened to his vehicle was concerned. Waters saw the look that passed between Freeman and Green. Then the DCI looked at Waters directly and said, "Unbelievable," shaking her head a little as she did so. He could not see where that had come from, and responded with, "Really? It sounded convincing enough to Serena and me, ma'am." Freeman said, "No. You'll see what I mean in a moment. Finish the report. Was there anything else from Mr. Ritz?" Yes, Wortley thought that leaving Norwich might not have put an end to whatever was going on. He said as much to Joe. He thought they might go on looking for him. Joe thought Wortley might even be warning him that someone might turn up asking questions. Freeman said, "And did they?" Waters could see she already knew the answer. "Yes, ma'am. A couple of weeks ago a man arrived at the shelter while Joe Ritz was there. He said his name was Wortley, and that he was looking for his brother, who had had an emotional breakdown after leaving the army a few months ago and ended up on the streets somewhere in the Kings Lake area. Joe said he didn't recognize the name, but he said to us that he wouldn't have told the man anything, even if he had done so. He didn't like the look of him." Tom Green said, "More to the point, it would be very handy if your Mr. Ritz could tell us something about what this man looked like." Waters turned towards Serena, who read from her notes. "Tall and thin, over 6 feet, a narrow face, short, dark hair, shaved at the sides, a denim jacket, tight black jeans, and a pair of those Dr. Martin-type boots, reddish-brown. He had tattoos of some sort on the back of his hands. Mr. Ritz said that, for one thing, he didn't look anything like Michael Yates. Joe Ritz is not a fool. He'd realized more or less straight away who this character was looking for, even though he had mentioned a different surname. Joe had remembered Wortley's story." A small penny dropped in Waters's mind at that moment. Joe Ritz was indeed no fool, which was why he had gone first to Smith, someone he knew and trusted, rather than calling the number on Serena's card, which might have been a convincing fake. Freeman nodded again and waited, letting everyone absorb what they had heard. Then she said, "Good work, old-fashioned work, knocking on doors and showing photos, but it pays off in the end. This is more valuable than you realize, Team Waters. Before I add in my news, Tom, run that CCTV again." He had it ready to go. One click and the CCTV footage they had all watched innumerable times was up on the screen. Once more the two men were walking along Eden Street, away from the Kingsgate Centre and towards the murder of the unfortunate Neville Murfitt. One of them was relatively short, shaven-headed and broad in the shoulders, and the other was tall and thin, some inches over 6 feet tall. And now, of course, after hearing Joe Ritz's description, this man appeared even taller and thinner than before. The detective sat in silence until the footage ended, and then Green said, "And this?" Now it was the tall man watching Murfitt from across Eden Street 36 hours earlier, standing close to the florist's shop where Miriam had been working at the very moment the footage had been recorded. Waters thought about her momentarily, about taking her to the Blue Note tomorrow evening, as they had arranged, before parting last night, and then brought his mind back to the job. When the man wandered over and began the conversation, Denise Sterling said, "It's the same bloke who was at the shelter. I bet my pension on it. But he didn't know him personally, did he? Wortley, I mean. He'd never met Wortley. Someone gave that tall bloke the job of finding Wortley, and he thought he had. The ID card ended up being Murfitt's death warrant." John Murray said, "Agreed. But it's 5 months since Michael Wortley left Norwich in a hurry, and they were still looking for him 10 days ago. You have to wonder what it was he did to annoy someone that much." Murray was looking directly at Cara Freeman then, having put 2 and 2 together, and as usual coming up with the correct answer in his own steady time. When the CCTV clip came to an end, she said,
My meeting this morning was with the Regional Serious Crime Unit, which, as you all know, was where I was based until very recently. I still report to Commander Harry Alexander. He's my real boss. Not, well, the other one. As if she either couldn't recall Detective Chief Superintendent Allen's name or bring herself to say it. That's a temporary situation. Some of you will remember meeting Harry Alexander during Lake Central's investigation into the kidnapping of those 2 youngsters from Kings Lake. I don't recall their names. Serena said, Tina Fellows and Cameron Routh, ma'am. That's them. This is a very involved background story, even by the standards of a certain detective sergeant who shall remain nameless, but it's relevant, so I'll try to summarize for the benefit of those present now who were not at the time. It began with the murder of an inmate in Littlemore Prison. His niece was the young woman kidnapped, along with a relative of the 2 brothers who were conducting most of the drugs business in Lake at the time. The 2 brothers had done some sort of a deal with people who turned out to be much bigger fish than they had realized. This is where RSCU got involved, because they were running a long-term investigation into those people, and there was a huge shipment coming into the Kings Lake docks. It all got very complicated as to whether we went after the 2 youngsters and compromised a bust that had taken over a year's work, or whether we waited for the ship to come in and possibly put their lives at risk. In the end, events made the decision for us, as so often happens. The Pacific Star was boarded before it could dock. The detective sergeant in question found the kidnap victims, and someone in this room got shot for his trouble. Murray looked uncomfortable with the attention. Clive Betts said, I remember that bust. Tens of millions worth of cocaine and heroin, wasn't it? Freeman said, yes, national headlines for that one. Anyway, back to the present. I have an arrangement with Harry Alexander that I'll send him an informal update at the end of each week while the new squad is bedding in, just so he's briefed if he gets asked how we're doing. I sent the first one from home late on Friday evening. Quite early on Saturday, I received an invitation to a serious crimes unit meeting on Monday. This was unexpected, and it wasn't really an invitation, if you get my drift. Norwich. Waters was listening to every word, but he had the ability to set off and follow a second train of thought. Isn't that where the gang that finished off the Routh brothers was based? At first we'd assumed it was a straightforward takeover by the Eastern Europeans, but it turned out to be much more complicated than that. At the very top of that particular tree were powerful home-grown criminals with international influence, using the disruption caused by uncontrolled immigration from the EU to develop their business and distance themselves still further from the investigating authorities. Remember sitting in Mickey Lemon's cafe, pinned there by a couple of Albanians, while Duncan Bridges asked life-threatening questions? Freeman continued, Serious crimes have a long-running investigation based in Norwich, but with national implications. It's drugs, people smuggling, protection rackets and prostitution. You name it, it's there. And they would very much like to know the whereabouts of Michael Wortley. It took time for this to sink in, and Freeman wasn't in a hurry. She picked up her own mug of tea, took an unwarily large sip, burned her lip and muttered a curse under her breath. Then she checked her phone, as if expecting further orders from Regional. It was Serena who ended the silence. Ma'am, what exactly did you tell them in the meeting? I mean, you didn't know what Joe Ritz told us until about half an hour ago. Good question, and the answer is nothing. I didn't need to, because they've been quietly looking for Wortley since May. His name hasn't gone onto any wanted lists in the county, and it certainly doesn't need to go outside of this room into any other part of Central. They had no idea he had come in our direction. If they had, we might have heard something, I suppose. Murray said,
From the way this sounds, ma'am, they're not looking for Wortley as a suspect. John Murray rarely ventured into second and third sentences without good reason, and it wasn't necessary on this occasion. Freeman said in answer to him, "You're right, John. They think he might be a key witness in one area of their inquiries. There are potential drugs charges against him, but they're not interested in those except as possible leverage." Waters said, "We've seen nothing to suggest Wortley as a user, let alone a dealer. Quite the opposite." The DCI sat back and took a much more careful sip of her tea. "True, but providing the muscle for those who do could be deemed as aiding and abetting supply. This all ties in with what Mr. Ritz told you, which was why I said it was unbelievable that you and I had reached the same point in the story from entirely different directions. Regional know that Wortley acted as security when stuff was being moved around and taken to dealers. They have photos. I didn't see these, but we're clearly all talking about the same person. That makes him small fry, obviously, and of little interest. It's what he did next that makes him a player." Serena said, "He didn't have a load of white powder in that kit bag, did he?" Freeman said no, but that was my first thought too. It's more complicated than that. Ma'am, I'm sorry, but can I interrupt, just to get something clear? It was Waters, taking a chance. If Freeman resented interruptions, she didn't show it on this occasion. Her look simply told him to say what he wanted to say. "Is Harry Alexander, Commander Alexander—" He hesitated then, because it was the first time he had spoken that officer's name aloud, and it sounded a little ridiculous. Freeman said, "I know, he hates it, and says it's why he needs at least one more promotion. Is he what?" Suggesting that the people behind whatever Michael Wortley got involved in are the same people who were running the Kings Lake imports 3 years ago. Managing intelligence is a key element in the work of senior police officers. It helps to prevent unwanted leaks, and as importantly, it enables detectives to focus on defined areas of interest without the distractions created by having too much information. Detective Chief Inspector Cara Freeman almost certainly had not been expecting anyone to ask the question as directly as Waters just had. She took time to consider her answer. "It appears," she said, "that some of the same individuals might be active in what Regional are looking at now. And as you've asked, Chris, it's possible you've personally encountered one of them." He was running quickly through the list of people who had played a part in the Tina Fellows investigation. Lucky Everett's killer, Bridges, Barry O'Dowd, but these were all small time. Freeman said, "I'm not mentioning any names, and you will understand why, but at the time, Chris, I seem to recall you were lying on the pavement outside a pub, wrestling with a young woman." Smiles and nods, even Murray joined in with, "But you packed all that in years ago, didn't you?" The arrest of Catherine Diver outside the Wrestlers, Smith never tired of reminding him of the irony, and the man who had offered to assist. Waters hadn't been in the room when Smith picked the face out of the RSCU intelligence file, but he'd been told about it afterwards. A businessman in a sharp suit with a briefcase and a ponytail who had managed to get Smith to confirm that they were indeed plainclothes police officers before disappearing into the night, never to be seen in Kings Lake again. Freeman continued, "As you'll remember, I worked on that case. I was in the room when Smith pointed out that the individual concerned had been outside the same pub we were keeping under observation. Damn, I said it. I was trying to get through a day without mentioning his name. Anyway, it's likely that he, this character, not Smith, is involved in the supply side of the business that Wortley got caught up in. Like Serena, my first thought was that he'd ripped them off. That's what usually happens, but it's more interesting than that." She paused and exchanged a look with Green, and Waters thought he already knows. They've already discussed this. Remember that for future reference. Freeman said, "On the 22nd of April, 6 young women walked into the foyer of Bethel Street Police Station in Norwich. 4 were Lithuanian, 1 was Iraqi, and 1 was from Afghanistan. One of the Lithuanians spoke good English, and she explained they had just escaped from a house somewhere in the city. None of them was able to say where the house was, and when asked to say which city they thought they were in, they couldn't be sure of that either. Most of them, as far as the interviewing officers could make out, had been in the UK for only a week or 2. They had been held captive. They had been given food, clothes, and a medical examination. That's the bit I find most disturbing, if I'm honest. And then forced to work as prostitutes. I'm going to pause there and just remind myself that this is in 21st century England." Waters looked at each of the 3 female detectives in turn. Freeman had had time to adjust to the story and still wasn't finding it easy. The others were hearing it for the first time. Denise Sterling's face was impassive. Serena looked furious, and Maya Kumar appeared not to have quite understood the horror of it. She was frowning, and then, as always happened, he should know this by now, she caught him watching her. Freeman said, "They were asked how they had escaped from the house and how they had found the police station. They said one of the men guarding the house had come into their rooms and told them to leave everything behind. Then he took them downstairs and ordered them to get into a minibus which was parked at the rear of the building. Can you believe these people? This gang of sick individuals have dedicated vehicles which they use to move the women around." The girl who spoke English told the officers she got into an argument with him, assuming they were being taken somewhere that would involve more abuse, and the man said this was their only chance to escape it. He told her they could trust him or go back into the house. She led the rest into the minibus, and he drove them to Bethel Street. Serena said, "Michael Wortley?" "Yes. The minibus was found parked in a road not far from Bethel Street a couple of days later. It was legitimate enough not to trigger ANPR, but had nothing to tie it to the people involved, other than sets of prints belonging to a couple of lowlives with records. Obviously, Regional haven't pursued that yet. It's all in the intelligence files. Nothing in the minibus puts Wortley there, but when they showed the girls some photographs, they all recognized him. They said they'd only seen him at the house a day or 2 before he took them out of it." Tom Green clicked away, and their own image of Wortley appeared on the whiteboard. He said, "We haven't seen Regional's pictures, but Michael Wortley's isn't a face those girls would have forgotten or mixed up with anyone else. For what it's worth, I think that whereas he'd worked as security on deals that involved just looking tough as packages were transferred from vehicle to vehicle or whatever, when he was moved into guarding the sex trafficking business, he couldn't sit by. We know it's highly unlikely he'd fallen for one of the women, which you can imagine happening sometimes. I think he got them out because he didn't like what was going on. It's that simple." Denise Sterling said, "Well, good for him," and looked around the room. No one ventured any disagreement, and Serena added, "Too bloody right." Chapter 22. "All of this leaves us," Freeman had concluded, "in a strange position. We could say we'll just focus on catching Murfitt's killers, but they thought, and there's no doubt about it in my mind, they were stabbing Michael Wortley. We know what their motive was now. As Tom has pointed out, there's the possibility that Wortley knows the identity of the men who killed Murfitt, in which case he's a key witness in our case as well as in Regional's. But it's also pretty certain these individuals aren't local to us. They're not Lake villains. What else explains the 36-hour delay before the man with the blade appears? To find them, we'd need to go poking around in other people's patches. Harry Alexander was clear that when it comes to it, bringing the case against them for the murder of Neville Murfitt, Regional will try to leave that with us, but he was also clear their investigation takes priority now. I don't think they're ready to move any time soon, but they do want us to get eyes on Wortley. They want to know where he is and what he's doing before they decide whether to bring him in, and they're handing that over to us. Waters thought DC would have liked this, coming across the pony-tailed man again. He'd claimed afterwards that if it hadn't been for his young detective constable being assaulted on the pavement by an attractive young woman, he might have clocked the villain in a £1,000 suit, but he wasn't serious. It's rare to see the minds behind organised crime within 100 miles of any offence, and what had brought this one to the wrestlers that night years ago had never been explained, at least not to Waters. In conversations about it afterwards, he remembered DC saying that if you can take out just one of those people in your career, you're probably doing more good than if you arrest 500 foot soldiers. But they're clever people who, in another life, would have made very successful senior investigating officers. D.I. Green had taken over the briefing. Wortley's bank account is our best lead. There are 2 sums going in each month. One will be his army pension, but we know that's a dead end for us. The trail stops with his brother's address, and I'm sure he's told us everything he knows. The other amount looks like wages to me, so, John, get back to his bank and see if you can hurry them up. As soon as you get anything, bring it to me so we can talk tactics. The priority is to not alert Wortley at all. Chris and Serena, what your Mr. Ritz told you this morning is good intelligence, and he might be a witness when we bring in Murfitt's killers, so it's a priority to get that written up this morning. Everyone else, it's a long shot, but just in case the bank doesn't come through as quickly as we'd like, start work on a list of security firms in the northwest of the county, beginning with any in the Huntston area. No need to call them yet, just a paper list. We imagine the world has become a safer place, and yet our need for security grows. In the United Kingdom, the business contributes more than £6 billion a year to the economy, and is expanding more rapidly than any other service industry. 3 or 4 multinationals dominate the market, but there are a host of smaller companies offering specialist support to every business that feels itself to be in some way under threat. More than 500,000 people are employed to make the rest of us feel a little safer. It is regulated to some extent, and it was Maya Kumar who said, if he's working in security for an actual company, doesn't he have to be licensed? Freeman said, good point, we could look into that. Tom? Green said, it depends on exactly what he's doing. If he's handling cash, he needs to be licensed. And also for things like close protection and door supervision, but not for everything. To be honest, the last time I had any dealings with it, the Security Industry Association wasn't up to much, but we should give it a go. Meyer, start online and see how far you can get. But as I said, everyone, he might not be in security at all. It was just a guess based on what he's done so far, and the thought that if he's gone to ground in the Huntston area, he'll be looking for something that keeps him out of sight. A security job could do that. An unusual spell of quiet descended on the office. As he typed, Waters wondered whether Joe Ritz would be willing to give evidence. Wortley hadn't made a confession as such, but Joe was still a Catholic priest of some sort, and he might well consider how the shelter would be affected if the man in charge was seen to give evidence involving people who stayed there. It was turning out to be an odd case all round, and one he would not forget, for all sorts of reasons. He checked his phone and saw the text he had sent to Miriam, quite unnecessarily, reminding her about tomorrow night, had now been read, or, in her case, listened to, almost an hour ago, but she hadn't replied. probably too busy removing the thorns from rose stems. Murray had been on the phone for several minutes, mostly waiting in silence. Then he was writing something down and checking back that he had the details correct. This had to be the bank, and it was to Waters that Murray looked and nodded before he said to the room, "The payments into Wortley's account are made by the ADS Group. The reference number on each payment is Wortley's employee number." D.I. Green looked around and said, "ADS Group, anyone?" Then it was back with John Murray, who said, "I've come across them before. They're based up in Lakenham." And Green said, in all innocence, "What is it they do?" "Security, sir." The detective inspector made the call, and then Cara Freeman sat in while he briefed Denise Sterling and John Murray. Green said, "I've spoken to a Mr. Alan Davies, who's a director. From the company name, I'm guessing he set it up. He's hands-on and has an office at their headquarters in Lakenham. He'll meet you there in about 3/4 of an hour. I've stressed the importance of discretion and said that whatever questions you need to ask, no action on his part will be required, by which I meant obviously that we don't want anyone talking to Wortley as a result of this visit. You need to stress the importance of that while you're there." Denise Sterling said, "Have you mentioned Michael Wortley's name yet, sir?" "No, for the same reason. All Mr. Davies knows is that we're seeking information about someone as part of a wider inquiry. It has nothing to do with the work of his company, no criminal charges are involved, and no one poses any threat. We would like to see an employee's file, and that should be the end of the matter. We want Wortley's address, any phone number he's given them, any other contact details." John Murray said, "It might be handy to know where he's working and what he's doing, ma'am." The DCI said, "Agreed, John, and have a nose around. I'm sure they're legit, but this case already has some funny twists and turns. Let's make sure Wortley isn't riding shotgun on another dodgy wagon. Take the photo of Wortley with you, just in case he's turned into Mr. Yates again, somewhere along the line, but be careful who you show it to. The priority is not to have him going on the run again. We've no idea how long Regional intend to keep him under observation, or why, for that matter. I think I'd be telling Harry Alexander to bring him in. If he's valuable, put him into witness protection." Green said, "Cost, ma'am. It's around £2,000 a week, and a great deal more if you have to give them permanent cover after a conviction. At least £500,000. Freeman looked at Murray and Sterling with an expression that seemed to be saying, "How would he even know that?" Her mobile buzzed, as it had been doing throughout the day, and she glanced at the text message before closing it. Then she said, "Okay, guys, you know what you're doing. It's softly, softly all the way on this one. Call home as soon as you're out of the ADS building." An hour and a half later, as Waters and Serena were cross-checking their 2 accounts of the meeting with Joe Ritz, Tom Green took a call on his mobile. Waters couldn't hear what the detective inspector said to Freeman, but moments later the phone was on speaker, and they were all listening to the conversation. Denise Sterling was saying, "We're as certain as we can be that Michael Wortley is working here. We didn't show the photo because Mr. Davies hasn't met him in person, and we didn't want to involve anyone else, but Wortley is using his own surname. We think that's because he's on the official payroll, so he's had to give them his national insurance number. He started in July, been working for them for a couple of months." Freeman indicated to Green she was leaving it to him, and then she was writing notes for herself on one of the station-issue pads. Green said, "Okay, anything else? Did you see his file?" "Yes, and we've got a copy. We thought you might ask that, sir." Waters saw a couple of surreptitious smiles exchanged at that. Denise went on, "Mr. Davies printed it himself. Wortley seems to have a new mobile number for us to chase. There isn't a vehicle number in the file. Wortley's been given one of the company vans for his present job." "Which is what?" "He's doing nights at the leisure park in Huntston. Not somewhere I'm familiar with, but John says it's the old fun fair. Wortley is doing 4 12-hour shifts a week, 4 nights on, 3 nights off. As far as we can tell, he's there on his own, with an occasional visit from a supervisor. Waters could see the gap as clearly as Green and Freeman. This was Michael Wortley. It had to be. But still, they hadn't actually set a pair of eyes on him. Freeman couldn't say to Harry Alexander, "We have plenty of evidence he's working for the ADS group in Huntston, sir." It had to be 100% certain, and that meant seeing him for themselves. Denise Sterling was speaking again. "But we have a problem, sir. The firm have an address in Huntston for Wortley, but it's the wrong one. Mr. Davies was being extra helpful. He typed the address Wortley gave them into his online maps to show us where it is, and it doesn't come up. Wortley wrote—" There was a pause while she checked, and everyone in the room was now watching and listening. Freeman leaned back in her swivel chair and folded her arms. "He told them 12 Queen's Close. There's a Queen's Gardens and a Queen's Drive, but no Queen's Close, even though the postcode is a correct one. Mr. Davies was a bit annoyed. I think he thought it looked bad for a security company with us in his office and wrong info on his employees. We told him not to worry, it was probably just an error, and we'd check it out ourselves." Tom Green said, "I'll check again myself. Are you on the way back?" "Sir, we're about half an hour away. Just left Lakenham." "All right, but if we don't have Wortley's address, we might need to ask when he's next on shift and get sight of him there." Waters heard voices then, John Murray saying something, and Denise sounding as if she might be stifling a laugh. Then she said, "He's not working tonight. He clocks on at the Leisure Park at 6 tomorrow evening." Green was busily writing that down, but Freeman smiled and didn't hide the fact when she caught Waters' eye. This was a good team. They'd already worked out their DI, and the DCI wouldn't be far behind, unless she was at the top of her own game. The mobile phone number Wortley had given to ADS wasn't on a contract. They might still be able to find it, but obtaining any information about it, or to attempt tracking it, would involve an application through the proper official channels, and then they'd need to explain why Michael Wortley was the subject of such an application. This would have to go back to the Regional Serious Crime Unit, who would then ask why Kings Lake were risking disclosing information about a highly sensitive investigation. Freeman concluded that the politics involved were not worthwhile. With Tom Green, she studied the street map of Huntston. They found Queen's Gardens and Queen's Drive, but as far as they could tell, there never had been a Queen's Close. She said, "We can work out something from this, though. We know he turned up in Huntston sometime in July. Assuming he wasn't familiar with Huntston before that, these are street names he's seen since he arrived there. The fake address is deliberate. Agreed?" Green nodded and began making notes about what Freeman was suggesting. She watched and thought. This is necessary, but not the best use of his time. Kings Lake had no history of providing senior investigation officers with a scribe, yet in some other forces it had become standard procedure. Major cases become complex ones rapidly now, and there ought to be a competent person combining the roles of secretary and personal assistant, recording every significant conversation and briefing. Freeman already had someone in mind for the next case. Pretty Hussein, if she could be prized away from admin, would be perfect. Freeman said, "So, Wortley has been in that area. When he had to come up with an address, he used what he'd already seen. I wouldn't mind betting he's living somewhere close by, maybe even in Queen's Gardens or Queen's Drive. But he still doesn't want to be easy to find, so he alters the address just enough." Still scribbling, Tom Green said, "It might be worth checking who's living in number 12 at the 2 Queens locations. He'll be renting. We could check rental accommodation in the area. The district council should have lists. Time-consuming, though. And it would mean alerting landlords who might then speak to him. If he has the van out of work, we could ride around and see if it's parked in the area. If we find it, we could keep it under observation. She considered that. Wortley was wary, and with good reason. He might spot a couple of people sitting in a car on a housing estate, and she didn't want the job of explaining to Harry Alexander how she'd lost him. Watching the van, if they could find it, was plan B. "Tom, we know where he's going to be tomorrow night, and at what time. Will be less obvious in the town. Put a couple of people outside the leisure park so we can get a positive ID. A picture would be good." Freeman stood up and was halfway back to her own desk before she turned and said, "And best not Denise or John. I know it's 1,000,000 to 1, but if he saw them anywhere near ADS today, he'll take flight if he sees them again. Let's not underestimate Mr. Wortley." Long ago, Waters had learned to switch his mobile to vibrate during meetings and briefings. Even then, Smith's eye would often find the culprit, even if you sat very still and focused intently on whoever happened to be speaking, and when you finally looked in his direction, the single eyebrow would be raised a fraction of an inch. So when Waters finally checked this afternoon, he wasn't entirely surprised to discover that Miriam had replied to his reminder about tomorrow night. She had written, "Looking forward to it. What about Ben, though?" He left the investigations room, and no one took any notice, which was a welcome change from Detective Inspector Simon Turek's way of doing things. There you felt the need to put up a hand like a third-year pupil asking to go to the toilet. Both interview rooms were empty, and looked likely to remain so now, he reflected. Their investigation had been brought to a halt by someone else's, someone with a lot more clout even than the redoubtable Freeman. "Don't get into stick-waving," Smith used to say, "because there's always someone with a bigger stick." He had to ring her, naturally. This could not be done with a text. Their first actual date, and now he had to cancel. Postpone, not cancel, he told himself. And if she agrees to that, maybe it's a good sign. There were 4 rings before he heard her voice saying, "Hello, you didn't need to call, I'm sure you're busy. A text would have done." Then she said to hold on while she walked into the rear of the shop. He heard Patsy saying something in the background before, "Is this about Ben? Is there a problem?" "No," he said. He knew the club's part owners, and they wouldn't have any sort of issue with a guide dog, never mind the fact the law was clear on the matter. She said then, "I know what the law says. I also know how awkward things can still be. It's best to check. And I don't have to bring him anyway, as long as I'm with someone who—" Miriam sounded softer and a little more open, and he could tell she was pleased he'd called, which made what he had to say more difficult. After he'd explained about tomorrow night, that he had to work and that he couldn't be sure what time he would finish, she said, "Oh, it's all right. Honestly, I understand. We can do it some other time." He hadn't wanted to disappoint her, but was disappointed himself that she didn't sound, at least a little, the same way. Some other time was too vague and elusive. Waters had the sense something important was about to slip away from him. He said, "Friday. I can take tomorrow night's hours off the end of the week. I'll finish early on Friday. There's a good French restaurant in town. I'll book a table, and then, if you feel like it, we can go on to the club." He wasn't sure he could do this. He wasn't, even if the truth be told, quite sure who had said all this. He wasn't by nature someone who talked first and thought second. He wasn't a gambler either, but he had just bet almost everything on a single number, and the wheel was about to stop spinning. After a pause, which was only natural, but which seemed nonetheless designed to produce an exquisite pain, Miriam said, "Does this happen a lot? I don't mind, but I'd like to know." "I suppose it depends on what you mean by a lot. It does happen. It's just the nature of the job." "Not the nature of the people who do the job?" He didn't think so, But hadn't Smith warned him about this years ago? "You're looking for someone exceptional, Chris. I was lucky. Most coppers aren't, not in love." And it was true. The divorce rate for police officers is almost double the national average, and if you include broken relationships, it resembles an emotional war zone. It was why, at least in part, he had failed with Claire and with Janie Cole. Catherine didn't count, obviously. Catherine was a law unto herself, but... Miriam said, "That restaurant, is it Sandrine's?" "Yes." "I've been there. All right, Friday. Let me know what time. And thank you for calling instead of texting. You wouldn't have liked my reply if you'd done that. Ben says he'll have the chicken in white wine sauce." Chapter 23. Waters thought there cannot be many such places left in all of England. Over the 7-foot wire mesh perimeter fence he could see the top of the Helter-Skelter, still painted red and white, and the upper half of the big wheel that wasn't really very big at all. The roof, he could see, to the right of those, belonged to the ghost train. Nothing had altered since his childhood except the scale. Now it looked small and shabby and a little hopeless, as if the very idea of innocent fun belonged to a bygone era. As a child he had been brought to Huntston a few times before the family began to take holidays abroad, and he knew he'd been in that funfair. They never had let him ride on the ghost train. He was parked on Seagate Lane, which runs the length of the long side of the funfair, some 60 yards from the main entrance, and that should be more than enough. He had experience in surveillance himself, and he knew Clive Betts had worked extensively in covert operations. They'd agreed the position and the angle when they arrived at a little after 5 o'clock on the Tuesday evening. Michael Wortley wasn't due to start work until 6, but one always prepares the ground thoroughly before a job like this one. Betts had gone off to do the walk-around, and he was coming back now, strolling along the pavement that runs adjacent to the fence, the wind flapping open his cheap nylon zipper jacket, hands in jeans pockets, an old pair of trainers on his feet, and a straw trilby on his head. He looked for all the world like a seaside holiday-maker who had got his dates wrong. When he was level with the main gate, Waters lifted the Lumix bridge camera, pushed the digital zoom button, and took a couple of pictures of him. Back in the passenger seat, Betts said, "There's an emergency entrance or exit right down at the far end, but it doesn't look as if it's been opened in years. He's got to come in through the main gate." Waters turned the camera so that Betts could see the screen and said, "I think this is good enough. The light should still be all right at 6 o'clock. Betts said, "Jesus, you could have warned me. I look like my granddad." "It certainly looks like your granddad's hat." Betts took it off and examined the offending item before he said, "No, this belongs to Jack. He's into the whole amateur dramatics thing. We've got a room full of costumes and props." "Jack's your partner?" Waters might not have asked the question if he hadn't already known the answer. Serena had told him a week ago, before the squad was officially 48 hours old. Betts looked directly at him, but there was no sign of resentment, and Waters sensed he'd made the right call. "Yeah, civil partner, 4 years. "What does he do, apart from amateur dramatics?" "He's an architect, has his own practice designing eco-friendly dwellings." Waters was deleting the images he'd taken of Betts. He said then, "That sounds like a future-proof business. It's the way things are going." "It is, and he does pretty well. As long as you're not an eco-nut, though, I get enough of that at home. I go along with it for a quiet life, sir." That was the first time Betts had used the official term when addressing him, as if he'd forgotten until now. Waters remembered as if it were yesterday Smith explaining to a rookie detective constable that there was a time and a place for that sort of thing, and that when they were out and about in the community neither applied. Betts was a few years older and more experienced than Waters, and lecturing as Smith had done, even ironically, was not an option. So he said simply, "I'm Chris and you're Clive, if that's okay with you." and as far as he could tell it was. Betts said, "What about you? Someone waiting at home tonight?" Conversation can be the curse of surveillance work, if you find yourself trapped for hours in a vehicle with someone with whom you have nothing in common. Good managers of detectives know this, naturally, and Green had said to Waters when he gave him the job, "I thought Clive Betts," thus giving him the option to make another choice. Not that there had been many other options, the team being considerably smaller than originally planned. Maya Kumar? Waters wasn't entirely sure why, but not in a million years had been his first and only reaction to that idea. "No," he said in answer to Betsy's question. "I have 12 neon tetras, 3 guppies, and a catfish, who I think are pleased to see me when the lights go on. And Alexa greets me with the news headlines as soon as I disable the alarm. We're a pretty conventional family unit, really." Betts was smiling. "You're into all the tech, so's Jack. It's like living on a sci-fi film set sometimes. I go out and do some gardening when it gets too much." As he listened, Waters accepted that it was difficult not to be a little envious of what others have, someone who makes you smile when you talk about them. Tonight, in about an hour's time, instead of sitting here, he should have been arriving at Miriam's house, perhaps being invited in for the first time, seeing how she lived, making friends with Ben again. She had seemed to understand, to accept he had a career that did not follow rules as far as relationships were concerned, but he couldn't be certain. She was fiercely independent, that much he did know, and unlikely to stand much nonsense. He thought about texting, just to let her know she was in his thoughts, and then he felt a hand on his arm. Betts said, "He's early." There was a white Peugeot partner van at the funfair gates with ADS Group on the side. The driver was getting out on the opposite side, away from their view, and then they could see him walking towards the gates. He had a dark blue or black uniform, and the bomber-style jacket made him look like a prison officer. Waters raised the miniature binoculars first, and then swapped them for the camera. He managed one burst of photos on auto. They were side view only, and the light wasn't as good as he'd hoped, but he had no doubt he had just photographed Michael Wortley. Afterwards, Waters would remember the moments that followed. He had worked on the camera review screen, deleting some shots and keeping the best, while Betts sent a text to Green telling him they had what they needed. All this took no more than 5 minutes, but they could have driven away first, out of sight of the funfair. When he looked up, keys ready to start the engine, Waters realized that Wortley had only driven to a point just far enough inside the gates so he could lock them. Now he was walking towards their position on the inside of the fence, and from somewhere he had procured a step-ladder. If they pulled out now, he'd notice them, and they would pass within a matter of yards of him, with only the wire mesh between them. Betts was watching him too. "Bloody hell, what's he up to?" Waters said, "We're about to find out. Start a conversation and look in my direction. I can keep an eye on him without being obvious." They needed to be a couple of men talking about something that in no way involved the funfair, apparently oblivious of the security guard, who was now barely 25 yards away. Waters leaned back in the driver's seat so he could keep Wortley in his line of sight, while he seemed to be looking at his companion in the car. He said, "There's a CCTV camera mounted on one of the concrete fence posts. We didn't spot that. I think he's heading for it. Nod your head as if I've just offered you a job or a cheap, dodgy lawn-mower or something." Betts did as suggested and said, "Has he clocked us?" "If he has, he isn't making it obvious. He's reached the post and he's going up the ladder. It looks as if this is a job he had planned, in which case we should be all right. Now he's swiveling the camera around. He's altered something on it. He has some sort of remote or control in his other hand, as if he's checking it's working." Betts performed some more vigorous nodding, displaying considerable self-control. He hadn't once turned around to take a look. He said, "As long as he's not taking pictures of us." Waters said, "I don't think so." Whatever it was, he seems satisfied. Climbing down the ladder. Doesn't seem to have spotted us. Now heading back towards the van. Thank God for that. Can I stop nodding now? Clive Betts read out the message from Detective Inspector Green not long after they hit the Kingslake Road out of Huntston. He says, "Give me a ring as soon as you're clear of the observation point." He never sleeps, does he? I'll call him now. Betts told Green the entire story, including the unexpectedly close encounter at the end of it. There was a silence long enough for Waters and Betts to look at each other with raised eyebrows, and then Green said, "Right, does the camera you used have satellite or Wi-Fi capability?" Waters shook his head, and Betts gave the answer. Green said next, "I need to see the pictures and get them into the system. How long will you be?" Again Waters told Betts the answer, and there was another pause, as if even that was being noted down by the man on the desk. Green said next, "The CCTV camera that Wortley adjusted, how directional was the lens? Could you see? Any idea of the make of it?" Betts turned to Waters and whispered, perhaps not quietly enough, "The make of it? He'll be asking for a wiring diagram next." Waters indicated that the call should go on to speaker, and when Betts had done so, he said, "No, sir, no idea on the make. Do you mean how wide was the angle of view?" "Yes." "Sorry, we didn't get that. Do they vary much?" Waters wasn't indulging or humouring the detective inspector. Not at all. Green said, "Anything from 45 to 120 is usual, but there are models with fields greater than 180. When you get in, we need to examine the site on Google Maps, and you can show me exactly where you were parked. How long will you be now?" Clive Betts muttered, 3 minutes less than the last time you asked." Waters shook his head and said to Green, "No more than 20 minutes, sir, if the traffic's all right." Green said, "Good, come straight up to the office." There was a cross drawn in felt tip on the screen, marking the place where Waters had parked the car. Detective Inspector Green leaned in closer and peered, as if somehow he might be able to see the invisible fence post, the invisible camera, and the manufacturer's logo. Waters sat in the chair next to him, and behind were Clive Betts and DCI Freeman. Green looked at Waters and said, "And you don't think he was aware of you?" "As far as we could tell, sir, he was not. Neither of us saw anything that made us think he was. We were in a line of parked cars, and there was nothing to make us stand out." Betts added, "He looked like a security guard doing what security guards do." Green swivelled back to the screen, but did he just catch Freeman's eye on the way round? Waters waited for a few seconds, and then said, "What are you thinking, sir?" "I'm thinking, Chris, about what you told us when you came back from interviewing the Major, who obviously knew quite a lot about Michael Wortley. He told you Wortley was a scout for the Royal Anglians, a man who is good at getting into forward positions and gathering vital intelligence, initiative and quick thinking. I believe those were the words you used." Green's concerns made sense when you remembered that. But Waters was still as sure as he could be that the former soldier hadn't taken any notice of the two men in the car parked across the road. Then Green swivelled back until he was facing Cara Freeman and said, "Ma'am, obviously it's your decision." When something was critical, Waters had noticed, she spoke more slowly than usual, and she was speaking quite slowly now. "Regional made it clear. They wanted us to find him, verify that it is him, and then leave him in place, as long as we were satisfied he isn't a flight risk. For reasons of their own, they don't want to bring him in yet, and before anyone raises the point, yes, I have explained that Wortley himself is potentially at risk. Ours not to reason why. However, rather than lose track of him, I'm totally sure they would rather we brought him in. He must have considerable value to them, and I'm guessing it's related to the sex trafficking, not the drugs business. That's why D.I. Green is focusing on whether Wortley clocked you or not. At this point, we know where he is. Do we go back and pick him up, or do we trust your judgment and just drive by tomorrow night and make sure he's still there? Because if we do that, and he isn't," her gaze fell on Betts and Waters, "then someone has screwed up. Big time." Chapter 24. Waters really did have a problem with the first molar on the upper left. It had been twinging away at anything hot or cold for months, and he'd been putting off going to see his dentist for the usual reasons. Before he made the appointment first thing that Thursday morning, he reminded himself that over the past 5 years he had only twice taken any time off work, one sore throat that left him unable to speak for a few days, and one 24-hour bout of, as Smith might have put it, dramatic digestive disturbance. The dentist's receptionist was as surprised as the patient to discover there was a slot available at 5 o'clock this coming Friday, which was when his hours for the week were due to end anyway. So this wasn't even really taking time off work. His dentist was situated only 10 minutes from Lake Central Police Station. He could attend the half-hour appointment, arrive home by 6 o'clock, and then be certain of ringing Miriam's doorbell at 7 as they had arranged. Detective Inspector Green had simply nodded when Waters told him, and apparently this was so trivial it wasn't even written down in the daybook on the inspector's desk. They all understood by now that the squad was actually under the command of this hardback A4 diary, rather than of DCI Cara Freeman. It lay open on the desk, and Waters, just to be absolutely certain nothing could occur to endanger that Friday evening date, was tempted to offer to put in the brief note about his appointment himself, as if seeing it in writing would make it incontrovertible that he would be gone from the office on time tomorrow afternoon. But that would have been step too far. The inspector's suspicions would have been aroused. Green might have asked to examine the tooth in question and write down notes about possible courses of treatment. The day before, on the Wednesday, the tension concerning the whereabouts of Michael Wortley was still present. There had been discussion of the best way to make sure he was still in Huntston after the camera incident, which everyone had been made aware of in the morning briefing. John Murray had a word with Eric Boyd, the uniform sergeant in charge at the small station in the town, and Boyd himself went out in an unmarked car and drove around the streets in the Queen's Gardens area. He reported back that he could see no sign of an ADS group van, and offered to put a couple of men onto it straight away, an offer politely but firmly declined by Murray after he consulted with Freeman and Green. They also debated whether to approach the ADS office, but a second call from the police about an employee was only likely to increase the risk someone would let Wortley know. Finally, last night, Serena Butler, who lived closest to the funfair site, had driven once down Seagate Lane and had reported back that the van was parked just inside the gates, as Waters had described it on the previous evening. She didn't see Wortley, but the relief was palpable at this morning's briefing. And so, when Detective Sergeant Denise Sterling took a call on her mobile at 16 minutes past 10 o'clock, no one took much notice at first. Their instructions at the briefing had been to have every T crossed and I dotted in the investigation into the murder of Neville Murfitt, who seemed, Waters had thought, to have been almost forgotten at times, as if he was only collateral damage in the war against organized crime. Freeman had said, "We need to be able to present everything to Regional yesterday. There will not be any hold-ups from our side when they finally decide to move their own case forward," which, he'd reflected to himself, could be months away, unlike Murfitt's funeral, which was to take place next Wednesday. Was anyone from the squad attending? Smith would. "Chris!" Serena had had to prod his arm to get his attention. The room had fallen silent, and as he looked around he saw eyes going from him back to Denise Sterling.
The detective sergeant was holding her phone in her right hand and covering it with her left, as if it was an old-fashioned handset, and she could muffle whatever had just been said in the office. He saw Freeman make a gesture they all now understood. With her left hand flat, she poked at it with her right forefinger, and then Sterling's mobile was on speaker.
"Put us in an awkward position, I can tell you, but as you left your number here, I thought I'd let you know."
Freeman made another gesture, a rapid circling with the fingers of her right hand to Sterling, which meant, "You deal with him, he's called you, not me." Denise said, "Mr. Davies, thank you. I appreciate you taking the time to call me. I need to get a couple of things clear. When did you get the message from Mr. Wortley?" The disembodied voice said,
"Yesterday morning. When we opened the office, the van was parked in the yard.
Mr. Davies, I'm sorry to interrupt. You mean Michael Wortley's van, the one he used for his security job?"
"Yes. Someone said, 'What's that doing here?' When we looked inside, it had the keys in the ignition. His uniform was there, neatly folded up, and various other bits and pieces. And the letter."
Tom Green was making notes, and Cara Freeman was staring fixedly at Denise Sterling. Waters waited for some seconds, but she didn't once look at him. Sterling said, "Could you read what the letter says to me, Mr. Davies?" There were a few seconds while he found it, and during those seconds Waters saw the detective inspector press record on his own mobile with a finger from one hand, while he continued to write with the other. Davies said, "Right, here we are. It says, 'Dear ADS, my apologies, but an urgent family situation developed overnight, and I had to leave immediately. I don't expect to be back, so please consider this as my notice. I think I have returned everything. If not, please make the deduction from the wages you owe to me. It is signed M. Wortley." Now somebody was looking in Waters's direction. It was Clive Betts. Freeman said in a very level voice, "Denise, ask him whether they've issued the van to someone else. Has anyone else driven it?" The answer, of course, was yes. It was the van Serena Butler had seen parked at the fun fair last night. Freeman said next, "Tell him we still want to see it back in his yard in 1 hour. Tom, if it has company trackers, can we use those to map his journeys?" Green answered, "You mean to and from home, to give us an idea where he was living? Possibly. Some businesses track vehicles from the office as well." Sterling asked the question and was told yes, they had that information, and then Mr. Davies understandably wanted to know exactly what Michael Wortley had done. Freeman made another decision then, and she took the phone from Denise Sterling. After making the introductions, she said, "Mr. Davies, I'm not at liberty to tell you much, but I can assure you that Michael Wortley poses no threat to you, your staff, or your business. However, we do urgently need to locate him again. Is there anything you or anyone in your office can tell us which might help?" It was a desperate question. The atmosphere in the incident room was increasingly uncomfortable, and Waters had the sensation he was sinking, with no prospect of anyone throwing a lifebelt in the near future. But had that brief near miss on the Tuesday evening led to this disaster? It hardly seemed credible. Davies said, "I wish I could help. As we found out when your detectives paid us a visit, the address we had for him was wrong. When Paula tried to sort that out, she didn't get anywhere. Let me have a—" John Murray's head turned towards Freeman, who was only a fraction of a second behind him. She said, "Mr. Davies, who is Paula?"
"My PA. Why?"
"What exactly did she do? How did she try to sort out the problem with Mr. Wortley's address?" Paula was in the director's office. There were muffled voices having a brief conversation, and then Davies was back on the phone.
"Paula tells me she didn't do anything on the Monday. When I was out on Tuesday giving a presentation, she saw the note on my desk about having the wrong address for an employee. Being the excellent PA that she is," and every detective in the incident room sensed the reassuring look from Mr. Davies to his worried-looking secretary, "she followed it up. In our business we take the accuracy of employees' records very seriously. I'm sure you understand that, Inspector." Freeman had her eyes closed as she asked the next question. "Of course, how exactly did your PA follow it up, Mr. Davies?" "She rang him on his mobile, which, before you ask, we have done since a number of times, but there is no answer. Paula—" "Mr. Davies, please hand the phone to Paula. I'd like to speak to her myself, if you don't mind." They heard more whispered words of support. She had only been doing her job. No one at ADS was to blame for any of this, before a small, nervous voice said, "Hello?" When Detective Sergeant Denise Sterling finally got her phone back, she pressed End Call. The incident room was silent. The Detective Chief Inspector then did something that one rarely sees Detective Chief Inspectors doing. She had been on her feet throughout the entire phone call. Now she turned her back on the assembled team, walked slowly to the door, rested her forehead on the wooden frame, and banged it gently 3 or 4 times, taking one of the Lord's names in vain as she did so, and adding in a couple of Anglo-Saxon expletives for good measure. Waters saw that Green was still writing notes. Had he recorded the DCI's reactions for posterity? While they waited for it, whatever it was, Waters glanced around. On Serena's face was an unmistakable look of sympathy, which, as a sergeant, is not what you want to see from a subordinate, and on John Murray's an expression conveying mild surprise that things had turned out like this. Freeman parted from the doorframe that must have, in its own way, brought her a little comfort. She came back to the table, sat down in the nearest available chair, and then said, in a fair imitation of Mr. Davies, "And do you know something, Inspector? When we checked, that second address he gave us isn't right either." If anyone wanted to laugh, they concealed it well. Then Freeman said, "Tom, I'm thinking. Say something." Green did, as if the two of them had rehearsed this scene many times. "Right, everyone. The PA calls Wortley on Tuesday afternoon on the same new mobile number that we have for him. I've called it just now, by the way, and I'd say it's turned off. Anyway, she tells him his address on the system is wrong. He says, 'Oh, is it?' and asks how they found out. And she tells him because although she wasn't in the office when Denise and John interviewed Davies, she saw you arrive, and he's told her afterwards it was the police. When she's sorting out her boss's desk on Tuesday, she puts 2 and 2 together, makes 4. Freeman said dryly, and to no one in particular, "We could offer her a job," and decides to be very efficient and get the records straight. The thing that's puzzling me is why he didn't take off there and then. Why go into work? Maybe he wasn't sure it wasn't just a routine traffic thing. Doesn't seem likely, but anyway, he does go into work, but now he's alert, he's looking about for anything that doesn't feel right. Green paused and wrote something down. Waters thought, however this ends, and it might not be well for me, D.I. Thomas Green is a phenomenon, and I worked with him. And, as if he heard that thought, Green turned to him. "Remember what I said to you on Tuesday evening? A man who was good at getting into forward positions and gathering vital intelligence, someone with initiative and quick thinking. You weren't to know it, but you had that man in full operational mode. He'd had 2 or 3 hours since the phone call from the office. It's my guess he was ready to go there and then, as soon as anything. Just one more thing made him suspicious. I've no idea how he spotted you two, parked 60 yards up the road, but he did. When he checked out the camera, he was taking a closer look at you. I'm betting the tracker on the van will show he parked it back at the yard not long after he saw you leave." Freeman sometimes had a way of not looking at you, which was more unnerving than if she'd done so. When Green finished speaking, she said briskly, "Moving on, then. Does everyone have a pen or a pencil? Make a note of the following. Public transport. It's what he used last time, so let's see if he's a creature of habit. Start looking for CCTV from Lake's bus and train stations from the middle of the Tuesday night. Guess who'll be wading through that?" Ping the mobile. I know Tom thinks it's off, but let's do it anyway, as we don't have much else to go on. Bank account. Wherever he goes, he'll need access to his pension and whatever ADS owe him. Alert the bank, John, because we want to know if he asks to close that account and transfer his business elsewhere. He might do that now. His brother. Somebody call him and check there isn't actually a family crisis. I know it's 1,000,000,000 to 1, but check it. The DVLA. I don't believe this man relies on bus services. Check again for a vehicle. If he's getting around the system, how? We're supposed to know these things. The detectives were indeed making notes, like students in a history lesson, and the part of Waters's mind which was always observing and considering, detached entirely from his present predicament, was listening and thinking. Leadership. It's self-belief, some strange conviction that yours is the only way, never mind the right way, that you know better than the rest, and that you cannot keep quiet about this. John Murray was already reaching for a phone. Back in the moment, Waters found he was waiting, and when Freeman finally looked at him, she was saying, "Chris, a word in my office." The debriefing wasn't 2 minutes old before Detective Chief Superintendent Allen arrived. Waters didn't think for a moment Freeman had called him, but she could hardly refuse to tell him what was happening when he asked. And didn't Smith always say the man had an unerring instinct for the opportunities offered by the misfortunes of others? Allen said, "And now you've lost him? Just how important is this person to Regional Serious Crimes, DCI Freeman?" "I cannot say exactly, sir. They've been looking for him on the quiet for a while, a few months." Allen said it again, more slowly, as if he was savouring each word. "And now you've lost him." Then, looking at Waters, he said, "I don't see this as a disciplinary matter, of course, but operationally it's a poor show. You were the senior officer present, Waters?" "Yes, sir." "Have you written your report?" Freeman said, "That's in hand, sir. It's what we were about to discuss when you came in." Allen read this correctly as when you interrupted us, but he was undeterred. "If you think it might assist, I'll review the matter for you, Detective Chief Inspector, if you need any sort of support." She said, "Thank you, sir. At the moment it's all in hand. I'll be letting Commander Alexander know what's happened in a very few minutes." Freeman and Allen locked eyes briefly. Waters didn't know who had invented the first office, but this must have occurred on around day 2 or 3 of its existence. The politics, the defence of territory, the struggle for power. He understood the resentment Allen would feel that there was a squad in his station not reporting directly to him, and he understood, too, the loyalty Freeman would have to the commander who had allowed her a free hand in creating this new unit. In the end, it was Allen who looked away, but only at Waters. There was a little shake of the head. He couldn't resist that. Before Allen said, "My door is always open, DCI Freeman," and left the room. It was a small irony, but an irony nonetheless, that the chief superintendent's appearance had taken some of the sting out of the moment, as far as the remaining 2 detectives were concerned. Freeman told him to sit down, and then took her own seat behind her desk. There were no preliminary remarks. "It was a difficult call, but you were the senior officer present. Losing Michael Wortley isn't a small deal, as I'm about to discover, and you have to take some ownership of the fact that we did." "I have, ma'am. We, D.C. Betts and—" No, that would be a mistake. Keep Clive Betts out of this entirely. As he rephrased what he had to say, he knew Freeman understood what he was doing. He said, "I considered the possibility that Wortley had seen us, but security guards do check cameras. He disguised what he was doing successfully, and I decided he hadn't. It was entirely my error, and I apologize for it." She was watching him closely, and he thought, "She's observing how I deal with this," more interested than annoyed. "Did your partners suggest you should approach the subject before you left the area?" "No, ma'am." Thank goodness. If Betts had said, "I think we should give him a tug, boss," this would have been worse. Betts was an experienced field detective, and that had to count for something in Freeman's view of this. It was why she had recruited him in the first place. Freeman said, "All right, then. You have 2 excellent people in John and Serena. Put them to work looking for Wortley. Write up your own account of Tuesday evening, and—" "What? It's already done, ma'am, yesterday." "Well, now you need to add a paragraph or 2. Run all your paperwork, not that there's much paper, past D.I. Green. In case you haven't realized it yet, he knows what he's doing." "Yes, ma'am." Waters waited, and she understood there was something else. She asked him what it was, and he said, "If you don't mind me asking, ma'am, what would you have done in that situation on Tuesday?" The detective chief inspector took her time, because it was a fair question, and because this is one of the ways in which you learn the job. After perhaps 5 or 6 seconds, she said, "If I thought he might have seen me, and knowing he's potentially a key witness in a major investigation, I would not have let him out of my sight until I'd spoken to a senior officer." Waters said, "We did contact D.I. Green as we were leaving Huntston." "And what did he say?" Waters nodded and said, "He asked us a lot of questions. He wanted us back in the office as soon as possible, ma'am. He was quite concerned." "And by that time Wortley was quite possibly on his way to ADS with the van. If he'd seen you, he'd also seen you go, hence not letting him out of your sight until I'd spoken to a senior officer." It was Freeman's turn to nod. She said, "And then it would have been D.I. Green sitting here now, not you. Time is wasting, and I can't put off this phone call any longer. I don't want Harry Alexander hearing about it from—" She looked up at him and didn't need to explain. All she said was, "Go and find Michael Wortley. Again." More easily said than done, ma'am, but you already know that. When he got back to the office, everyone was busy already. Serena gave him another sympathetic look, and he had to find a way of putting an end to those. They were not fellow pupils, one of whom had just been sent to the headmistress. He could try being simply unpleasant to her, but the consequences of that might be unpredictable. Subtlety would be required. In contrast, Murray showed little interest in Waters's predicament, and simply updated him on what had already been put in place with Wortley's bank. Tripwires had been laid, and if someone walked into them, they should hear about it quite swiftly. Waters said to him, "Has the D.I. said anything else while I was out of the room, John?" "No, we've just been getting on with it. Why?" "I was thinking on the way back. Wortley has a 36-hour start on us. We can now assume he was ready to go at a moment's notice. He could have gone anywhere, so, as a soldier, he had a passport. Does he still have one?" This was a new angle, and Murray sat back from his keyboard in recognition of it. Then he said, "Not something I've ever done, but HM Passport Office share data with law enforcement. It's in the application form when you sign up for one. I don't know what records they keep, whether recent use will show. It might. Check with the D.I.?" Waters said, "I'll see what I can find out myself before I do. I've got a bit of ground to make up there." And Murray nodded as he said, "It happens. You weren't to know that the lady in the office had pressed the red button as far as Wortley was concerned. It was bad luck. But as the man used to say, stick at it long enough and the good luck cancels out the bad. What happens then is the difference you make." Yes, Waters had heard that from Smith more than once. "And the harder I work, the luckier I seem to get, as well." He pressed the space bar, and the laptop came back to life. PNC, Police National Computer, a marvellously functional initialism, and then he typed in his password. To be able to do such a thing still gave him a thrill. "Tomorrow morning," he had been told, "someone will get back to you with the results of the search. The system is undergoing essential maintenance, and—" Outside Lake Central it was raining again, and dark. Waters had stayed at his desk until after 8 o'clock. One by one the others had left, until he was there on his own, or so he thought, and then at 20:06 Freeman had entered the room and seen him. She came across and told him to go home. He responded by asking what had happened in her phone call to Regional, and she said she expected to be dismissed tomorrow morning. He was beginning to understand her sense of humour, but couldn't be sure she had moved on as easily as this. When he didn't look entirely convinced, Freeman said, "Harry Alexander once led a raid on a house and left behind 2 million quid's worth of heroin. Literally left it behind. They'd found it, but forgot to put it into the van. It was 3 days before someone realized, and they had to go back and collect it. I was in school at the time, I should think, but there are still people on the force who'll tell you the story of Heroin Harry." That had to be true, and Waters had to smile. Freeman went on, "We all screw up. It's what you do afterwards that matters. You've done enough for today. Go home, Sergeant." But as he drove through the streets of the town on that dreary Thursday evening, he had to face facts. This was one of his worst days since joining the force, perhaps the worst of all. Nothing had come up during the afternoon to suggest they would find Michael Wortley again soon. Why would it? He was a man with good reason to move quickly and to hide well, and he had training that meant he would deal with pressure and make fewer mistakes than the average villain making a run for it. A week that had begun well, and which held the promise of ending even better when he called for Miriam tomorrow night, was concluding with this wet and dismal drive home. He might not be able to leave on time tomorrow after all. He had the pleasures of the dentist to look forward to if he did so, and he would hardly be in the mood to make the best of impressions on Miss Josephs. As he parked the car in his allocated space, the thought came that he might even do better to cancel rather than be a disappointment to her. It's the job. You don't do it for a living. That's how it begins, but in the end you discover you've rearranged your life around the job. It decides where you live, what you can do with the little spare time you get, when you take a holiday, if you do, and who you can see. Or should that be whom? He was smiling at that as the censor switched on the light in the porch. The key went into the lock of the outer security door, and a voice behind him said, "Don't turn around. Walk on into the building. No one needs to get hurt." Chapter 25. It's worth noting that Christopher Waters was no longer quite the feeble weakling he had been all that time ago, when Captain Hamilton's thug knocked him down and broke his nose. For one thing, there was a set of free weights in his lounge which he had been using regularly for a couple of years. Going to a gym was out of the question, but he had seen the value of stronger arms when making certain sorts of arrest, and had committed, for purely professional reasons, to acquiring them. And for another, he had participated in a number of those arrests now. Working with experienced officers meant you learned quickly. If you didn't, you remained behind in the office while others went out to do what Smith had always termed the heavy lifting. John Murray was a source of useful information in this respect. "If you give him a dig just here or here, Chris, you'll find it easier to get the cuffs on without doing any permanent damage." And so perhaps he could have turned around and lashed out immediately. He might have taken the man who had come up so silently behind him by surprise, but it's all about the odds. Was this character alone? Was he armed? In that instant, Waters made deductions. This wasn't a mugging. It wasn't a kid after his phone, or they wouldn't be going the other side of that door, where an assailant could be trapped. The voice was that of an older man, quiet and controlled, as if he did this sort of thing on a regular basis, someone used to giving orders in threatening situations. Whoever it was had stayed back, hadn't touched him, and was far enough away to see and counter any move on Waters's part, but not so far that he would be able to slam the door behind himself. The flat was on the first floor. Waters walked across the shared hallway and turned around at the foot of the stairs. Michael Wortley was more heavily built than he had imagined, 3 or 4 inches shorter than Waters, but broad-chested and short-legged, a rugby player rather than a footballer. The hair was longer than in the army photograph, with touches of grey at the temples, and the square face hadn't seen a razor for a couple of days. He was wearing a camouflage jacket, the real thing, not a fashion accessory, jeans and heavy workman's boots. Waters concluded that not getting into a scrap with Michael Wortley had been one of his better decisions this week. He said, "I live on the first floor. You're welcome to come up and talk, or you can say what you have to say here." Wortley took a couple of steps into the hallway, keeping his distance, but now he could see up the stairway. His hands were loose and empty at his sides, still anticipating trouble. "You know who I am." It wasn't a question, but Waters answered him. "Yes, you're Michael Wortley, Corporal Michael Wortley, Royal Anglian Regiment." "X." "Yes." The rain was falling more heavily outside. There was a dripping sound from the ledge above the outside door, rhythmically, once or twice a second, like a metronome. Wortley said, "Was it you in the car on Tuesday night?" "Yes, there were 2 of us." "I can count, just couldn't be sure of the faces. So it's your own car." The thought came then that he's going to steal it. He's going to take the keys and disappear with my car. Imagine the phone call to DCI Freeman, DCS Allen's reaction, and the look on Serena Butler's face. "Yes, that's my car." Wortley said, "I wanted to be sure who was asking the questions, that it was the police. I found your car tonight at the station, and while I was there you showed up. I followed." Which meant he already had a vehicle. Wortley's sentence had come to an inconclusive end, and in the space that formed after it, Waters sensed an opportunity. It was a small and nervous thing hiding in a corner, but if he managed this properly, it might be encouraged out into the open. It might even provide the answers to some questions. What did he have to lose? "Mr. Wortley, I'm not going to make any attempt to arrest or detain you. I've no reason to. I'm not aware of any offence you might have committed in King's Lake. I would like to ask you a few questions, but you're under no obligation to tell me anything. You're free to go, or you can come up to the flat and talk." "Who else lives there?" "No one. I'm on my own, apart from some tropical fish. You don't know anything about curing white spot, do you?" That was, he told himself later, a touch of genius. Not his own, of course, but there's little point in getting older if you don't get smarter too. We live and we learn from others. Waters turned and began to climb the stairs. He was halfway to the top when he heard another tread coming up behind him. The first few moments in the flat had been awkward. Waters took off his jacket and hung it up behind the door. He offered to take Wortley's, but that was declined. He put his shoulder bag in its usual place by the desk, and then, simply through habit, woke up and logged onto his personal laptop. No messages, no important emails. When he turned around, Wortley was by the fish tank, bending forward a little and staring into it. He said, "What's this white spot? They look healthy enough to me." Waters said, "It's a fungus. I treated it with some blue stuff a few days ago." The neon tetras came slowly out of the weeds and into the light, tiny shards of electric brilliance glowing in the ultraviolet. Wortley bent more to see them, and they darted away before cautiously repeating the process, as if they too were curious about him. He said, "I never kept fish or that sort of thing. On the move too often. Waters said, "I'm going into the kitchen to boil the kettle. Tea or coffee? There's more than one sort of both, if you're fussy." He could see Wortley was going to say no to that as well, and then the changing of his mind. "Just tea. Would you mind leaving your phone where I can see it?" He's polite, thought Waters, and doesn't speak quite as you might have expected, but there's a trace of an accent, maybe from the East Midlands. Smith could have made a good guess at the town and probably the street. Waters put the iPhone on the coffee table in front of the television and went through the open-plan entrance into the kitchen. As he did what he had promised, he could see Wortley, still on his feet, examining the rest of the lounge. It was a small apartment, and he hadn't made the mistake of cluttering it up. Most people would describe his taste as minimalist. He wondered what Wortley would make of it. With everything in place and the kettle beginning to heat up, Waters went back and invited his visitor to sit down. There was the two-seater sofa, 2 matching single chairs, and the stool in front of the workstation, where his laptop had just put itself to sleep again. But Wortley didn't move to do so, still wary. Waters said, "Your disappearing got me into some trouble. How did you know we were there? Just for future reference. What camera were you using? A Lumix Bridge, Force issue? Why?" On the way home, Waters had switched on the heating with his phone, and Wortley was unbuttoning his jacket. That had to be a promising sign. Wortley said, "I don't know that make myself, but there's an autofocus assist light on the front. It glows red if the light's low. I spotted that. Someone was pointing a camera in my direction. At 50 or 60 yards? He must have excellent eyesight, but it was true. Waters had misjudged the light that evening, and he hadn't known about the additional sensor on the camera. Gathering forward intelligence had been Wortley's specialist role in the army. He would know all about taking clandestine photographs. The kettle boiled and switched itself off. "No hurry. Always allow it to cool a degree or 2. Waters said, "Who did you think it was in the car?" Wortley eyed him suspiciously then, as if he could see not only little red lights on cameras, but the thought processes of detective sergeants. Waters was indeed thinking quickly while trying to appear calm. This was complicated. How much did Wortley know about what was going on here? "I assume you thought it was the police watching you." Wortley said, "You'd been at the office asking about me the day before." "Yes, not me personally, but I'll make this tea. I'm going to sit on the sofa. You're welcome to take a seat. If your coat's damp, feel free to hang it up." When Waters returned to the lounge, Wortley was sitting on one of the individual chairs, with his coat still on, but fully unbuttoned. There were coasters from the Blue Note on the coffee table, and Waters set down the 2 mugs of tea. He thought about going the whole way and offering his visitor some rich tea biscuits, but didn't want to push his luck. If they got on well, perhaps they could go out for pizza later. Waters said, "If you were certain it was us, the police, watching you on Tuesday, and you didn't want to talk to us, what are you doing here? I genuinely don't understand, and I don't understand how you found me either. I did what you lot do all the time. Your plate number was on the CCTV. I could see what time you arrived, watched you driving up and down, choosing a good spot." "Okay, got that, but why track me down? And first of all, how did you do that?" When Wortley explained, it was simple enough, but revealing. On Wednesday morning he had parked up outside Hunstanton police station and watched the cars going in and out for most of the day. It was a natural assumption of his that the car, if it was a police car, had come from the nearest police station. When it didn't show up on Thursday, today, he'd moved on to the next station, which was Kingslake Central. "That car park has a security barrier, as you know," Wortley said. So I parked outside in the street. I had my own engine running, about to pull out and leave when you drove by. So then I knew it was the police who'd been at the office and lost me the job. So much depends on sequencing, the order in which one asks the questions. Wortley was talking now. He was even drinking the tea, and Waters knew that if he was careful and patient, he would discover important things, here in his own flat of all places. The man had spent 2 whole days keeping Norfolk's police station car parks under surveillance. This was a tribute to Wortley's tenacity, but his motivation had to be much more than finding out who had asked where he lived, didn't it? Waters said, "Who else did you think it might have been?" No answer this time. Wortley had reached the limits of what he wanted to share, perhaps, and it was time to play another card. "I don't know the whole story, but I do know there are other people looking for you, and I know why they are." There was annoyance in Wortley's voice when he responded to that. "Course you do. It's why you're after me. Same reason, only you want me to talk and they want to shut me up. Well, guess what? I'm not planning on talking about it, and I'm not planning on getting shut up. Thanks for the tea. Call who you like. You don't know what I'm driving or which way I'm going. You'll not see me again." Wortley was on his feet and doing up the camouflage jacket as if he was heading back to the front, which, in a way, he was. Waters remained on the sofa, spoke slowly, and chose his words with care. "I heard about what happened in Norwich for the first time last Monday morning, around about midday, but we've, and I mean the Kingslake police, we've been looking for you for almost 3 weeks. Wortley was listening again. Eventually he said, "Why?" Waters went on, "I've spoken with Major Fogarty, and I've met your brother." "James? Why have you dragged him into it? This is some dangerous shit, mate. For Christ's sake, you involve my family?" Temper again. Where did he sleep last night, if he slept much at all? In a vehicle? Somewhere in a lay-by? Waters said, "I met James in Kingslake Central Police Station nearly a fortnight ago." Wortley tried to make sense of this and gave up. He said, "What the hell was he doing there?" It wasn't then a dramatic pause from Christopher Waters. It was the real thing, because it isn't often you have to say to someone, "He came to identify your body." Neville Murfitt? No, he couldn't recall ever hearing that name, but he remembered Joe Ritz at the night shelter, remembered sitting in that little room and drinking tea with him. There was another bloke the night before, and they had passed the time of day. He, this other bloke, had left early in the morning. Perhaps, Waters had suggested, because he'd been through your bag and taken your ID card? Wortley said, "I didn't notice it was gone until I was in Huntston, but I was sure I hadn't left in Norwich, even though I was out of there in a hurry. So you reckon he had it away, and that's what got him killed?" "We think it's the most likely explanation." Wortley had been sitting down again for several minutes, and had had his mug refilled. Waters gave him time to think over the implications of what he had been told. "I can't say I can picture him. Did he look much like me?" "Not especially. But he'd let his hair grow and had something of a beard. At a casual glance, people could assume he was that soldier, down on his luck, living on the streets." After a pause, Wortley said, "They assumed he was me." The conversation was long past the point at which Waters should have suggested that Michael Wortley ought to accompany him back to Kingslake Central so he could be interviewed by senior officers. He was by no means certain Wortley would comply, but he should have said it by now. However, he was certain of some other pertinent points. First, if Wortley refused, Waters was unlikely to persuade him by the use of force. 2 days' training in self-defence and a few tips from John Murray were not a match for Wortley's professional skills, never mind the fact he was powerfully built in comparison to Waters. Second, the man was talking to him now, and mention of DCIs and DIs was probably going to bring that to an end. Whether or not Wortley would ultimately agree to come in, why not get everything he could now, as an insurance policy? Third, never mind the investigation, Waters just wanted to hear the rest of the story. And fourth, he felt some sympathy for the man. Life hadn't been kind to him, and it wasn't difficult to see why Joe Ritz, a listener as good as any on the Kings Lake force, had spent the evening in his company. Waters said, "I'm not involved in the Norwich investigation, so you can tell me to mind my own business. I know what happened with the women, though. How did you get involved with something like that?" Hesitation, awkwardness, and the jaw working a little. Waters added, "I know you and I have only just met, but in my job you get used to making assessments of people. Something like that. In my opinion, it's not who you are." Wortley said, "Years ago, so they tell me, when blokes left the army or any of the services, they'd walk straight into a job. It was valued. You had the self-discipline, the respect for authority. You were a good timekeeper. Transferable skills in the lingo. It's not like that now. It's the opposite. Everyone's heard of PTSD, and everyone assumes you've got it if you've seen active service. If you've seen as much active service as me, they assume you're a nut job, permanently on the verge of a breakdown. They don't want to get involved." Waters's iPhone still lay on the table, and he saw a light blinking on it, which meant he had a message or an email. He looked away. Picking it up would end Wortley's story. "So I'm not whining about it. Things are the way they are. I needed some money, and I got it by working security on the doors of a nightclub. It's all supposed to be licensed now, but the reality is it's cash in your hand, no paperwork. A lot of blokes do it for the girls as well." In the pause he looked at Waters, wondering just how much the detective sergeant knew about him. The detective sergeant gave nothing away. "Then, one night, I was sorting out a couple of difficult bastards on my own. I didn't clout anyone, but I let them understand the situation. And after that, a couple of others came over and started a conversation. How much was I getting a night? Would I like to double that or treble it? No questions asked. I'll admit I wasn't in a good place, you know. I'd left the army, and things hadn't gone right for months. Years." Waters said, "Was it a mistake, leaving? Major Fogarty spoke highly of you. There was a Colonel Yates as well. He said the army couldn't keep the best men any more." "Christ, you met Yates?" There was almost a smile on Michael Wortley's face. "I could tell you some stories about that stuck-up little—" "Soldiers' stories. Wortley should never have left the army. Anyway, I was just riding shotgun. I never handled any of the stuff, never sold it. I like a beer, never done anything else. Sometimes I was a driver. It was only for a couple of months. And then they said, how about a promotion into another part of the operation? Property management, they called it." Waters got a surreptitious look at his watch. The time was a few minutes short of 10 o'clock. He needed to be thinking about how this was going to end. "I didn't twig it straight away. Might be hard to believe, but I didn't. I thought these girls were just illegals, you know. They were setting up this new house. There are plenty of others, and it was a couple of days before the men started turning up, if you can call them men. I was thinking to myself, I'm out of here tonight. I don't need this. And then I heard one of the girls getting a serious beating. I stepped in and said I'd make sure she behaved herself. Leave it to me, I said. When they did, same day it was, I put them all into a van and took them to a police station. I didn't make them do anything. I just said to the one who spoke English, your choice, love, but you'll be safer in there than out here." Then I drove off. I don't know what happened to them after that. Waters said they all went to the police. You did them a favor, Michael. Yeah, good. I reckon a couple of them were still in their teens. What did you do then? I had a flat. I kept an eye on it the rest of the day. I didn't know whether they knew where I lived or not, but I knew they'd come after me. There was a lot of money involved, but that wasn't the main thing. I'd seen faces, I knew stuff. More than they guessed, I expect. Old habits and all that. When you've been trained to keep your eyes and ears open, you know. And Waters thought, it's an odd life. A twist here, a turn there, and similar people can end up in very different places. Michael Wortley would have made an excellent policeman. Waters said, "What happened to your car?" Wortley looked surprised. "You know about that?" "That was them sending a message. I don't know how they moved it, as I had the keys, but they burned it out. A couple of hours later, I got on the first bus out of the city. I didn't plan that, I just happened to end up where I did. Random, isn't it, this bloke Neville getting stabbed because I did all that?" Waters said, "And because he went through your bag and stole the ID card. He got more than he bargained for, but it was his choice. You're not responsible." The story had been told, and neither of them spoke for a few seconds. The light on the phone had stopped blinking. That might have been something important, might still be. But so was Wortley's account of what had taken place to bring him here on this strange Thursday evening. His worst day at work, followed by the most remarkable interview of his career. Eventually he said, "So what will you do now?" Wortley, too, had been trying to make sense of it all. "Do you reckon they know they got the wrong man? Do they think I'm dead?" "Possibly. The story has been in the media, but without names as yet. One newspaper reported that a former soldier had been stabbed to death, so it's possible they haven't realized. But eventually the truth will go public. Will they leave it or come after you again?" Wortley didn't answer. He seemed distracted for a moment, watching the fish tank. Waters did the same, and saw the tiny fish swim as a shoal to the end of their universe, and then turn a shower of blue sparks and begin the process again. They must do so hundreds of times a day. "So what's it like, then, being a copper?" "There are good days and bad days, like any job, I expect. Today wasn't so good when my boss was told you'd disappeared." "Sorry." Wortley said that without thinking and without irony. Waters picked his way forward with care, looking for the right words to say what he must say. "It's one of those jobs, I think, that you have to have done. You can't really explain it to anyone who hasn't. Like being a soldier, too." Wortley said, "You didn't fancy the army?" There had been a moment in the university careers library when Waters had looked at an advertisement for graduate recruitment. He could even recall some of the details. 3 days of assessment, and if you got in, 44 weeks at Sandhurst. The subject of your degree doesn't matter to us, only your ability to lead others. No, but the man who trained me in the police force as a detective, he was ex-army. Yeah, where'd he serve? Always the first question soldiers ask. I don't know many details. He didn't talk about it much, but I know he was in Northern Ireland for a long time. Wortley nodded, as if he didn't need any more detail than that. But there was a restlessness about him again. He was getting ready to leave. Waters said, "And I can tell you exactly what he'd say to you now." Wortley didn't respond straight away, but in the end he wanted to know, what would a fellow soldier say to him in a situation like this? He nodded, and Waters said, "He would have said, 'You know what you should do now, don't you, son?'" Silence again, but not surprise. Wortley had thought about it himself. It was impossible to judge what his motivations might be, but he had considered the alternative to running and hiding. Waters edged his way forward. "I've been thinking about why you followed me tonight, instead of driving off. An hour and a half at least you've been here, and you could have been 100 miles away by now. You'd found out it was the police watching you, which was the main thing you needed to know. But you're still here. Why?" Wortley was waiting for something more. Waters continued. "Perhaps it was just curiosity, but you took a chance coming here, didn't you? Subconsciously, maybe you wanted to tell someone." "What? You're going to psychoanalyze me? I never went in for any of that bullshit when we came back from Helmand, so when you've taken a wrong turn, turn back, try another way." Waters said, "What you did for those women saved them a lot of suffering. 6 people, I'll bet, leading better lives today, thanks to you. Anyone you talk to is going to take that into account. Remember I mentioned finding out about that on Monday? The police in Norwich told us they've been looking for you for months because you're an important witness. You could help a lot of other women. You said there are houses where it's still going on. You might even help us to find who murdered Neville Murfitt." Wortley's face closed again, and he seemed to be the man who had confronted Waters in the hallway once more. But was there something before that, when Murfitt's murderer was mentioned, and Wortley was still here, and still apparently listening? Waters continued, "The people who came after you, and who might do so again, are organized crime. As my old boss would have said, serious villains, Michael. And the people who will eventually catch them are serious coppers. Talk to them. You can stop looking over your shoulder, and you can do a lot of good. I'm not going to say they won't charge you with something, but I honestly doubt it. When it's over, if you need it, they'll help you to move on. Are you talking witness protection?" Waters was treading a fine line. He didn't want to make promises others might break, and he didn't want to lie. "I can't say what they'll offer you, but if you come in, I'll ask the right questions on your behalf, and I'll keep asking them. Don't underestimate the value of a witness who's been on the inside. You're not stupid. You can cut yourself a deal and bring this to an end, Michael." Wortley stood up slowly and said, "Thanks for tea." Waters followed suit, and they looked at each other. Wortley said, "If you try to arrest me now, I'm going to resist. Don't do it, mate." You really do not get many friendly warnings like that one in this job. Waters said, "I won't. The last time I got into a fight with a squaddie, it didn't end well for me." He touched his nose, and Wortley said, "I was going to take your phone, but... So, as soon as I'm out of here, you can call it in, like I said. Once I'm out of the town, you won't find me." Wortley took a couple of backward steps before he turned towards the door, still wary that Waters might try to detain him. "I won't do that." Wortley faced him again. "Won't do what?" "Call it in as soon as you're gone. Nobody will know you've been here tonight. I'll give you my word on that, if you'll give me yours." There was a frown on Wortley's face as he said, "Give you my word on what?" "That you'll drive somewhere quiet, park up and think over what I've said. I can see why you're not just going to hand yourself over. I wouldn't. But I would think hard about what I said to you. Think about your life if you don't resolve this now. And think about the good you can do if you bring all of this to an end." Waters had no idea where this had come from. It hadn't been a part of any plan. If Wortley had agreed to go with him, there would have been a phone call to Freeman and a sleepless night in Central. Now there would be a sleepless night here, wondering whether a bad day had just got considerably worse. Wortley said, "Are you serious?" Waters nodded, but didn't answer, and eventually Wortley said, "I reckon I'd call it in, if I were you." Chapter 26. The office was busy, and as far as Waters could tell, in one way or another, everyone was engaged in the search for Michael Wortley. For the 14th time he went over the events of yesterday evening, but each time he did so, they seemed to take on an air of increasing unreality. As soon as Wortley had gone down the flight of stairs, Waters had left his flat and made his way quickly up to the top floor, camera in hand, his longest lens attached. The landing looked down over the rear of the block and the car park. He hadn't noticed a vehicle following him into it last night, but if Wortley had parked there, he should see him driving out, and he might, just might, get a shot of the number plate. What he saw was the man walking across the car park and going out through the entrance, where he became a silhouette against the reflections of the street lights on the shining wet surface of the road, a film noir image all too appropriate under the circumstances. Wortley turned right. He'd driven on past the entrance when he saw Waters go in, and had parked in the street. 20 seconds later, a dark-coloured van drove by, heading back towards the city centre. With so brief a glimpse, it was impossible to guess the make of the vehicle, let alone see the plate. Waters had returned to his flat and read the message on his phone. "I'm in town if you wanted to meet for a late drink." It was from Serena, trying to cheer him up after a bad day. He looked at her now. She was rechecking everything to do with the mobile number Wortley had given to the ADS office, using all her contacts and all her experience to see if Wortley had left any trace, a single footprint in the vast sands of the digital desert. John Murray was poring over data from the Driver and Vehicle Licensing Authority and had already chased up the passport office. There was an increasing suspicion among the team that Wortley might have left the country. Guilty doesn't really cover how Waters was feeling at this point. What had possessed him to give his word like that to a man who had been part of a criminal enterprise supplying Class A drugs on the streets of Norwich? In the cold light of this Friday morning it appeared absurd, but what could he do about it now? He pictured the scene as he went to see DCI Freeman and explained that he'd had a visit from Michael Wortley last night. They'd had a nice long chat and agreed, but even that wasn't true, that Michael would go away and have a think about whether he wanted to come in and talk to them about what he'd been getting up to over the past few months. This would all go down a storm, wouldn't it? Freeman would call D.I. Green into her office and say, "Chris, just go through it once more, because I need a witness to your stupidity before I send you home. Your time in this squad is now at an end. Now go and explain it all to Detective Chief Superintendent Allen." Which was all very well and suitably stomach-churning, but none of them was there, were they? If Wortley had turned up at Freeman's house, how would she have dealt with it? She couldn't have woman-handled a character like Wortley into the back of her car and delivered him to the custody suite of Central either, could she? True, her powers of persuasion were considerable. After all, she'd persuaded Waters to leave a perfectly sensible job in another part of the building to join this set-up, but he couldn't imagine Wortley falling for it, not the way he was last night. All true, the voice said, but whichever way you look at it, even if you had called her immediately Wortley left, you'd still be the detective sergeant who frightened him off on Tuesday and let him walk out of your own flat on Thursday. There was no way around that. And that's why you decided to gamble your entire career on the good sense of a Class A delivery driver. He was supposed to be working on a list of public transport locations which could be visited to obtain CCTV footage, when he knew perfectly well that Wortley had a van. He did his best to look convincing, but felt a complete fraud. If he'd put his foot down and kept going, Wortley could be in Wales or Scotland or France. When he'd found the footage Green wanted, was he, Waters, prepared to sit through hours of it, pretending to look for the man who had, he knew, not been within a mile of the railway station, for the sake of not looking a complete fool? No. But with every passing minute, officers he liked and respected were already wasting valuable time, and he was getting in deeper and deeper. Was there anyone he could tell, anyone who could give him advice? In the office only John Murray. Murray would tell him to speak to Freeman, he knew that. It was the weekend tomorrow. There was someone else, of course, but you have to move on. You have to reach the point where you're taking responsibility, not advice. There was a chance, ever diminishing, but still a chance that Michael Wortley would get in touch, wasn't there? At some point today, that chance would effectively reduce to zero, and then Waters would have to choose, keep silent forever, or own up. Of course, Wortley might never be found, in which case what Waters had done would never be discovered. It would remain his own guilty little secret. Keeping silent had that going for it. But it wasn't enough. He looked at his watch. 09:43. He might be able to stand another couple of hours, but if Wortley hadn't made contact by midday, this farce had to end. He meant the wait for Wortley, of course, but knew, in the moment he made that decision, it might also apply to his career in the police force. At 11:55, Waters opened his desk drawer and transferred a few personal items to his shoulder bag. There was a silver Parker pen set, still in the original blue box, which Smith had given him when he, Waters, had finally got the message about making thorough notes. A Wenger Swiss Army knife, a present from his father when he was 16, which had travelled everywhere with him since, even though it had rarely been opened. Odds and ends, silly things, including a business card from Gloria Butterfield, Q.C. He remembered the moment vividly, Smith, of course, had been present, when she said, "Keep this, young man. I have defended more than one policeman who got into bother for doing what he believed was the right thing." Too much irony there, just at the moment. He decided he would simply leave the room. There would be moments for explanations and goodbyes later, assuming any of them were still inclined to give him the opportunity. D.I. Green was watching, but without interest. It was slightly unusual for Waters to be taking his shoulder bag with him at this time of day, but suspicion had not been aroused. They were all too busy having their time wasted to notice him leaving. He closed the door, paused, and took a breath. Freeman's office was on the same floor, but around one corner, along this corridor and to the left. If he walked slowly, it might take him another 20 seconds to reach it. She would look up from whatever she was doing, laptop, mobile, a case file, and wave him in towards a seat, signalling she'd be with him in a moment. He would not sit down, he would wait on his feet, and she would notice this, and end what she was doing, and then almost certainly she would end what he was doing. Her door was open. He made sure Freeman had seen him, and then stepped inside, closing it behind him. She had been reading something on her laptop screen and went back to it, finishing a sentence or a paragraph, one hand ready to close it and speak to him. Waters had the words prepared. He'd been rehearsing them for an hour. And then there was a knock on the door behind him. Freeman looked up and indicated he should open it and see who was there. He did so and found Pretty Hussein. Cara Freeman said, "Come in, Pretty. You're not interrupting. We haven't got started on whatever it is Chris needs. What can I do for you?" Pretty said, "I'm sorry, ma'am, but it was Detective Sergeant Waters I was trying to get hold of. I saw him come into your office just now, but he didn't see me." This had to be true. Waters couldn't remember anything about the walk to Freeman's office now. If the businessman with the ponytail had wandered by, Waters wouldn't have spotted him. Freeman told her to go ahead, and Pretty said, "I called you from reception, but they said you'd just gone out of the incident room, sir. I came straight up because I thought it might be important. I know I shouldn't have, but I've noticed his name up on the whiteboards, and I've heard you all talking about him, so when he—" Freeman looked at Waters as if he might be able to explain what this was about. Waters shrugged, looked back at Pretty, and said, "Who? Is it a phone call?" "No, sir. He's down there. He asked for you by name, and they've put him in one of the side rooms. He said his name was Wortley. I'm sure it's the same man you've all been—" When Pretty had gone, not realizing that her sharp eyes and quick wits had ensured she wouldn't be working in routine admin for much longer, Freeman said, "Get down there, smile, shake his hand, offer him lunch, do anything you have to do, but get him into the building properly, behind the security door. I'll see Tom and make sure interview 1 is free. Go!" And so there had been a moment when Waters could have said quietly to Michael Wortley, "I kept my word. Nobody knows you came to see me last night, so if you could just—" But it didn't happen. He took Freeman's warning seriously and said not a word that might have alarmed or worried the man as they walked through Central and took the stairs up to the squad's suite of rooms. Interview 1 was empty, and they went inside, but Waters had already guessed this would not be straightforward. Wouldn't Regional be on their way to collect him the moment they heard Wortley was in the building? But he thanked him for deciding to do the right thing, and Wortley would never know how much sincerity lay behind those simple words. Waters wasn't out of the woods by any means, but he'd managed to escape the quicksand. Moments later Freeman arrived, with Green close behind, the day-book in his left hand, a pencil in his right. Freeman introduced herself and Green, and then shook Wortley's hand as she met his surprised look. From the outset she didn't want him to feel like a suspect, Waters concluded. She said, "Detective Inspector Green needs to complete a couple of formalities, Mr. Wortley, and then he'll leave the 3 of us to talk. Can we get you anything? Coffee? Tea?" Waters thought yes, tea with no sugar, but Wortley declined the offer. He seemed somewhat taken aback by the warmth of the welcome so far. Green asked his questions, which would have been amusing if they hadn't been so ironic. "Do you have an address, Mr. Wortley? A telephone number? Have you left a vehicle in the station car park?" Wortley's answers were short and to the point, and the detective inspector wrote down the responses word for word. When he left, Waters would have bet his most expensive lens that Green only went as far as the room next door, where the recording equipment would already be running. Freeman said first, "I'm not going to insult your intelligence, Michael, by pretending we're not surprised to see you. Obviously, you know we've been looking for you, and, equally obviously, we know you've gone to some trouble to make sure we didn't find you. I'm talking about the events of Tuesday night this week. What I need to clear up first is whether you understand why we've been trying to speak to you for the past couple of weeks. To put it more simply, what do you think this is all about?" Exactly as Smith would have played it. You do not reveal your hand first, you invite the person on the other side of the table to reveal theirs. But the ground in front of Waters had opened up again, because Wortley was surely about to say, "It's all right, he told me all about it last night," and then DCI Freeman would smile a chilly smile and say, "Would you excuse us a moment, Mr. Wortley? A word outside, Detective Sergeant." Michael Wortley said, "It depends what you mean by this."
On Tuesday I didn't know much, but I knew someone had been asking questions. I couldn't be sure who it was, so I made myself scarce. I hadn't done anything wrong, but I wanted some time to think." Freeman considered his answer before she said, "You couldn't be sure who had been asking questions? You knew it was the police, didn't you? You knew it was us?" "No. I knew someone had been at ADS and waved some ID around. Anyone can do that, get some fake identification, can't they?" He looked at Freeman and then at Waters, and it was so subtle Freeman didn't see it, but he was acknowledging the story Waters had told him about Neville Murfitt and his own Army ID card. Freeman said, "What made you think someone might have gone to the lengths of impersonating a police officer to find you, Michael?" "Bitter experience." The senior investigating officer smiled and said, "Okay. Can I take you back to something you said a moment ago? You said on Tuesday you didn't know much. That implies you know more now about why we were looking for you. What do you know, and how?" This was another dangerous moment. How would Wortley be able to explain knowing about the murder of Neville Murfitt and how it related to him? There were certain elements of the story that could only have come from a police source, and Freeman would see that immediately. Wortley nodded and answered her questions. "When I first arrived in King's Lake, I stayed a couple of days at a night shelter. It was a way of keeping off the official radar, or I thought it was. The bloke who runs it is all right. I mean, he's a Catholic priest of some sort, but you wouldn't know it to talk to him. We talked a lot one night. Anyway, this morning I went back to see him. I'm not a Catholic, right? I wasn't making any confession, but—" Freeman said, "You wanted some advice?" "I suppose, yeah. It was someone to talk to, someone who's seen a bit of the world. He filled me in. He told me about what happened to the other bloke, Murfitt. He still had the photos your people left there. I remembered him when I saw them. The first night I stayed there I talked to him for a few minutes. Joe told me that when the detectives first came they thought it was me who was stabbed. They thought he was me." Waters could see Freeman's mind at work, and he knew if there was anything odd in Wortley's story she would find it. And he thought, "I hope Michael Wortley did go to see Joe Ritz this morning, because she'll check, or D.I. Green will. There's nothing more certain than that." Freeman went further ahead than Waters expected. She said to Wortley, "And you realized it was meant to be you?" It was not a question, and Wortley didn't respond, but he glanced at Waters again. Freeman, meanwhile, was in no hurry. She stared down at the notepad where she had written nothing, and Waters was more convinced than ever that the detective inspector was next door making notes on her behalf. Then she said, "Did you tell what's his name, D.S. Waters, the man at the night shelter?" He started a little, but there could be nothing at all in his knowing the answer, and so he told her. Freeman said to Wortley, "Did you tell Joe Ritz anything about why you'd come to King's Lake in the first place?" "Some of it, just in general, no details. I said it was in a bit of bother. He worked out for himself it was a lot of bother." "I see, and he told you to get in touch with us, which is why you're here now?" There is a way of repeating things one has been told in an apparently neutral manner, which nevertheless suggests in some mysterious way to the person telling the story that he has not been entirely believed, or at the very least he hasn't told the whole truth. Michael Wortley responded as the detective chief inspector intended. He told her a little more. Not just like that. He asked me a few questions, just like you're doing. He was interested in my time in the army. He made a phone call and spoke to someone, said he wanted some advice before he gave me any. But yeah, it was his idea to come in. He said it was the best way to get closure on it for me, and for the poor sod who got stabbed instead of me.
Freeman had rattled him a little, and Waters knew where she was going next. She said, "Father Ritz made a phone call. Do you know who he called, Michael?" "No, he took his phone out into the hall." "How long did the call last?" 4 or 5 minutes, I suppose." "Does that matter?" Freeman turned to Waters and said, "We didn't get a call this morning, did we? No one on the team?" He didn't think so. He was sure it would have been mentioned. The DCI said to Wortley, "And you've no idea who Father Ritz spoke to about your situation?" Wortley was finding the questioning somewhat amusing now. He shrugged and opened his palms as if to say, "Search me." Waters watched the man rather than Freeman. He didn't want her looking back at him because she might catch sight of it, the realization he had just experienced. That phone call. Freeman said, "But anyway, Michael, after the phone call, Father Ritz came back in and advised you to contact Detective Sergeant Waters here? Yes?" A nod, and despite Wortley's best efforts, a glance in the sergeant's direction. Freeman said, "Specifically Detective Sergeant Waters?" "Yes," again. "He didn't just say he thought you should hand yourself in to the police?" Then she looked at Waters and said, "You must have made quite an impression, Sergeant, on Brother Joseph Ritz." Wortley sensed something here. He said to Waters, "He had your card on his desk with the photos. He picked it up and said, 'Go to the station and ask for this detective,' which is what I did. Not really a mystery, is it?" Freeman said, "No, it isn't. Thank you again for coming in to speak to us. We'll leave you here for a moment while I speak to my team. Then someone will be back to talk to you about the day you met Neville Murfitt. That's our priority here in Kings Lake." The two of them went into the recording room where Green was writing labels and Meyer was making digital copies of the interview file he had just recorded. Freeman said, "This Joe Ritz needs speaking to today." And Green answered, "Serena's on her way there, ma'am. I've told her to get what Wortley said to him, word for word, in case we miss anything here." Freeman said, "Right. And tell her to ask about the phone call Ritz made. What was that about? Who else knows anything about this?" Waters wondered whether he should call Serena himself and warn her. She'd work it out if it came to it, wouldn't she? Green was saying, "Let Regional know we have him, ma'am." Freeman was in top gear now, and Waters kept quiet. He'd experienced this once before. She said, "Absolutely, D.I. Green, that's our top priority. So, what's the time now? 13:12. It's critical that we let Regional know where Michael Wortley is by, shall we say, 1700 hours. Tom Green nodded. "That should give us time to get everything we need, ma'am." Freeman was intent on gaining every possible scrap from Michael Wortley that might help prosecute the case against Neville Murfitt's killers. She knew that once Wortley was in Norwich, it might be a long while before they saw him again, if they ever did. She turned to Waters and said, "Well done. You've almost redeemed yourself in just 48 hours. You lost him, and then, as if by magic, he finds his own way back to you." He took that in silence and waited for the instructions that would be coming from Detective Inspector Green in the next 30 seconds. This might all unravel yet. "Not really a mystery, is it?" Wortley had said. "Hell no, unless you allow for the fact that the only card on Joe Ritz's desk belonged to Detective Constable Serena Butler. Waters hadn't left one." Chapter 27. "He'll be asleep on the sofa, the end nearest the radiator. He's not supposed to be up there, and when he hears the key in the lock he'll get into his basket, but I can always feel the warm spot where he's been." Catherine Diver was looking at a photo of Ben on Miriam's phone. She showed it to the other people around the table, and her brother Jason mimicked her and said he, that is, Ben the guide dog, was absolutely adorable. As far as Waters knew, Jason was the only person still alive who could get away with teasing his terrifying sister. But Catherine had taken a seat next to Miriam as soon as they arrived at the Blue Note that evening, And now, instead of responding to her brother, she was asking Miriam more questions about what Ben could do and how he had been trained. Waters had known Catherine Diver for more than 3 years, including a short but explosive few weeks as a couple, yet he'd had no idea she was fond of animals. It had been an odd, tense afternoon at the station. Everything they'd been working on for the past 2 days had come to a sudden halt with the appearance of Michael Wortley. He'd been interviewed for more than 2 hours by Freeman and Green, which meant that for long periods the detective sergeants and constables had been left to their own devices. Time had not been wasted, but there had been more opportunity than usual for conversation. Waters had asked Serena about her meeting with Joe Ritz and about the telephone call. He didn't say directly to her whom he thought had been on the other end of the line, but she'd come to the same conclusion herself. She said, "Joe wasn't prepared to say. I got the feeling that whoever it was he'd been speaking to had said it might be better if their name was kept out of it." "Better for whom?" Waters said, and Serena had answered, "Us, of course." At 4:30, Freeman had held a briefing. As far as she could tell, Michael Wortley was being open with them, and they had some further information which would be the focus of next week's work. But for now, she said, go home and take a well-deserved break. John Murray had asked what was happening to Wortley. Freeman said, "Regional know he's here. They're sending someone this evening. I'll be keeping him company until that's sorted." Denise Sterling had offered to stay on, her children being with their father this weekend, but Freeman declined, though she seemed grateful, and Waters had thought she wants a little time alone with Wortley, a little informal time, without even D.I. Green in the room. But it was Green himself who had interrupted that thought when he said to Waters, "Don't you have a dentist's appointment in 20 minutes?" There was just a piano on the small stage this evening. One of the joys of the jazz club, as far as Waters was concerned, was the absence of a program, or even a plan. There was live music most evenings, but until one walked through the door, what it might be, or who or how many might be playing it, were usually complete unknowns. It just sort of happened, and more than once he'd seen people called out of the audience to perform with others on stage, sometimes for just a single number. The thought took him back to a memory, of course, to Smith going up onto the stage of the Pine Hills Social Club all those years ago. He'd played Old Love by Eric Clapton, and afterwards Waters had walked back to the caravan with Claire. It's strange how good memories can make you sad. Tonight, inside Miriam's flat for the first time, he'd seen another piano. When she asked what he was looking at, he told her and said it was taller than he expected for an upright piano. She had called back from another room, "Longer strings. That's all pianists dream of, longer strings." Lifting the lid, he'd read Yamaha U3. There had been the temptation to touch the keys to see if he could hear the difference made by longer strings, but that would have been an intrusion into something that clearly mattered a great deal to her. Arranged on shelves to both sides of the piano were files of music. Waters took one down and opened it. He'd expected Bach or Mozart, but the title was Modern Jazz Classics for Piano. Instead of the conventional stave notation, the music was printed in braille on sheets of card, the pages covered with hundreds of tiny raised dots arranged in horizontal lines. He could not imagine how anyone's fingertips could convert this to music, and if you must touch every single symbol, how can you be playing the instrument at the same time? When she returned, he asked her. Miriam said, "You can't. Lots more memory is involved for blind musicians. Learn a phrase, then the next phrase, and the next, remembering them all in sequence.
It takes longer, but the ear is an amazing thing. It learns patterns very quickly, and most classical stuff is all about patterns. Waters said, "But I'm looking at pages of modern jazz classics. I'm no expert, but surely the whole point of jazz is improvisation? So this is where it gets interesting. Classical pianists do improvise. They play the same piece slower or faster with different emphasis. There are hundreds of versions of the Moonlight Sonata, if you know what you're listening for, but the notes must be played in that one order, or it's sacrilege. Yes?" He nodded and then realized he had to speak to show he was following. There was something fierce and impatient about her intelligence. "Absolutely, yes." "Are you humoring me?" She was smiling, but she wanted an answer to that as well, and he said, "No, but it's all new to me, struggling to keep up. How is jazz different?" Miriam took a moment, and the detective in Waters, a level 2 interviewer now in his own right, realized she was also making a decision about him. Was he genuinely interested? Was he worth this conversation? Then she said, "In jazz, the tune is still there. If you strip out everything else, it's always there. But it's what you do in between and around those notes that matters. The departures, the near misses, the almost played it but not quite yets, the sense of relief when the remembered phrase reappears, but then it's gone again, like a figure in a dream." She had been quite close to him. He could have reached out and touched her, but did not do so. Other girls can see that moment coming, the first touch, and a man can see in their own eyes whether it is the right thing. But with Miriam, the hand would come without warning, and he dreaded the thought of her flinching away from him. She said, "Did you know Louis Braille was a musician? Not many people know that, but I won't lie to you. Learning Braille music is a right pain. It's not easy to get hold of either, but I belong to an exchange group online. I've transcribed a few things for other people and get the things I want in return. A couple of years ago, I started listening to jazz and I'm lucky. I can play by ear, and I only need to hear a tune once." She reached out, took the file he was holding, closed it, felt the symbols on the spine, and returned it to the correct place on the shelf. She was inches from him and must know it, but she still hadn't answered his question. "And? Are you always this persistent, Detective Sergeant?" "Yes." "All right. I'll answer if you agree to answer one question of mine." Waters agreed, of course, and she said, "Jazz sets you free, creatively. Sometimes it can go horribly wrong because there are still rules, but they're not printed on paper anymore. You make your own rules. If it sounds right, then it is. If it feels right, then it is. I spent most of my life breaking rules, especially the ones that say a blind person can't do this. My father says there is nothing more dangerous in the world than a blind anarchist. I should tell you now, by the way, that he's a very important lawyer, at least that's his opinion. And then I realized you can't even have anarchy without rules. You can't have a glass of wine without the glass. You can't play chess without a board that has 64 squares. Some things are fundamental." She had given him a glimpse of her true self, he thought, creative, clever, and independent. What need had she of him? What did he have to offer in return? Those were not questions he could quickly answer, and so he said, "What did you want to know?" "Do I look all right?" It sounded almost comical after her preceding words, and she sensed his amusement. She said, "It's not vanity. If I'm going out alone, I don't worry too much, but if I'm with someone, I don't want to look a mess. You learn to cope with a lot of embarrassment when there are limits. For example, I have 2 blouses with identical labels. I'm wearing the blue one, aren't I?
Yes. What colour's the other one?
Pink, completely wrong for a good restaurant and a club.
She moved away, comfortable in her own space. She went to the sofa, where, for some reason, she rearranged cushions at one end of it, the end closest to the wall, and a radiator. The cushions were piled into a little heap. She was almost ready to leave, and said she'd fetch a coat. Waters looked around the room then, and saw how much like his own place this was. Little decoration and no clutter, nothing in the way near floor level, and the furniture placed so that with a mere passing touch she could find her way around. Every time his mother visited the flat, she'd say, "It's still a bit bare, Chris. I'll get you some more family photos done." Miriam had no photos, no picture of a man who looked like an important lawyer, no paintings, no posters from her university days. Blind, she had no need of them. What was his excuse? But there was nothing either to hint at the excesses of her times with the boyfriend who died. Eric? Waters's eyes had been professional for a moment, but nothing caught his attention. He found himself thinking then that this mattered, but he wasn't sure why. Catherine was saying, "Yes, he does a lot of thinking. We're all used to it, Miriam. You just need a pastime while you're waiting for him to come back. I'll take you. I need to go myself." Catherine stood up and held out her arm. Miriam took it, and the two women made their way across the half-empty space. The Blue Note wasn't busy for a Friday night. Waters and Jason watched them go, and then Jason said, "She's stunning. Where did you find her?" "In a flower shop." "Okay, novel. I've never thought of looking anywhere like that. Catherine's taken to her." Their table was close to the small stage. Out in the gloom a couple of voices cheered and somebody clapped. Someone was on their way forward. The retired schoolteacher type whom Waters had heard play more than once, and every time Waters had heard him the man had been wearing that same pullover, surely, green with the leather patches at the elbows. No doubt all performers have their rituals. But this old man could play. It was jazz piano good enough to sit and listen to, but not so demanding you couldn't talk if the need arose, like those wonderful live recordings of Bill Evans. Headphones on, eyes closed, all around you is the hum of low conversation, the chink of glasses, and perhaps even the scent of cigarette smoke. Those were the soundtracks of a bygone age. The man was seated at the piano, but someone had joined him on the stage, and now they were talking. No one was in a hurry. Waters could see the two women returning, Miriam holding Catherine's arm, and they were still discussing something. Miriam took her seat on his left, and this time Catherine sat in the empty chair to his right. He was between them, present, perhaps, between the past and the future. Jason leaned across to say something to Miriam, and Catherine touched Waters on the arm and said, "How much did you tell her about us?" It was an unexpected question. Catherine didn't do gossip or idle chat. Waters said, "Us? Nothing at all. Why?" Catherine didn't do puzzled very often either, but she was frowning. After a moment she said, "Just now she asked me how long ago we were an item." "I haven't said anything about that. Maybe someone else." They both looked around at the table, but none of the people who made up their party had had that sort of conversation with Miriam. Catherine stared at the girl in question, and then, without looking at Waters, she said, "Interesting." He'd brought Janey here a few times in the year they were together, and remembered Catherine's verdict only too well. "She's very sweet." The man began to play. Jason said something to Miriam, continuing their conversation, but her face was turned towards the stage now. He looked back at Waters and left her alone. She was sitting slightly in front of Waters, and he could see her profile as she listened intently, her eyes wide and fixed, apparently gazing at a point a little above the piano player. She was swaying very slightly, and when he looked down at the hands in her lap, he saw her fingers were moving, following the notes. He'd noticed her, the piano player, and several times over the next few minutes he glanced towards her. The piece began to slow towards the end, and as the final mellow chord died away, he said, "Thanks, everyone. Hopefully some of you even recognize that first tune." In the space that followed, Miriam said quietly, "I fall in love too easily." But the artist heard her, as did those around the table. There were smiles, and the piano man nodded his appreciation in her direction, but of course she couldn't see him. Detective Chief Inspector Cara Freeman's temporary office, and who were they kidding? This was where she'd end up, was no more comfortable than interview 1, but she wanted a change of scene in the time she was spending alone with Michael Wortley. Sometimes just altering the space can send conversation in a new direction. She had 2 chairs, standard station issue, in addition to the beaten-up black fake leather and chrome thing behind her desk, and she sat in one of them, on the same side of the desk as Wortley. The interview in the afternoon had been as thorough and as unthreatening as she could make it. D.I. Green had made his notes, and his usual interventions as dates, times, and places were meticulously recorded. At 5:30 she'd sent the rest of the team home, and then she organized some sandwiches and tea, which the 2 of them had consumed in her office. Sure enough, Wortley had gradually relaxed. She got him onto his time in the army, and saw the change as he talked about life on the front line. He said at one point, "It's the old story. You feel most alive when you could die at any moment. The bonds you make with other men when you're under fire, you think they're unbreakable. And they are, but—" She felt sorry for him, and she felt the irony. He was never going to find peace like that again. She said, "Ever thought of rejoining? My sergeant, the one who spoke to Major Fogarty, said they were very sorry to see you go." Wortley said, "Too old, too much water under the bridge, and I could end up with a record if your lot in Norwich decide to lean on me, couldn't I? If they think I'm holding back?" It was a genuine question, Freeman said. "I very much doubt it. If you cooperate with them like you did with us today, you'll walk away. But for how long? Getting my legs broke a few days later could be the least of my worries." He didn't look afraid, but there was a resignation in Michael Wortley that this would not end well for him. She said, "If they ask you to give evidence, they might, but it's not certain at all. You'll get help. You don't strike me as a man who scares easily anyway." The tea must be cold by now, but Wortley upended the mug and finished it. He said then, "So, when they've carted me off tonight, what happens to your investigation? Are you going to nail whoever stabbed Neville Murfitt?" He'd come back to this more than once. Freeman could see it was troubling him for some reason. The instructions from Harry Alexander had been clear. Don't show or tell Michael Wortley anything that might compromise our questioning of him. Imagine Wortley on the witness stand revealing under questioning that the evidence he was giving concerning the activities of organized criminals in Norwich came in part from police sources in Kings Lake. Trials have collapsed for less than that. And so she and Tom Green had discussed this and questioned him accordingly and carefully, and the detective inspector had his records proving they had done so. Of course, Green wasn't here now. She said, "It's like I said, Michael. We know who murdered him. There's CCTV, which, as I explained earlier, I can't show you. Our investigation has become part of a much wider one, and I'm not in charge of it. So basically, we've been parked for now." Wortley sat in silence for a long time. Lake Central had also settled into an after-hours stillness. On the ground floor, uniform would be preparing to face the Friday night mayhem on the streets, But up here, in their out-of-the-way corridor, the only sound was the hum of the technology that never sleeps. Finally, Wortley said, "You say you know who murdered him. Do you have a name?" "No, nor a face. We can come up with a decent description from what we do have, though." He picked up the mug again, as if he'd forgotten it was empty, and then replaced it. "Telling me about the CCTV wouldn't be the same as showing it to me, would it? There are lines, and you cross them at your peril, but the closer one gets to them, the more wavy and broken those lines become, and the longer one does this job, the more the realization dawns that every investigation is unique. Barely any of them fit the theories you're taught in the lecture room. There was, Freeman knew already, something odd about the way Michael Wortley had reappeared in this investigation, but he was here now, a valuable witness, and she'd bet good money on it a decent bloke. Unless things started to go decidedly pear-shaped, she wasn't going to ask Christopher Waters and Serena Butler any more questions about him and the mysterious Mr. Ritz. She described the vital moments in the video, the two men walking away from the camera and towards a murder. One of them was shaven-headed, stocky, broad like a weightlifter, long arms swinging as if he was looking forward to the job. Wortley's face gave nothing away. Then he looked down at the desk to his right and her left, and Freeman followed his gaze. She must have given the impression she understood, because he said, "Is there another tea going?" It would mean going downstairs and breaking into Pretty's private stash, but she said yes, and would he like anything to eat from the vending machine? They still had an hour and a half to wait. Just another tea, he said. And when she came back in, Wortley was seated as he had been, and she didn't look at her desk at all. This time he drank the tea quickly, as if he intended to leave, and she thought, "I can't stop him. He knows that." But what Wortley said next surprised her. "Where was it they killed him exactly?" "On Eden Street." He shook his head and said, "Don't think I ever went there. I was only in the town for a few days." Freeman waited, wondering, and then he added, "I'd like to see the place." She had taken him as far as the first corner of the corridor, and then said she'd forgotten her phone, which was true. She'd left it on the desk, right next to the notepad. She went back alone, pocketed the phone, and then turned over the pad. His handwriting was surprisingly neat in a schoolboyish way, as if he had tried his best to make sure there could be no mistake. But it was just the two words, a first and a last name. She tore off the page, opened the bottom drawer of the desk, slipped the note in, and relocked everything. On Monday she'd find a safer place for it. Not the ace of trumps, but a very good card if Regional ever decided to bury the case for reasons of their own. Neville Murfitt might be a nobody, but he was their nobody and their first case. The drive had taken less than 10 minutes. Freeman parked in the market square, avoiding the taxi rank, just a few yards away from the entrance to the Blue Note, whatever that was. It looked like a bit of a dive. They walked past the steps down into it, and turned right, taking the same route Freeman had on that first Monday morning. And it was still raining, as it had been seemingly throughout the entire investigation, but it was light and easing off tonight. The air was turning colder. At the corner of the walkway, where it joined Eden Street to the right, there was a roof over the entrance to the Kingsgate shopping centre. Beneath it, a man sat on a stool, wiping down a guitar with a cloth, a busker, the guitar's case open in front of him on the pavement. He had all the gear, one of those small battery-powered speakers, the miniature mic around his neck, and a little stand with the self-recorded, self-produced CDs you can buy for a £10 note. He was wearing drain-pipe jeans, a black jacket, and a black Stetson-style cowboy hat, and he must be 70 years old if he was a day. Eden Street was just getting into its Friday night stride. There was a steady stream of people moving in both directions, heading into the town centre and out of it towards the cafes, pubs, and fast-food eateries of Fair Hills. Freeman pointed right, and they walked down towards the Chinese Chow restaurant. It was open, brightly lit, and already busy. The windows steamed up on the inside. She stopped a few yards short and nodded towards the doorway. When Wortley stood at her side, she said, "That one. He must have bedded down late on the Sunday night after they'd closed up. We have CCTV of him here working the crowd the day before. That's when they located him." But she could have said, "when they located you." It was why Wortley wanted to see the place. She understood that. Neville Murfitt hadn't exactly died for Michael Wortley. That means something else. But he had certainly died instead of him. She could imagine the thoughts going through his mind now, and there was nothing appropriate to say, except one thing, which had been bothering her since their more private conversation, after Tom Green had left. She said now, "You'd think he would have recognized you. Or not, if you see what I mean." Wortley said, "Maybe. We'd never spoken. He was just around a few times. They all knew what he was, though. By the time he got here, he'd have been so pumped up. Anyone would do." Freeman looked away and along the street. She remembered some of the shops, some of the people her team had interviewed, remembered the story of the blind girl coming out from somewhere and rescuing them from Murfitt's mad dog. That was John Wilson's version of it. Further down Eden Street she could see two youths and a girl standing close together in the alleyway that went behind the pub, standing too close together and looking around a little too much before something changed hands, and the group parted immediately, as if they'd realized it was another case of mistaken identity, and they really didn't know each other at all. Then, further down towards Fair Hills, explosions that could have been gunfire, but Freeman recognized the sound of fireworks. The time of year for those was any time you fancied letting them off nowadays. She looked up at Wortley, but he didn't flinch. He was still staring into the doorway, still thinking. Another couple of minutes, and then they'd have to head back to Central. The busker began to play, picking the strings pretty well, and it was a familiar sort of tune. She heard Wortley saying "thank you," and realized he was now watching Eden Street, as she had been. There were shouts and youths running, scattering a few people near the pub. There would be more fireworks soon. Wortley said, "It's just another front line, isn't it?" Now the old boy was singing. The voice was cracked, but you could tell it had once been a good voice, and there was still something there. He was singing that all these places had their moments, singing about lovers and friends, singing that some are dead and some are living, and that in his life he had loved them all. Michael Wortley had noticed it too. The two of them exchanged a look that might have been one between friends, and then Freeman said it was time to go.